The final round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, brings us to Barcelona. It's the home of the Spanish Grand Prix, and it's been the home of some dramatic GT races over the seasons as well. And this weekend, all of those Endurance Cup titles, teams and drivers, are on the line across bronze, gold, silver, Pro-Am and the overall competition. It's a 54-car entry. It is absolutely dripping with the stars of international GT racing, and a perfect way to round out the season is in prospect. And not only that, but we've already had champions crowned in the Fanatec arena. Esports has come to a close this weekend as well. On track, it's been a great season of racing, and apart from the titles on the line, there's 3 hours of drama to look forward to as well. This European Championship, of course, goes in tandem with Australia, Asia and America, part of that global Fanatec GT World Challenge. It's the 5th endurance race of the season. We've been to Monza, to Paul Ricard, to Spa and the Nürburgring before coming here to Barcelona to round out a drama-filled 2023 for the Endurance Cup. It all began at Monza back in the spring with an enormous grid and a win for BMW. The Rover racing car of Nick Yellerly, Philip Eng and Marco Wittmann coming through to take honours. At Paul Ricard, it was the traditional 6-hour race into the darkness, and here Raffaele Marciello was a star. He relieved Rover Racing of the lead, and his Mercedes went on to win, shared with Timo Boguslavski and Jules Gounon. At Spa, though, the tables were turned back in favour of the BMW crew. A second Spa 24 win for Rover Racing, Eng, Wittmann and Yellerly on the top step of the podium for the second time of the season. The Nürburgring, though, was a circuit ideal for the Mercedes, and it was 2-2 as the Acodis ASP entry of Marcello, Boguslavski and Gounon took win number 2 of the season. It means that coming here this weekend, 18 points separate the Mercedes crew from the BMW drivers in the championship. The Mercedes team are ahead. It's going to be difficult for Rover Racing to peg back an 18-point deficit, but it's not impossible. And with this quality of entry, anything can happen. And mindful of all of this is Jules Gounon.
For me, there's no pressure. The only pressure is on our tires. The rest is just us trying to deliver a good job. And even if you get defeated and you have give your all, your best, then you can't be disappointed. We knew they're going to be very strong. They have an amazing lineup with 3 superstar drivers in it. So we're just going to try to continue what we did this year, giving our best, and hopefully it will be enough to give us another crown at the end of the year.
So, against Mercedes, BMW, the Rover Racing team have had 2 victories this year, but they're on the back foot. It's a difficult ask to make up 18 points, but Philip Eng is equal to the challenge.
We have nothing to lose. We're already vice champion, so we will go all in, flat out, every lap. We have a great car, we have a great team, so I'm always optimistic. They have everything to lose. On paper, their championship is pretty much theirs, but we are not giving up until the last lap, and we will steal the championship away from them.
The Gold Cup is up for grabs this weekend as well, where you can have 2 gold graded and 1 silver driver as part of the 3-driver combination. Nicolas Bart and Maxime Soulet head the championship from Max Hofer, but he is part this weekend of that triple driver combination. He's missed a round, hence the differing number of points. So the nearest real threat is 24 adrift.
Every race weekend it's the same, you know, the grid is so big. I mean, GT World Challenge is always something special, so you just have to keep out of trouble and finish the race. I've been in the sport long enough to know what to do with the pressure, so we know what to do. We're just going to aim for that and enjoy our weekend in sunny Barcelona.
Charlie Fagg, Sam DeHaan and Dean McDonald effectively need to take pole position in class and win the race, and the Audi team not score. It's a big ask for Charlie, but he's proved to be really quick all year.
Yeah, I feel good. It's always nice to come into a round with a potential championship on the line. We've got an outside chance, but it's good, and really looking forward to get going. I think it's always been quite a close-knit championship anyway, because there's only 7 cars in our class, so it's always made it quite tense. So yeah, no real pressure. We're just going to go out and do the same job as we always do and try and win.
Tied on points are Nicholas Bourne, Marius Zug and David Schumacher. They have to do exactly what the McLaren drivers do. They need a pole, they need a win, and they need the Audi drivers not to score. It's a tough ask.
Yeah, I think we have a great package. I mean, today it was quite promising. We had quite a good lap time with the new tires, so still have a bit to focus on. Obviously, you never stop improving the car. I'm optimistic that we have a good chance to at least win the race and do our job. What happens to the other cars, we have to see. It's going to be difficult, but yeah, we give our best for sure.
Silver is going to be very competitive indeed. All silver graded drivers. These are the young guns of GT racing. And Benji Heites, along with Clement Schmidt and Glenn van Berlo, is leading the competition at the moment, but only by 5 points, so they can leave nothing to chance. The Lamborghini, though, struggled in pre-qualifying. Let's see what its race day pace is all about.
All the season been really close with the Audi. We're coming in the lead, but it's only 5 points, so it will be a tough one. We need to make a perfect race, no mistakes, and get the points to get the championship for Lamborghini.
5 points back come Finlay Hutchison, Sam de Jonge and Loris Hezemans. Again, the Audi, a car that normally goes pretty well around the Barcelona circuit, has got to try and score a class win. Come what may, they've got to be ahead of that Lamborghini.
We are P2 in the championship, so in a way that's quite nice for us because we're actually having to fight in order to try and get up to P1, and that's definitely our goal. We'll obviously try to keep it clean, but as you know, it can get quite dicey towards the end of a championship, but we'll try to keep it clean, but for sure be a good battle.
The outsiders, 20 points back, are Lorenzo Petresi, Alex Arca and Pietro Delle Guanti. But they are leading the combined sprint and endurance Silver Cup. So again, points here are going to be vital come the end of the season.
It will be hard for sure. We have to win this weekend to have a chance. It's not easy, but for sure we will give our best this weekend. Also for the overall championship between sprint and endurance in Silver Cup, we just need 2.5 points, so that's very close. And for the endurance championship, as I said, it's not easy, but you know, there's a possibility, so we're trying here.
The Bronze Cup has been very competitive all season. Eddie Cheever, Jonathan Hui and Chris Froggatt are the leaders by just 7 points going into this last race. And that means that perhaps it's got to be a more aggressive effort in this race from the Sky Tempesta racing team to make sure they're ahead of the opposition and to preserve that championship lead. Chris Froggatt is planning ahead.
I think we've got here from super consistent results, always placing on the podium throughout the year. Now I think the approach is slightly different. 7 points isn't that much of a gap. Trying to just go all out, best qualifying we can. We've got to this point, now we need to tie it up and really attack this race. It's been a good year, just hopefully we can make it a bit better this weekend.
The nearest opposition comes from the Haupt racing team Mercedes, one of the drivers of which is the team owner himself, Hubert Haupt. 7 points back, they've got to really push today.
In theory, if we are on pole and we win the race, 9/11 will not maybe finish. We don't wish bad luck, but that's the only chance we have. We could win the championship. So I think our drivers are strong here in Barcelona. I love this track. I think our race pace is very good. It's the last race, so it will be a good finish for us.
Another 7 points back, Ralph Bohn and Robert Renard, Porsche specialists. And again, they've got to go on the attack for the 3 hours ahead of us here in Barcelona.
Well, it's a very tough challenge this series, and we are very tied to the Tempesta team, and so we never give up, do our best and see what we are ending up.
In Pro-Am, Ivan Jacoma has been the man to beat this season, and he comes to Barcelona with an unassailable lead. He's also in for a busy weekend because he's leaping from GT3 machinery to GT4. He's certainly going to get his money's worth this weekend and should go home confirmed as the Pro-Am champion for 2023.
We have won the championship in Nürburgring, and this now we have a little bit relaxed. We can drive without trouble. We try to go to the podium and win. We'll see.
Some titles, though, were secured on Friday evening. The Fanatec Arena was a busy place as the final round of the Pro Driver Sim Esports Series got underway. Fabrizio Crestani had dominated qualifying and he led to the first corner. There was a little bit of drama further back as 1 or 2 cars rubbed against each other and ran wide over the curb. But Crestani was absolutely flying, building the lead over the opposition. There were some good fights, though, lower down the order as the drivers worked their way towards the mandatory pit stop at the halfway point. But inevitably, 1 or 2 incidents like this for Alex Arca shuffle the order, and it cost him valuable points. Crestani, in the end, was given a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane, and that meant that Jordan Pepper inherited the race lead, but he didn't serve his mandatory pit stop in the window. So ultimately he was disqualified, and it gave Callan Williams for WRT not only the race win, but also the Gold Class win and the Gold Cup Championship. As far as the Pro class was concerned, though, it was the Rutronic Racing Porsche that came out on top, Laurin Heinrich doing driving duties on Friday evening. It was the end of another ultra-competitive season of esports racing, and you had to feel a bit for Lamborghini number 6 driver Jordan Pepper, because he won on the road only to be thrown out of the results post-race for not serving that mandatory pit stop. Esports continues to be a real hit with the drivers, with the teams and the fans. Callum Williams, the race winner on Friday. So the grid is complete, the teams down there with the cars in readiness for this final round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. They've had quite a bit of track time to get to this point. That frantic qualifying session this morning has determined the grid with a couple of penalties just to shuffle it, but we're ready for a race and for titles to be resolved as well. And of course, not only endurance championships, but also counting towards the combined, the overall championship, where you take sprint and endurance together. The last sprint round is in 2 weeks' time at Zandvoort, and that's when the overall championships, the combined championships, will be decided, other than bronze, which will be done here because the Bronze Cup does not run at Zandvoort. As far as this race is concerned, that's the trophy that is up for grabs, the Endurance Cup, and you can see the winning teams, winning brands represented upon it. That is at the front of the grid, and that's also where you will find the Ferrari on pole position of Alessio Rovera. Gemma Scott down on the grid, and in the pits, David Addison and John Watson trackside. John, it has been glorious, very hot weather all weekend, and drivers talking about the heat in the cars and also tyre degradation as well around this circuit.
Yeah, and everything else that can go along with it. So here we are at the Barcelona circuit. It's 4.6 kilometers, 2.9 miles around, 14 turns, and every one of them is a real tyre torture. It is a high degradation circuit, and tyre wear management of your tyres ultimately may well turn out to be the key of who will stand on the winner's podium, and maybe also, and most likely also, who will walk away the overall champion. And it's really a battle between the Acuda's Mercedes and the Rover Racing BMW.
Now they're looking down from the drone. You've got that grid and how busy it is, that long pit straight. It's about 1 kilometre in length, but it does give the brave drivers, if they get a tow, a chance to overtake into turn 1. Just fast forward to the first lap of the race, because the first sequence, turns 1 and 2, and then into the next right of 3, real pinch points, and your race can be turned upside down by somebody else getting it wrong there.
Well, if you've got 54 cars going into a pinch point, somebody's going to have to give.
Could well be there. If they can get through that, then let us see how it all fares. Now, next year, the championship will conclude in Jeddah, new circuit for the championship, and the Jeddah delegation have been here this weekend investigating the championship. They're with Gemma Scott.
Well, I'm joined now by Haifa, who's the project lead from the Saudi Motorsport Company, and of course we're very excited to bring the championship over to Jeddah next year for Saudi, to see GT racing for the very first time, Haifa.
Yes, we're really excited to have you all guys in Jeddah. We're looking for to be the leading in the motorsport events, and will be the globe of all the motorsports. So GT is one part of that. We already have the F1, the Formula E, and now we will have the GT and maybe GP, MotoGP. So we're really excited about that, and we're really happy to have and welcome all the drivers, the teams, and everyone with the Saudi hospitality.
Well, we're very excited to be coming out to join you, and of course we've got the nice link with Rima Jafali racing with us, and for you, women empowerment within motorsport in Saudi is very important, as well as young people empowerment, right?
Yes. So what we do is we have actually a karting program that we're starting from really young ages for all males and females to start the education and the knowledge of the motorsports, and encourage them to be part of that. And soon, this is our plan, to have F1 drivers and GT drivers and racers and everyone.
Just avoid getting run over there by our pole sitters. Yeah. Thank you very, very much, and enjoy the rest of your weekend with us.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So it'll be next November, the date planned for the visit to Jeddah, and it'll be GT3 this championship, and GT4 as well will conclude there, so it's going to be quite a GT festival.
Indeed, and certainly the racetrack that the event will be held on is the circuit, the Grand Prix circuit, and we know that is an extremely challenging circuit in those cars, and I suspect in the GT car, which obviously hasn't got the horsepower, hasn't got the downforce, will present a different challenge, but it'll be a significant challenge, and one not to be taken lightly, because it's a tough and demanding circuit, but hopefully it will provide a great spectacle for GT3 and GT4.
I suspect it will, especially if it's going to be a race into the darkness, as is rumoured. Well, the grid absolutely heaving. 54 cars, all the drivers, VIPs, mechanics, everybody down there, it feels like, with the different pole positions with the classes represented by the position boards as well. And the AMG Mercedes squads looking for a championship out of this. Stefan Vendel, who runs that project, is with Gemma on the grid.
Stefan, as head of motorsport with Mercedes, being here this weekend, Mercedes in contention for the championship, it's a wonderful atmosphere.
Yeah, it is indeed. So coming to such a wonderful place, wonderful track, and finishing the endurance season is nice. And coming here as championship leader even more.
Absolutely, and customer racing just increasing all the time.
Yeah. So we see that our customers join driving our car, and we're competitive in all classes we participate. So we push to win all the classes.
Any prediction from you as to who might take the title?
It's a long race, it's a hard race, hard conditions. But yeah, sure, we see the strengths of our car in these conditions. And we have not only one car in contention, so we know that also the team cars from Akkodis, the 89 or the 777, they can also help to secure the championship for the 88.
Thank you very much. Have a great time.
Thank you. Enjoy the race.
Well, it promises to be a very dramatic race, or multiple races really, because you've got the different classes to look out for, you've got the overall situation, and of course you've got how the championship is being dictated across all of those classes with bronze, gold, silver, pro-am, as well as overall within the race itself. So there's going to be an awful lot to keep tabs on over the next 3 hours. Tyre degradation, John, talk to me about that just before we hear from the next driver.
Again, basically, it's a racetrack that has traditionally been tough on tyres. It doesn't matter the brand, it's just one of those racetracks. Nobody can fully explain why. Part of it might be because it's very warm. Here we are at the end of, well, beginning of October. It's the 1st of October today. And we've got temperatures, ambient temperatures, 28 up to 30 if you're directly in the sunlight. And it just puts a lot of load onto the tyre. And because of the nature of the surface, the long corner, particularly long turn 3 and other longish corners, it just loads up the tyre, and it leads. You'll see on screen as the race progresses, more and more rubber is sheared off the tread of the tyre, and it'll build up on the side of the racetrack.
So Ferrari on pole position. Alessio Rovera is going to be the start driver. Antonio Rankin joining us this weekend has caught up with the pole man.
Alessio, pole position, you've got all of the other 53 cars behind you. It's a pretty good view to turn 1.
Yeah, pretty good view, really clear the track. But yeah, it will be tough because of the condition, it's really hot. Yeah, strategy will be try to pull away, manage a bit the tires in the beginning because of the heat, and then try to give the car to Robert in first position.
Absolutely, the conditions have changed so much since qualifying this morning. Are you still confident you've got the car to do it?
Yeah, I think yesterday we tried a long run in the pre-quali. It was quite good. Tire management was okay, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Absolutely, best of luck today.
Alessio Rovera, Italian GT champion, Robert Schwarzman and Nicholas Nielsen are the two co-drivers, so a mighty combination of drivers that, and again, potential winners. They can't take the championship, but they could take people and points away from those in the championship fight, so it's going to be an important car. Mirko Bortolotti, second on the grid with Gemma.
Mirko, soaking in the atmosphere a little bit down here. You're pretty relaxed taking the third stint, but obviously the car starting on pole after a great quali session this morning.
Yeah, I think you summed it up quite well. It's really hot day. We're looking forward to the final race of the Endurance Cup. It hasn't been our season, I would say, but yeah, we have once again a really good starting position, and we will try to go for a strong result.
As we know, quali counts for a heck of a lot, but a 3-hour race is a long race. Are you feeling confident of where your positioning will be at the end of those 3 hours? What are you thinking?
No, we are confident about our starting position, which is great. And yeah, we got a long race ahead of us, a hot one, so tires will play a big factor, strategy of course as usual, but yeah, we will try to give our best shot, and hopefully we can finish on the podium today.
I hope so too. Thank you very much.
Interesting, this is Mirko Bortolotti there. One thing he didn't mention, I think could become a factor in this race, we've seen a lot of track limits abuses and penalties being given out. And if we see a number of that occurring throughout the 3 hours, that also could have a bearing on the overall outcome of the race, plus the different 4 categories in their championships.
Could well be right, that is for sure. Murray Engel is an experienced driver aboard Treble 7. Antonia Rankin is with Maro right now as well.
Mary, the highest Mercedes on the grid, that must be a good feeling.
Yeah, P4 is not bad, to be honest. We were a little bit disappointed because Fabio got blocked in the final corner on his lap, so I think we could have probably been in the first row. Probably not pole, but anyway, P4 is a good place to start, and obviously it's going to be a long, hot race.
Absolutely. I mean, you've had quite a lot of success in the season. You've had podiums. Do you think you can equal that today?
Well, a win's missing, so we'll try and get that.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Thank you.
Very experienced driver is Maro Engel, and Fabian Schiller, Luca Stolz, the two co-drivers. So again, it's a good makeup of drivers. That's the Mercedes-AMG Team Almanar entry. It's Acodis ASP, of course, that operate the championship leading car, which will be started by Raffaele Marciello. Now, Jules Gernot, Timo Boguslavski, part of that 88 combination of drivers, are with Gemma.
Jules, Timo, qualifying wasn't quite what we all expected to see this morning. You put in a fantastic lap, but just struggling to keep that pace up. Is there anything you're struggling with particularly on the car, or is it just a case of too much traffic?
No, I think we were a little bit unlucky. Lelo had a track limit at the beginning of the session. Timo struggled with traffic and some other stuff, but at the end the car was quick. We did fastest lap of all the quali. But you know, our race, no matter if we are P9, we are only fighting the 98, and that's what we are looking for today. So we're going to try to fight them, and the rest, if we are champion by finishing P10, we don't really care. But the goal is to stay on track, try to score points, and then match and fight with the 98.
Absolutely, and watch Lelo fire it away at the start there.
Yeah, I mean, Jules did a really good lap, like him also, yeah. As he said, yeah, we'll keep this plan, so, I mean, we don't care at what position we are. We should just win this championship and that's it, so, yeah.
Have a great race. Good luck, boys.
We cross finger.
We do.
Cross fingers, says Jules Gernot, and he and Timo Boguslavski. Jules, really sort of summing it up, doesn't matter where they finish as long as they're ahead of number 98 BMW. So the race can go on around them. That's the only car they need to concentrate on.
Correct. And it was interesting that Jules Gernot made that point, because everything else is irrelevant. So as long as they can keep the 88 Mercedes ahead of the 98 BMW, they're back at the races and they'll win the championship. And while it's easier said than done, there's an awful lot's going to happen over the next 3 hours. I mentioned the potential of drivers being penalised for track limit abuses. There will be other factors will come into it. Hopefully the opening lap will be clean, but you have to think 54 cars going into turn 1 and 2. There'll be cars scattering all over the place. It'll be like a field of pheasants being chased by 12 bore shotguns.
I bow to your superior knowledge on this. Let's hear the thoughts before we go racing. Oh, Stefan Rattel, he's with Jem.
Stefan, another final race of the season for endurance. It's been absolutely epic. Everything down to the wire. The fans are all full in the stadiums. You're smiling for a reason.
No, first of all, it's a beautiful event. And, you know, to see over time more and more public coming, and the grid remain unbelievable. The level of competition is high. The racing is very, very close. So for a race promoter, it's everything to make me happy.
Absolutely. Any prediction from you quickly as to who's going to take the title?
I have no idea. I mean, the Ferrari seems to be fine, finally, because, you know, it had been a slow progress throughout the season. So, but it's all Italian, so no idea who's going to win. That's the beauty of GT3 racing.
Let's let him go. Thanks, Stefan.
Very Italian front row. Good stuff to hear from Stefan Rattel. Ferrari and Lamborghini at the front. And the grid is being cleared. In the background there, you heard the klaxon sound, the 1 minute board be shown, the engines are fired. The 54 engineers now trudge off the grid to go back to their pit boxes to then start their hard work, because they've got 3 hours of either looking after cars on pit stops or studying data, ready to get things underway. And the rolling lap, formation lap, is imminent, John.
Yes, so all 54 cars will will begin to roll down this long pit straight. Another element we didn't really focus upon, and we know it from every event we go to, whether it's sprint or whether it's endurance, is if you look to the right of where the cars are, that's called the pit lane. How many races this year have been lost and won in the pit lane?
Well, can I offer you another one? Because where they're heading to now is turn 1. And races can be won and lost at turn 1 as well, can't they?
Well, the difference is there's only one driver behind the wheel, whereas in the pit lane you've got a crew to work with you. So while both you're correct in saying so, but it's the pit lane. We've seen some teams do mega pit stops, and others, they just haven't got that sort of synergy when it's vital. And if you lose a place particularly here in Barcelona, because of a poor pit stop, you will find it extremely difficult to claw back the ground that you've lost on the racetrack itself.
Alessio Rivera starting on pole alongside Jordan Pepper. Then it's Daniel Serra and Mauro Engel on row 2. Thomas Drouet and Dennis Olsen on the 3rd row. On the 4th row is Christian Engelhardt and Michele Beretta. Then come Raffaele Marcello and Benjamin Goethe ahead of Fred Verviche and Dennis Marchal. Philip Eng is on the 7th row alongside Simon Gachet. The 8th row, Franck Pereira starting, and so too is Neil Verhagen. Charles Weerts is back on row 9 with Max Hoffer lining up alongside him. Valentino Rossi will start from the 10th row of the grid, and Alex Malikin is alongside him, ahead of Charlie Fagg and Enrique Chavez, who are in turn ahead of Clement Schmidt and Ralph Bode. Next comes Fabrizio Crestani, who starred in the esports race on Friday evening. Finlay Hutchison starts alongside him 26th. Then it's Chris Froggatt and Pietro Deliguanti. Next comes David Schumacher and Adam Metecki ahead of Hubert Haupt and Russell Ward in the Winward Racing Mercedes. The 16th row, Florian Scholzer and Jean-Baptiste Simonar ahead of Alexei Nesov and Manuel Franco. Then on row 19, Jop Rapponge, graduate from GT4 ranks, and alongside him Samantha Tan. Then it's Riva Trafali, Philip Zaga lining up alongside in the Porsche. Then Louis Machiels and Sarah Bovey from Iron Dames. Next comes Arnold Robin and Maxime Robin alongside. Then the Brooks VDS Audi of Andrea Koller. Adam Ballon for Barwell after a grid drop from Rob Collard comes next. André Mukovoz and Erwin Bastar are on the 24th row ahead of Clement Mathieu and Tim Whale, the start driver in 31 BMW. Anders Buchart is alongside Andrzej Lewandowski. Nicky Leutwiler is alongside Bruno Baptista at the back of the 54-car grid. This, the view from onboard number 71, 3rd on the grid. Daniel Serra at the wheel of the Ferrari. So they can come now out of turn 10. People say it's tough to overtake around here, and it is, but there are opportunities, and of course, using the traffic to your advantage as the race wears on is one of those.
Well, some again experienced in traffic, you know, maybe in the pro cars more than maybe in the bronze or the silver. So there's a big variation in overall driver ability and skill levels. Remember, there are a lot of what I would call customer cars in amongst all these pro cars. So those pro drivers have got to be very aware that if they get involved with a bronze or a customer car, put it that way, that it's the pro driver who is going to be found responsible, and again, a penalty will be served.
Chris Froggatt's view, he starts 27th on the grid for Sky Tempesta Racing. It's a Garage 59 operated car in essence, but Sky Tempesta Racing, the badge under which it operates, it runs. But we're about to go racing for this final round of Endurance Cup, the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. The final endurance race of the season. It is 3 hours of racing, and let's see how the race and the championships pan out. Lights go green, blast off here in Spain. The Ferraris get good starts, and they try to go toe-to-toe with a really brave effort being made by Daniel Serra on the inside. This is Raffaele Marcello's view down towards turn 1. The two Ferraris trying to out-drag the Lamborghini on the outside line there that has got Jordan Pepper at the wheel of it. It is going to be Alessio Rivera that leads, but is it a Ferrari 1-2? No, not quite, because right there is Pepper, but now he's on the outside line. I think that was Marcello being roughed up a little bit in the Mercedes. He ran slightly wide. Others have been off the road coming out of turn 2. So a frantic start. Jordan Pepper there running out of road on the exit of 3. Hard on the brakes into turn 4. It's Ferraris 1 and 2, and a bit of contact. Has that sorted out the Lamborghini? It has. That's Jordan Pepper in the gravel already.
Well, not surprising that the battle between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini started before they got into turn 1, and it concluded going into turn 4, and that's a disappointment for the car that's shared the front row of the grid. But the two Ferraris wanted to get their two cars ahead of the Lamborghini. They knew the challenge that Lamborghini represented.
Marcello in 88. He had made a decent start, gained some ground. He's lost a spot there, though, to number 96 of Dennis Olsen that goes through. Porsche champion, GT star Dennis Olsen, IGTC champion a few years back, remember? And he's moved himself ahead of Marcello, but Raffaele is ahead of the number 98 Rover Racing BMW that's absolutely mired in traffic. Look at this huge queue of cars coming down towards turn 10. And there, the two Rover BMWs side by side, but hung out to dry on the outside in 98 is Philip Eng. Needs to jump ahead of his teammate, Neil Verhagen, at the wheel of it. I think Verhagen is working out where he can let him go. But right now, in the traffic, it is Eng trying to wriggle his way up the order. Now, Jordan Pepper, massively
I don't know,
disappointed.
he hit me, guys. Sarah first hit me like 5 times, turn 3. And then someone just absolutely destroyed me, turn 4.
Well, you can hear not the disappointment is not the right word, maybe disgust at the way he was feeling about being roughed up so aggressively by the second of the two Ferraris, and that was a battle into turn one that sort of ended up in turn four. It was another car behind Jordan Pepper that actually tipped him into the gravel. So, I mean, a disappointing start for a car that was a potential, certainly a race winner or podium finisher.
Well, it is down in 39th place. It may be that drama at turn 4 is looked at from the opening lap of the race. So to put this in the context of the championship, Marciello is 5th and Eng is only 13th. So Raffaele has made a pretty decent first few corners, hasn't he? Because he started on the 5th row and he's up in the 5th place. So he's made good progress, whereas Eng struggling in the traffic right now.
Yeah, so even on the opening lap, that the sister car, Neil Verhagen, was actually almost in a position to take a position away from the 98, but fell back in. Okay, Philippe Eng, the track going through turns 10 and up at turns to 11.
And traffic is going to be the word for the next 3 hours, isn't it? Because it is going to be everywhere. A long queue right now, and as people start to have incidents and make pit stops, fall out of sequence, back markers, traffic, it will all be part of the race. There is Eng. He has jumped ahead then of Verhagen. His teammate let him go, but the 998 BMW not high enough up the order to really help by taking points off Marciello's Mercedes. So Philippe Eng in this opening stint, the Monza winner, the Spa winning car, this, remember, has got to try to get on with the job and force his way through the traffic. And Dennis Marshall's Audi right ahead, of course, is out for the best result it can get.
Well, Dennis Marshall has got no obligation whatsoever to allow Philippe Eng to go through. He's driving his own race, currently running in 12th position. Then just ahead of Marshall is Gachot and another Audi. So there's two Audis having their own little battle and a BMW thinking, well, what can I do? There's not going to be any slack given whatsoever by any of these cars. One car's made a bit of progress, Charles Fairts in the 32 BMW. He's moved up a place ahead of Max Hofer, up to 16th.
And Jordan Pepper is on the move as well. He's up to 37th after being tipped into that spin at the start. So it is Rivera from Serra from Maro Engel in 3rd place. Dennis Olsen is 4th, Raffaele Marciello 5th, Tom Adrua, his teammate 6th, and that's significant because there he's acting as rear gunner to 88 Mercedes. Christian Engelhardt 7th, Benjamin Goethe is 8th, 9th is Fred Verviche, and then in 10th place at the moment it is number 19 Michele Beretta in the bright yellow Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and that leads the Gold Cup.
And again Philippe Eng looking for a way past. Dennis Marshall has had a look into the curve of turn 6, but just not long enough to get a run on him. Now they run out of turn 8 up the hill, further around the circuit, looking to see this shot. I mean, just all you see is a blur of colour.
So there, 85, that's the silver leading Lamborghini. Clement Schmidt at the wheel of it, and 21st place overall with the sister car, the Fabio Crestani, behind. So looking back from 85 down now towards the braking zone for turn 10. Fewer cars behind. And in fact, Adam Matecki, I think, has just jumped ahead of Crestani to get himself behind. Yes, he has. He split the two Lamborghinis there. So the two Grasser cars now split by the Wilson VDS Audi. As up front, Alessio Rivera is trying to build that lead, but he's still not even a second ahead of his teammate Daniel Serra. And here in replay, Valentino Rossi getting a bit sideways and bouncing off the Enrique Chavez McLaren. That's down at 7, and he has a wild old ride, does Valle?
Yes, and the course of that contact, he pushed himself off the racetrack between 7 and 8, down the inside. Well, it didn't work, but there was certainly a threat from the K-Pax Lamborghini. And again, Charles Weerts is going to have to keep us on his toes.
But Charles Weerts moved ahead, I think, coming over the line, because Pereira was 15th, Weerts was 16th. It was the other order at turn 1, so that was Pereira trying to fight back. So Charles Weerts has gained a place down to turn 1, in other words, and he's pushing forward. Didn't qualify that well, the BMW, but it's making a little bit of progress, and they know it's a long race, so chip away, gain the places when you can. Rossi dropped down to 19th, by the way, after his rally cross, and there, Philippe Eng having another go at Dennis Marshall, and he's got the inside line down towards turn 6, the kink. That takes you to 7, that should get the job done.
Yes, good move by Philippe Eng. He just was quicker through turn 5, which gave him the momentum off the corner, got alongside in the curve of 6, which then gave him the high ground going into turn 7 and 8. So a well-executed thought-out overtake by Philippe Eng, and now he's got his view on the back of Simon Gachet, another Audi. So will that be as easy an overtake, one might say, as it was with Dennis Marshall? We wait to see.
Well, Gachet's just got ahead there. Look at Michele Beretta. And drama in the background. There was a spin down at turn 10. There's a car. It's one of the McLarens going backwards. I fear it might be Enrique Chavez, but there's a car then at turn 10 facing the wrong way. Philippe Eng comes out of turn 13. There's the McLaren 188 trying to rejoin. Enrique Chavez waits for a gap in the traffic. Spin turns the car on the inside to get out of the way. And then we'll blend back in. But that's big, big disappointment for the bronze leader. They were leading the bronze class at that point.
Another overtake for the 86, getting past the Lamborghini, coming down into turn 1. Look, Neil Verhagen likewise trying to find a way around the Dennis Marshall Audi and not having much success at the end of the pit straight.
So there is Eng, and he's currently in 12th spot, now 11th spot, because he's up past Michele Beretta. Nick Yellowly looks on, thinking, OK, we're making progress, but another car that's had a spin, we understand, is number 10, which was Andrea Cola at the wheel of it. So 98, Philippe Eng presses on, so he's up past Beretta. His next target for 10th place is Simon Gachet, and he's got to be in the top 10 to even think about points. So poor qualifying, and maybe one could term it a safe first lap, keeping out of trouble. Now Eng is having a proper push.
Yeah, and having broken free of Dennis Marshall, he's made progress relatively quickly. So on board, that brief little look on the bottom of the picture was from the cockpit of the 98 BMW up round through turn 9. And again, the run down into turn 10 and overtaking opportunity, but look, he's way too far behind. You need to be alongside in reality before you hit the brakes into turn 10 to make it a firm stick. But the two Ferraris are up and running, gapped in first and second 1.2 seconds, and then second to third just a little bit over that 1 second.
So there is Alessio Rivera. He's the race leader and starting to edge away. He's done the fastest lap of the race, and we know that the tyres are going to work better at the start of the stint if all that tyre degradation that John was discussing earlier on starts to play. And drivers talking about an hour of survival. That's a phrase we've heard quite a bit over the course of the weekend, because they know that the tyres are going to go off towards the end of the stint, and they know the car's going to be a bit of a handful. So this is when you can really maximise it.
Yes, I think the survival of the tyres is something we're all aware of, but equally the survival of the driver, because 1 hour stint around Barcelona in an enclosed car in the heat of today is physically demanding. So you need to keep your hydration up. Some drivers will have drinks bottles on board with them in the car. They can take on fluids. Others don't. Well, the teams don't like them to take it because it's additional weight, although you can offset that against the BOP that you would be carrying in your particular brand.
Adam Ballon has had a moment, I fear, for Barwell. He's dropped to the back of the pack, but very definitely now Alessio Rivera is building that gap. He's pulling away 1.5 seconds to the good, and Mauro Engel, look, in third place, is now starting to attack Daniel Serra. So that's the foot cam, if you like, on Daniel Serra's second place Ferrari. And you can watch the fancy footwork now as he accelerates out of turn 9, John.
Yes, so look, watch his left foot come across, hit the brake pedal. There he goes, off the throttle on the brake. I remember watching this last year with Eddie Cheever a lot when the Sky Tempesta were running their Ferrari, and I always said the brake pedal looked like it was too far forward. It was such a long stroke. So I can't quite see what the length of brake pedal there is on Daniel Serra's Ferrari, but you don't necessarily want a particularly long stroke on the brake pedal.
So coming onto the main straight, let's stay with this if we can, because it's going to be interesting to see just how much and where the braking comes from into turn 1 at the end of this kilometre-long straight.
Interesting, he wasn't able to hold it flat out through turn 14, so his left foot is hovering. Look, he's there, he's giving the brake pedal a little dab, and so when he hits it, he knows the pedal is strong. So he's getting, maybe he's getting what we used to call, or we call in the business, a little bit of knock-off on the brakes, where the pads get knocked out from the disc, so you pump the pedal just before you get to the braking zone to pump those pistons, those pads back into contact with the disc.
Well, Daniel Serra is maintaining a gap of just under 1 second. He's got 0.999 over 777. In other words, 0.999 of a second gap ahead of 777 Mercedes. There in the background, the white car of Mauro Engel. That's Dennis Olsen 4th, and Raffaele Marciello 5th. Thomas Drouet just riding shotgun, keeping everybody else at bay, protecting Marciello and making sure that the title goes 88's way. What about Philippe Eng? He is there and still chasing after Simon Gachet. He's finding it tough, isn't he, to make progress now?
Yes, Dennis Marshall, surprisingly, was an easier challenge than we're seeing from Simon Gachet.
Yeah.
So the further you move up through the field, as Philippe Eng is doing, the tougher the overtakes will become. So Simon Gachet isn't about, as I thought with Dennis Marshall, to give Philippe Eng a gift here this afternoon. If Eng is going to make progress, he's going to do it the hard way, and he's going to find a way around the blue Audi before his 1 hour into the stint is complete.
65 minutes is the maximum you can do to a stint, and 2 wins to this car in the Endurance Cup, 2 wins to the 88 Mercedes. And if you're thinking, well, in that case, why is there an 18-point deficit? It is because of the different weighting of points for wins. So, for example, Paul Ricard as a 6-hour race had a greater number of points for the win, was the Mercedes victory, than Monza, which was won by the BMW. And of course, at Spa, you get points at the 6 and 12-hour mark. It's a bit of roughing up there from number 10. So through on the inside line, Andrea Cola, and that was the Remo Jafali Mercedes that he clattered out from the side of. So the FIBA racing car drops back. Number 81 Mercedes, the FIBA Motorsport car of Ralph Aaron, Alain Valente and Remo Jafali. FIBA, female wolf, if you're wondering, it translates to.
And for those fans of the 63 Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper, who got spat off the racetrack in the opening lap in turn 4, he's made his way up rapidly. He's now up to 29th. Now, again, the progress all the way up to the top 20 will probably be relatively straightforward. Again, the further you get up through the field, the more difficult, but a major setback for that car, and any chance of, as I say, getting a major result, it'll be other factors that might have a bearing on where that 63 Lamborghini finally will finish.
So right now this, with Michele Beretta at the wheel, is the best placed Lamborghini, leading the Gold Cup, bouncing over the curb. Michele Beretta, who came out of Formula 3 racing to go into Lamborghini Super Trofeo in America, where he was very, very impressive indeed. And there's another driver on the Lamborghini factory program as he comes down towards turn 10. Eng, in the meantime, has got onto the back of Simon Gachet, and here is the shot that the engineers hate as they watch the punishment their car goes through, but they're up the curb and bouncing across it goes Michele Beretta.
You know, when if a racing driver sees these shots, he might actually realise he's not being particularly sympathetic to the equipment. He might think he's going quickly, but he's certainly not being sympathetic to it. And again, over a 3-hour endurance, you keep doing that lap upon lap upon lap, it will eventually hurt the car in one form or another.
A little while ago, we saw 188 facing the wrong way, Enrique Chavez. It was an incident with Valentino Rossi, and that is being looked at. Over the timing line goes Clement Schmidt, leading in silver. So one Lamborghini in strife early on, but 2 more leading their respective classes. Gold and silver both being led now by a Lamborghini. Porsche leading bronze because it's 911, Alex Malikin in 30th place overall, who leads that. Jordan Pepper update, he's now 28th, other place gained.
Yes, he's got past De La Guerra in the Audi, so making progress more or less now, a car, a lap, but he'll get into a bunch of cars like this. There is the 60, that's the 85, not the 63. But you get into a large group of cars, it's like trying to pass on an A road where you can't pass one, you need to pass the whole bunch, but there's not enough space to do so.
So here they come out of turn 4, turn 5, and this is the kink at 6. So there is the Clement Schmidt-driven Lamborghini. That's the leading silver at the moment. Behind from gold is Adam Matecki. How is Chris Froggatt doing in bronze? He's now to the leading bronze. Forgive me, I was talking about Alex Malikin, but Chris Froggatt's McLaren is 24th overall now, so ahead of the battle pack for second in bronze, which is Malikin, Bowen and Hout. So Chris Froggatt, who comes into this with a 7-point lead in the Bronze Cup in the championship, looking good. They're only doing the endurance rounds, not the sprint, but the car also doing British GT duty. It'll be Donington later in the month, and Chris Froggatt up through turn 12, doing what he needs to do, leading the class.
Yeah, so that's the view from the footwell looking up towards Chris Froggatt. Watch the hand movements, he goes through turn 13, then straightens up for the brief straight, then into the final turn, a big corner, carry a lot of speed all the way through, now straighten the wheel up. You can now relax for about 3 or 4 or 5 seconds max. Take a big deep breath of air, fill your lungs, and just set yourself off once again down into turn 1, and from here to exit 14, it's non-stop work. Your whole body, your arms, your feet, your legs, they're doing something all the time around from turn 1 to turn 14.
So Chris Froggatt up the hill out of turn 3, and although this looks like a straight, it is, but it's a very, very short one. So just as you come out of one corner, really, you're setting it up for the next. And there in the pit bunker, Miguel Ramos, that's Jonathan Hui, who's in the Sky Tempesta car. Miguel Ramos, of course, his car needing to fight back. It was leading bronze, but Enrique Chavez, having been tipped into that spin, has fallen to 43rd overall behind Remo Jafali's Mercedes.
Yeah, the team actually were initially going to run Ramos in the opening stint, but there was a discussion amongst the team and the drivers And that's why Chavez is behind the wheel of the car right now, albeit the car down in 43rd position. So a lot more work for the Garage 59 crew to get that car up the championship lane, to get in touch with where Chris Foggett is currently in 24th position. Seems a long, long way right now, but we're only, just over 15 minutes into this 3-hour race.
Miguel Ramos, very experienced driver, so he'll be quick when he gets into the car as well. In Pro-Am, it's being led by Samantha Tam at the moment, in the car shared with Isata Tubler-Lopez and Lorcan Hannafin, the British driver who we've seen starring in Carrera Cup GB and in Germany. Big battle on here, look, between the Porsche in the hands of Clément Mathieu and up from the back of the grid, Bruno Baptista in the Mercedes that gets squeezed a little bit to the outside line. The Comme-Ledegar run Porsche in the Hexis colour scheme. Always looks fantastic, that car, and it's under attack because the Mercedes lines up on the inside line. But Mathieu just able to fend him off, or is he? He runs wide at 13. Mercedes will get the job done. Now, down the hill into 14.
Yes, I mean, it all began on the exit of turn 12, and the Mercedes was, you could see the body language of the car. It was on out to call. It was pointing to try and find a way past the Porsche, and it got done between turns 13 and 14 because just the amount of pressure forced Porsche wide in the exit of 13. Had to back out of it momentarily, and that was the only opportunity Mercedes needed to put it ahead. And there we are. Here's our first 3 all in vision coming down the hill into turn 10.
So Rovera now 2 seconds ahead of Serra, who is just over a second ahead of Engel. 4th and 5th are pretty close, Olsen and Raffaele Marcello. And there at the back of that wave, Gachet edging closer to Verviche, and Eng thinking about a move this time. But we've seen how Simon Gachet has developed over the years, and he's a very, very good Audi GT3 racer. And Philippe Eng is discovering that this is no walk in the park. He has been staring at the back of that Audi for about 5 laps now.
Yes, I mean, he had a view of the rear of Dennis Marshall's car for about 4 or 5 laps also, but he made that pass work. But so far, he's not found the key, the magic trick to fool Simon Gachet or to catch him off guard, lull him into a false sense of security, and then jump unexpectedly maybe in a corner where you wouldn't expect to see an overtake take place.
So there is the battle going on for 4th and 5th, Dennis Olsen and Raffaele Marcello. I call it a battle because the cars are close, but Raffaele, having run wide up at turn 12, really just needs to sit there. Doesn't have to attack, as long as they're ahead of BMW 98, job done. So Raffaele needs to keep out of trouble.
And just by doing that, dropping that wheel off, you know, that's all it takes. You can cut a tire on the edge of the racetrack. You can pick up a bit of gravel flint, that can cut a tire down. So while he's running behind Dennis Olsen and he's in a comfortable, relatively speaking, 5th place, being rear gunner Thomas Drouet directly behind him, just by running like that, don't do that again, Raffaele, because you get away with it once, maybe the second time will catch you.
So Marcello in 5th spot, best lap of the race to Alessio Rovera, and he's the man pushing up front as Jules Gounon looks at the data. Probably looks at himself looking at the data as well right now, but further back in the pack, Jordan Pepper is 25th in his recovery, and Philippe Eng still 11th out of the points. Now we know the order can shuffle around given the next stint and the differing pace of drivers, so don't think this is going to be the way it runs for the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, but right now Ferrari's doing a great job.
Yes, I mean, they had the hard yards getting into turn 1 and 2 and 3 and eventually into 4. But they've got what they wanted. They've got their 2 cars running line astern, and they're now second place. Daniel Serra's increased the gap from the third, of just under a second about a few laps ago, now up to 1.7 seconds to the Mercedes in 3rd place, Mauro Engel. So he's fallen back as the pace of the Ferraris has been able to be maintained, where Mauro Engel's pace has not maintained. He had to lose, I don't know why, the best part of just under a second over the last 3-4 laps. Look at this battle. Verhagen trying to find a way past Pereira, down into turn 1, and 30 as a whole.
That's Wirtz around the outside, and he benefits. So it was Verhagen that tried to trigger the move, and it didn't work, and so up the inside now, 32 BMW is the one trying to challenge the Lamborghini. Different teams, of course, operating those BMWs. Charles Wirtz, good opportunistic move.
Yes, it was, but Verhagen again was smart enough to realise that if I just stick where I am, it's going to cause 2 BMWs to get together, and that is not in the script. So Verhagen backed out of it. Wirtz is the beneficiary. He can now have a look at the back of Pereira and see whether he can do anything to move forward.
goes Charles Wirtz. Dries van Voigt, co-driver, looks on. Dries and his brother Lawrence have their own GT podcast going these days, where they discuss the motor racing world between them. And here we've had the change. Marcello has got himself up past Dennis Olsen, so he's not prepared just to sit there, is he? He's prepared to attack, and again Raffaele Marcello gets out his bucket and spade, heading up towards turn 12 and finds the gravel.
Second time in the space of 3 laps we've seen the back of the Mercedes dropping off. So I've said once is one thing, but doing it twice and an identical part of the racetrack. But now he's got ahead of Dennis Olsen. He can then drive a different race. He's not being interfered. There's no other aero wash affecting Drouet trying to do the same thing on Olsen coming down into turn 1. So maybe Raffaele can now focus and not, make those minor errors that now we've seen twice in the space of 3 laps.
So Marcello's next target is another Mercedes, Maro Engel. And actually, Olsen, look, having lost that place, is also falling into the clutches of Drouet. Now, has that Porsche got a problem, or its tyres going off quicker than other brands? Because Marcello was able to make a big dive up the inside, and through he went. And Dennis Olsen powerless to stop him. And as I say, he's now got Drouet closing as well as he falls back from Marcello. That was a good dive.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very late move. But Dennis Olsen allowed room to work. He didn't shut the door and have the resultant contact and possibly both cars leaving the racetrack. So good work by a big move by Marcello. He saw the opportunity, and it was the cooperation from Dennis Olsen, in my view, that made that overtake possible.
But look at the way Olsen's dropped back, and look at the queue behind. Engelhart is joining in. Benjamin Goethe not that far behind either. Incidentally, in 19th at the moment is Valentino Rossi, and his team manager is being summoned to race control for that incident with Enrique Chavez a few laps ago when the McLaren got turned around at turn 10. So it could well be that number 46 has a penalty in the system. Top speed of the last corner. Who's the bravest? It is aboard number 87. Thomas Drouet Mercedes, the man himself, 170 kilometres an hour, matched by Alessio Rivera. Then it's Chris Froggatt, Raffaele Marcello and Maro Engel at 169 kilometres per hour coming through that corner. Now Drouet on his toes, looks to get past Olsen, can't do it there, but he's got a Porsche bearing down on him.
Yes, and Engelhart's going to then sort of divide. Look at this, oh, what's happening? Can he make it work?
Got there, Eng tried to get alongside the Audi. Look for the undercut coming through the corner, but he's on the outside line at 3. He's got to get the inside here to make a move at 4. This has been Eng's best chance, but then a bit of a twitch, and he suddenly loses 2 lengths.
Yeah, he was trying to make the undercut on the exit of turn 3, but the back end of the BMW momentarily stepped out. He had to get out of the throttle, and you can see how immediately the gap between the Audi and the BMW just opened up within the space of, 3-4 car lengths. And now I'm starting all over again. I mean, he got to a position where he thought, maybe I'm going to take turn 1 away from Simon Gachet, and what's happening to the rear tire, right rear tire has disappeared from the inception. Charlie Fagg behind the wheel, and is he going to pull and stop? Oh, dear me, right at turn 7-8.
It's going to be a full course yellow to a safety car, presumably. You saw the carcass of the tyre in the background. That's the first tyre drama we've had. Valentino Rossi has just done an absolute best in the first sector. Almost like he's been told we might be in trouble here, keep pushing. There's the drone chasing after the cars down towards turn 10, takes it flat. You see, he's proper drone this, good setup for it, and then chasing up the hill, gap coming down as it catches the traffic. That's turn 12, and looking down on the Rover BMW. So Charlie Fagg's car stationary at turn 2, and there in damage as well, Charles Wirtz. Big damage, that's ripped a big chunk off the back of the car.
Massive amount of rear bodywork damage, and it was with contact with the Lamborghini in turn 1.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a pit stop, and how long will that pit stop take?
Sheldon van der Linde's one word, rather sum that all up. Well, for now, Charles Wirtz carries on, but the danger here is that if that bodywork is attached and flapping, the officials will want that car in, because that could be dangerous to those behind.
Yeah, and that is a significantly large bit of bodywork. It'll probably fly off and almost into the windscreen. Now, they've got to do something. That bodywork has got to be removed, but they've got to put a full course yellow at the minimum to ensure that that bodywork can be removed from the racetrack. And well, we're waiting just for race director to make that call.
There's the marshal getting ready to run across the road if necessary, but also he can't do that until the cars are brought under control. But having seen it fly off like that, that is what the officials would have been scared about. Full course yellow is coming. That's Charlie Fagg's car limping on off-road. full course yellow in 10 seconds, and on instruction we'll go full course yellow. Hopefully the marshal can just rush across the road, pick it up. Full course yellow called, but it might be that we can just get away with a brief full course yellow period here and go back to green without the need for a safety car. Let's see.
The other question is, will the 32 BMW be called in, or will it get the meatball flag to have it taken into the pit? There you can see still cars streaming down the straight, and there's not a great deal of open. Well, the marshal gets across, picks it up, and removes it to safety. For my money, that's the problem solved in terms of 32. It would have been called in for flapping bodywork. It's flapped off. It may not look pretty, but now at least the car is safer. That is true, and so was the racetrack with that lump of bodywork, which could have had another bit of bodywork. Or is that a bit of
that's
tyre?
The tyre. That's Charlie Fagg's tyre, isn't it?
That we saw
at turn 2.
So it was a bit of a general clean-up around the racetrack down at turns 7 and 8 and into turn 1.
Let's hear from Charles Witz if we can. Got the radio traffic.
Turn for my rear. Copy, we just saw it now. It's the rear frontal hanging off. Car should be good to keep going. Car is good, but for me, fuck if we have a penalty for this, it's crazy. Yeah, don't worry for that, mate. Eyes up. Car in front is Dennis Marshall.
Right, so Charles Witz frustrated, but the team saying, don't worry, the car's good. That's Charlie Fagg limping on. Now, the longer we're under full course yellow, the more likely we are to go safety car, of course, as the tyre temperatures drop. There was the BMW, the Lamborghini tried to turn in, but Michele Beretta just glancing the back of the BMW, and a bit like opening a tin can, just sort of ripped the bodywork aside.
Yeah, just caught it at the most vulnerable point in that left rear corner, and of course the bodywork is attached by removal. You can remove those bits of bodywork, what I'm trying to say, very quickly, but that is not how it was intended to be removed. But now that the team are saying, don't worry, it's fine. Had a look at the back of the car from the shots we've seen, and the key part of the rear of the car is the rear diffuser, and it looks as if it is undamaged, although the bodywork is missing. So there's the 98 BMW, which is still behind Simon Gachet, still running in 11th position.
So Simon Gachet and Philippe Eng continuing their duel when we go back to green, but I think it's going to be a safety car to get them back up to speed, isn't it? Because initially I thought the debris could be removed quite quickly. We're still under full course yellow, making me think there's something else out there.
Well, I just wonder, are they waiting for the Inception McLaren to get back into the pit lane rather than limping around the rest of the racetrack? And the possibility of other bits, though, there it is limping, and you can see that it's going now at sort of limp home mode, and barely able to make it back. And I mean, the car is like a threepenny bit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Don't ask me what a threepenny bit is, because our audience is much too young to know what the old currency was about.
My grandfather told me all about them, John, don't worry. Yes, letting them go now, you're quite right, would be considered dangerous with that car at walking pace, really, around the circuit. Charlie Fagg trying to bring it back, but he's got a lot of lap to go still. It happened at turn 2, so he's got the best pass of 4.6 kilometres to limp, hasn't he?
He does. And it'll be the longest lap he's ever competed here.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even come. It's coming down to turn 9. Just a saw car
you're right.
out of the commentary booth. It looked as if that was the McLaren in. Literally, well, it's been overtaken by the cars under full course yellow, because it's a wounded beast making its way back, and it's just a cut in the inside of turn 10, and it's just still about rolling as it climbs up the hill up towards turn 11 and 12.
So he's lost 2 laps limping round, and it's going to be a third at least before he gets into the pit lane. So poor old Charlie Fagg, big disappointment, because of course that McLaren came into this race chasing for gold honours. Now it was always going to be that they had to win, get the point for pole, and Maxime Soulet, Nicolas Bart only get a point or not even score at all. So it was always going to be very difficult, but that is the end of the McLaren's hopes of winning the gold championship. There it limps on. What he's trying to do is get out of the way, get offline, so as not to impede anybody.
Yes, absolutely. So safety car, so it's gone from full course yellow, so the pace has picked up. It was noticeable on the BMW as Nick Yellerly has a look to see what the progress with the 98 BMW is all about.
Safety car in this lap.
Okay, so it's a quick safety car call, and the McLaren ought to be about to enter the pit lane, and therefore the racetrack will be safe to go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, so it gets the pace up, it gets a bit of temperature and a bit of pressure back into the tyres. It admittedly gets the cars closer together. Some people think that's a risk, but that's offset by the fact that you've got the tyres at operating temperature.
And this may be the best opportunity for Philippe Eng, I beg your pardon, in the 11th place BMW to try and leapfrog ahead of Simon Gachet, who was running directly behind Fred Verviche. So identical Audis running in 9th and 10th position. So I wonder if Philippe Eng I'm sure he's clocked all that. I'm sure the Rover Racing team are telling him that likewise. Here's an opportunity to get ahead of yet another Audi. You did it well with Dennis Marshall, but he's not anywhere near close enough. Well, he is actually just caught the very tail of the Audi. So there is the situation. Philippe Eng is going to try and work out before he comes across start-finish line. And the first opportunity he's going to get to overtake will be when he goes across start-finish line and then down into turn 1.
Quickening from the BMW out of turn 9, and as they come towards the hairpin at turn 10, now the pack
safety car lights off.
So the lights are extinguished on the safety car, and here, as the safety car procedure was instigated, Clement Schmidt getting into a bit of strife, and also Fabrizio Crestani, looking as though they've switched places possibly there.
So there are our lead Ferraris, 51 ahead of the 71. Maro Engel feels I've got a chance to get back to the races. So there's the McLaren in the pits.
Green flag.
Look how closely bunched they're together. But the second place Ferrari has held back a little bit more. Lead car has gone. So Rivero's gone. Serra has put himself in a vulnerable position because Maro Engel might think he's got an opportunity down into turn 1.
And also, look, Simon Gachet is on the attack because he's alongside Fred Verviche, and Philippe Eng wants to find a way through. Verviche to the inside line. He's going to try to defend. Gachet round the outside, and Gachet gains a place. That wasn't in Philippe Eng's plan.
No, 46, 10 seconds. Hold at the next pit stop for causing a collision.
That's 46, Valentino Rossi's car.
I wonder what's happened to the boy. There we see the crew running down the pit lane. Is that the McLaren? It came in and made that stop, put a new left rear on, or a new right rear on, and then maybe that hasn't got as far as the pit lane exit. So Philippe Eng has he got past Fred Verviche? Just about he has.
Yeah.
So good job. Now Maro Engel's feeling the heat from Raffaele Marcello. Marcello would like to see a bit of cooperation and allow that 88 to get ahead of the 777, but they are independent teams running, although they're all part of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 family. But Marcello is comfortable in 4th place. Philippe Eng looking to make up 7 places to get under the tail of that 88 Mercedes.
Diving down towards turn 10. Look how much of the curb is being used on the inside. And that's got worse and worse, if you like, over the course of the weekend, because in the test sessions on Friday, people weren't doing that. Gradually, they've been chancing and chancing and chancing, and now it's the almost de facto line.
Well, there were cones on the inside of turn 13, and we were assured those cones were not going to be basically kicked out of the way by cars, but they haven't been there all day. So I think maybe just everybody said, oh, let them get on with it. And if they go too far, we'll just penalise them for track limit abuse.
So now Philippe Eng has another go at Gachet, side by side, down towards turn 1. Audi on the inside, BMW to the outside. Eng does go around the outside, and he gives himself the line for turn 2, and he's done it at last. Fantastic. Philippe Eng up in a 9th place. Good move.
Absolutely had the outside line coming in so he could break that a little bit later. But he still had to get the nose of the BMW ahead of the Audi. And again, good work from both drivers. They gave each other room to work, and trying to come back again between the two Audis. Verviche trying to get back at Gachet, thinking, I lost a place, I want to get it back again. Verviche up the inside, but had to bail because Gachet was on top of it, covered it, and but Fred Verviche has not given up.
Now, Michele Beretta, having had his incident with Charles Wirtz, has dropped back in gold, and we have a new Gold Cup leader, which is Max Hoffer, in the car that he shares with Nicolas Barr and Maxime Soulet, who are going for Gold Cup honours in the championship. And Jordan Pepper is now up into 18th place. So it's been a good recovery of that safety car period, having helped him a bit by punching up the pack.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough day for... Oh, where you can see nothing, but that gravel gets kicked up, and again you're seeing at the very edge of the racetrack at turn 9, a gully is being developed where if you're dropping a wheel off, you're just opening up a hole that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that was a 911 Porsche getting all out of shape. Alex Malikin. And where are the cars?
Exactly, like a Safari Desert Storm almost. And Alex Malikin is in more trouble further up the hill. He's spun into turn 12. He's facing the wrong way.
I wonder, has he got a cut down a tyre? Or was that just maybe there was so much dust on the track as a consequence? He got caught out back and he's just rotated.
Well, it's an odd place to spin, as now another effort is made down on the grass even there. Look, coming into the braking zone for turn 1. That is incredibly brave indeed.
Oh, no, I think we're going to see Fred Favish may have to concede that position.
No, that, I think, is the Finlay Hutchison car, isn't it, number 12?
Maybe.
So it was Finlay Hutchison versus Pietro Deli Guanti.
Okay.
Deli Guanti was the brave one, and Finlay Hutchison was the one that ended up running off the road. The Porsche is still stranded up at turn 12. The lead cars are heading up to that part of the circuit, so 911 stopped at T12 is on the timing screen. Michele Beretta, I said, was dropping down the order. He's coming into the pit lane as well. He might have a front puncture. So there's a lot going on around the racetrack right now. But not for Alex Malikin. His car is still stranded, and I fear we might have to have another interruption. They've given him sort of the 30-second cycle to get the car moving again, but he hasn't moved. Look at the top of the picture. You can see the Porsche stranded. It's just off the racing line there.
Yeah, it's not in a very helpful place whatsoever. That car needs to be removed. It's in a vulnerable position, sitting from the commentaries. They can sit and see it, and I certainly would not want to be Alex Malikin sitting in the seat of that car, because it's the left side of the car that is looking directly at the traffic coming towards it. There's a green light being shown up there. I thought maybe there would have been a localised yellow at least.
Well, there's a yellow before it, and we're going to go full course yellow. So the yellow flag is heading into the corner. That green was sort of
just
like after it, just after.
Perhaps I could see it from the commentary position. So
here we go in replay. Finlay Hutchison.
Full course yellow now.
Wide. And there's Alex Malikin being forced out. Now, did that do the tyre? Look, it does look a bit spongy at the back. Get to the next corner. Yeah, it's low. It's down. It's a puncture. Round it goes.
Immediately the tyre was gone. Wow, that's the reason why the car hasn't moved.
Yeah.
An impact on that left rear corner has not done the Porsche any good whatsoever. And you got drive shaft, you got the whole transmission assembly.
That was Andrea Cola that arrived on the scene and gave him a big whack. So Andrea Cola unsighted, and the Porsche now actually is moving.
Yeah, it is, and it's limping, as you can see, that left rear. So made of tough stuff down in Stuttgart, these cars, but nevertheless, sort of an impact on that rear corner I think the car's been driven into retirement, in fairness, because whatever has been done to it, Alex Malikin doesn't feel he wants to drive around. Now, he might be able to find a way back into the pit lane, but certainly not doing it on the recognised racetrack.
It was a puncture for Michele Beretta. I said he limped into the pit lane, so we're back under the full course yellow, and Charlie Fagg is still in the garage. I think the McLaren has been in now for 6 laps, effectively, and maybe the damage done limping it back is just a bit too great.
Well, it did actually leave the pits and made it halfway down the pit lane, then it stopped. So they've had to drag the car back, and that's why it's in the garage. But Philippe Eng has made progress. It's not been rapid, but he's found himself now behind the McLaren of Benjamin Goethe, and then he's got directly ahead of him Christian Engelhardt. So another opportunity for the BMW team to think possibly, can we slip ahead of Goethe, put ourselves in a position to challenge Engelhardt. And Matt Jello still hasn't found a way around Maro Engel, and I wonder what we're coming up to 40 minutes into this race, so pit stop window will be opening up relatively shortly. So wonder what the 88 team will do. Will they want to bail early, because it most likely be Boguslawski will go into the car for that middle stint?
Yes, I would expect you're right in putting him in the middle. Rafael Di Marcello presumably will try and maximise his time, as will Jules Gounon his, to compensate for the differing pace from Timo Boguslawski. But I mean, that's not to say he's slow, he's just not as quick as the other two. All these things are relative. He's still faster than many. So Alessio Rivera leads. Full course yellow conditions are still operational. it will presumably be a safety car restart, but we haven't been to that point yet. How did Jordan Pepper get on? 16th, just before the most recent interruption. And again, with all this bunching, it's throwing him lifeline after lifeline.
Yeah, but he's still got to find a way around these cars. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not easy when you get a group of cars all close together. But Jordan Pepper's done an excellent job in this stint, having had that impact in turn 4 on the opening lap. And we heard his comments, and immediately following that, he was very unhappy about the bullying he felt that he was having to deal with from Daniel Serra in the 71 Ferrari. So he's made his way up into 16th place and might be in the top 10.
We understand Charlie Fagg's McLaren, which got involved with number 21 Audi, has some gearbox damage as well as the puncture that he had to limp home around. It's also damaged the gearbox, so there was clearly contact between the McLaren, and we understand 21 Audi that is now second in gold because Adam Ateki has taken over that class lead in the Boots and VDS entry number 9 as you look there at Thomas Drouet, and he is now in 6th place. So the Porsche is off the road. Marshals, I think, are back to their posts, so the track is clear up at turn 12. But for the moment, we're behind we are under full course yellow conditions. And now we go safety car ready for the restart. You can hear the pace quicken. There is the safety car. It has found the leaders, and so now they'll all bunch up once again, which also, going back to lifelines, helps Philippe Eng, of course.
Absolutely, it'll help one or two others also. But this may again be a relatively short safety car intervention. Wait for the command from Alain Adin to say the safety car will be coming in. It doesn't appear to be the case. Well, we're midway around the lap, so there's still opportunity, but everybody needs to be on their toes to get up behind the car that they're chasing. And there is Marcello, still in 4th place, still running behind Maro Engel. He doesn't have the shotgun behind him. Dennis Olsen is the Porsche behind the Mercedes. Thomas Drouet has fallen back 1 position. So it's not just as comfortable as it was earlier for the 88 Mercedes.
And of course, we now have 16 minutes, effectively, of the first hour still to go, which means we're looking at the pit window, the unofficial pit window, not being that far away. The pit stops don't have to be done to a time, but there is that regulation time that the refueling hose is connected for. So that's the only limiter, if you like, in the pit stop times.
And Boguslawski getting himself prepared. I don't expect to see...
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
We don't anticipate Marcello coming in at the earliest opportunity, but nevertheless, Boguslawski needs to be ready. Helmet on, gloves on, focused, ready to make that leap into the car after Marcello has stepped out. So pace beginning to pick up. You can hear just the noise as the cars go past start-finish line. Is building and no longer running at the mandatory 80 kilometers per hour under full course yellow conditions. Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, McLaren, and then the first of the BMWs.
And the class battles then. As I say, gold is Adam Matecki, silver is Fabrizio Crestani. Now that's been a change. Chris Froggatt still leading in bronze, and Samantha Tan still leads Pro-Am, going nicely. So there is the gold leading Boots and VDS Audi. Adam Matecki at the wheel of the car. And second in class is directly behind Max Hofer, but 21 Audi is the one that got involved, we think, with Charlie Fagg. And maybe that is going to be looked at as the lights on the safety car will be extinguished shortly, and it will dive for the pit lane this time around. 14 minutes to the end of the hour, so we're not that far off pit stops now.
No, and both Ferraris look very, very comfortable indeed with the position they find themselves in, 1 and 2 on the road. No real threat coming from the 777 Mercedes from Maro Engel. And they would assume that once the race goes green, they'll be able to stretch that advantage yet again. And it's the opportunity that Marcello might think he's got a chance to slip ahead of Maro Engel, but hasn't achieved that so far.
So there is Alessio Rivera, the race leader. The safety car is coming in, so its lights are out. It's Alessio Rivera now who controls the pace. He starts to stack them up behind him, and now takes Daniel Serra with him. Raffaele Marciello on the back of Maro Engel as we go racing once more here in Barcelona down towards turn 1. Marciello will have to defend from Dennis Olsen as much as think about making a move, but I think Olsen's almost alongside him. He is in the Porsche. Dennis Olsen is on his toes. Marciello needs to let him go. He doesn't want to get involved in contact, so the Porsche does move back up into 4th place.
Yeah, good move by Dennis Olsen. Didn't see that one coming.
No.
That wasn't in the Marciello script, was it?
Not at all, but Raffaele goes round the outside, heading into turn 3. So Raffaele Marciello is definitely prepared to fight, isn't he? They're side by side coming up towards turn 4. The Porsche on the inside drops back a little bit, but he's got the tighter line. So Dennis Olsen should be able to fight now, back up into 4th, but then the road will come back to Marciello on the way down towards turn 5. So the blue and white Mercedes on the inside line goes back through. Yes, question mark. Side by side out of the corner. Porsche gets run wide. Marciello has got the inside line for 6 and for 7. Dennis Olsen lets him go and then works out where he can strike again.
Yeah, he's trying to get back immediately, having lost that position. And again, how much quicker he looks coming through turn 7, goes one side, back to the other side, up to turn 9, needs to take the one line into this corner, and then the run down the hill into turn 10. Where Olsen found the speed on that opening, a restart lap into turn 1, didn't really see that, whether he just anticipated coming across the line better than Marciello did, but again, closes right up to the back of the Mercedes in turn 10, but then the seesaw effect as Marciello accelerates.
And on that safety cars breed safety cars point that we often utter, there's a yellow flag in the middle sector, a legacy perhaps of people getting a bit caught up with the pack all closed, and it is Valentino Rossi who is in the gravel, and I can't see that getting out on its own, can you?
No, and it hasn't been Valentino's day. He's been in trouble all through the race with contact and running wide, and now he's in the gravel, and that car will probably need external assistance to get it removed. And it's not a good day for the 46 WRT BMW at all.
No, indeed. So that's tumbling down the order as it's effectively out of the race. Big dive there. Looks to the inside line, number 11, Fred Verviche. Up behind him is Dennis Marshall, then Charles Weerts in the new lightweight BMW. And behind all of them is Jordan Pepper, look, who's already cleared from Pereira. More dust is being kicked up as the cars head out of turn 3 towards turn 4. Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
4, 3, full course yellow now.
Full course yellow now, shouts Alain Adon, the race director, and everybody has to slow up. That's our 3rd full course yellow period now.
Yeah, that one came as a consequence of Valentino Rossi. There he is out of the BMW, walking around. Well, you're in the gravel, Valentino. There's only one reason it's in the gravel. We don't think there's any contact. We don't know. It could have been an assist that saw him go off. We have to wait and see if there's any replays of that. So let's look and see. Oh no, he got a tank slapper coming through turn 7 and 8, and you know, he should know all about tank slappers being from the MotoGP world. There it is. Once it was gone, and he got onto the dirtier part of the exit of turn 8, and the car just, the pendulum effect took over and reversed the car into the gravel, and the more he goes in, the deeper it comes. He actually nearly got on, is that a, no, it's not access, it's just the dust coming up from the gravel being kicked up.
Maxime Martin is done for the day, he fears, and Augusto Farfus possibly likewise, so rather looks like that's the end for the BMW. And yes, the team taking their balaclavas for the refueling stop off. They know that's the day done. So another car to be recovered, and all of this will take us closer to the end of the hour as the drone chases Marciello.
And that was the shadow of the drone, I think, of the racetrack, not the drone itself. The drone is actually up above, but you can see the shadow of it on the rest. That's an interesting little caveat that we had.
So, again, you know what the form is now, because we've had 3 of these in quick succession. The car has to be removed, and then we'll get a safety car to release them. But with 9 minutes to go to the end of the hour, we could have 1 or 2 heading for the pits under the full course yellow. Well, here they are. Look, very early indeed.
Well, I mean, the lead group of coming in. The other factor was that Philippe Eng found a way around Benjamin Goethe, so he ended up after in that full course yellow situation in 8th position. So he's gone from 11th when he started up to 8th, and Raffaele Marciello has been in 4th more or less since the lights went out. So Eng is making progress. Now there's a separate race going to take place in the pit lane. We need to see what the 98 BMW team will do, what the 88 Mercedes team is going to do. Both Ferraris in. Double stacking is never always the easiest thing, but they're 2 independent operations. So which of the 2 Ferraris there is Philippe Eng getting out of the car? likewise, and Mercedes Raffaele Marcello is out, and seat insert goes in for Timo Boguslavski.
And the refueling hose is 42 seconds. It's got to be connected for 42 seconds. That's the only time-specific part of the pit stop. Otherwise, it's as quickly as you can do them. And pretty much everybody coming in now, because if you get this right, 65 minutes to the other two stints gets you to 2 hours and 10. These cars have done 51 minutes plus, so it's fine under the regulations. It's relatively early, but it does work mathematically. Bring the cars in under full course yellow conditions like this.
One Ferrari is rolling. I can't quite see us. The second one coming out behind. Yes, it is. So both Ferraris rolling. Oh, and look at that! Look at that! Like, a yellow flag was waved at the Mercedes as it came out ahead. Did he overtake or not?
Well, he was released from his pit box. That's fine, isn't it, in the pit lane? But what that does is put Fabian Schiller into the lead of the race, effectively, ahead of Robert Schwarzman. And also now up into third place is Timo Boguslavski. He has jumped ahead in turn of Davide Rigon. There are the Ferraris being released.
Was that an unsafe release from that first Ferrari?
Maybe, but at least it ceded the position.
Go, 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 go. The Porsche. Let the Porsche by, and you can go.
Let the Porsche by and you can go. So that's the replay of the radio from
We are always
Ferrari.
in the full course yellow. Watch the white line at pit exit.
Right, safety cars on the track, ready to pick up the leader, which is now going to be treble 7, Fabian Schiller.
Well, we said pit stops can make a difference. We've seen more action in the pit lane in the course of this first pit stop round. And we've seen that lead group in the first 50 minutes.
So our third full course yellow period, and there the safety car positions itself ahead of the new race leader. So you've got Fabian Schiller ahead now of 51 Robert Schwarzman. In third place it is Timo Boguslavski, and in fourth of those it is going to be the 71 Davide Rigon Ferrari. So these cars have yet to stop. They've got a regulation stop due within the next 10 minutes. So these cars, although they are the notional leaders, will fall back in the queue once they serve their stop. And in fact, 87 of Thomas Drouet's expected this time. So that wave of cars that we've just been looking at are the best of those that have pitted. And here Drouet will come in, and so also behind him will be the McLaren of Benjamin Goethe.
So it's going to take a few laps for this all to filter its way through, but in effect we should expect to see Robert Schwarzman lead the race. No, Fabian Schiller lead the race. Yes, I'm just looking at the timing is going out. So then will be the next of the Ferrari. So Drouet was, you said, the notional leader, but he's in the pits. So Benjamin Goethe, Fred Vervisch, likewise, Dennis Marshall. So those four cars didn't come in at the first opportunity. Pereira, likewise, in the Lamborghini's in, Adamateki, Crestani. So the rest of the field appears to be coming in.
Who is driving in the 777? Fabian Schiller. Fabian Schiller. Is he good? But you're better.
John, would you like to answer that?
Well, I think he's going to find out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting. The question comes from the cockpit of the Ferrari. And I would have thought, well, you know, maybe you have a better idea of your competition. Okay, I understand he doesn't know which driver went into the 777, but once you've been told Fabian Schiller, would you want to say, is he any good?
I think that's one that should get played at the SRO Awards at the end of the year, shouldn't it? So fantastic that from the Ferrari driver Robert Schwarzman. That's 87 that had pretended to be in the lead, going through a pit stop. And it's essential that they get these stops done under a full course yellow period, because the cars are going slower than they would under a safety car, which we expect to go to, so they're losing less time. Now, here they come. Where do they blend back in?
Precisely, that's what I was going to, that was my question. Do they just, well, they can't cross the demarcation line, so that precludes them doing anything. But now, there you go, there's one position gain, and the McLaren's going to elbow its way within the Porsche, and well, nobody's going to concede. So
No.
I think the McLaren might need to, well, is it going to or is it not going to? Yes, it has.
In a way, concede the position and then argue that the other car overtook you. So there you've got the cars now set to become under safety car conditions. I think everybody has now made their first of the 2 scheduled stops. Yes, they have. So we've kind of got a level playing field now with everybody having made their first mandatory stop, and the order still shuffling as some rejoin. And I think what the race director will do is wait for everybody to rejoin after the pit stop, then go to the safety car, let the line form, and then let them go. So it's going to be really interesting, this middle stint now, isn't it, with a shuffled order and differing drivers.
Oh yeah, wasn't in the script at all. But again, we referred to the race is 50-50 chance it's going to be one in the pit lane as it's going to be one on the racetrack. So we've now got a new leader for the first time, a Mercedes AMG GT3, to give it its full title, is in the lead. And yes, Fabian Schiller is a very useful peddler indeed.
Wonder whether he's been on the radio saying, who's behind in the Ferrari? Is he any good? Robert Schwarzman is the answer to that question as to who's behind the wheel. Is he any good? Absolutely. Of course, very good single-seater racer before he came into GT cars. Right, safety car conditions. That means the pace quickens as we get set for the restart.
So down the hill we go. And look at all those black marks at the inside coming into turn 10 aren't necessarily from this particular race. There have been some other support events, GT4 and the McLaren Challenge, and nevertheless the racetrack, you can see, is a lot of dark areas appearing. Part of that is just the way the rubber's been laid down, but there will be rubber being sheared off. And again, the other factor that drivers are going to be aware of is with cars going off, and are they going to drag gravel back on, or are they going to kick gravel back onto the racetrack? So we're just coming up to the conclusion, just over the
safety
first
car
hour.
in this lap.
So we're not quite at the hour mark, are we? But
just gnats away from it.
Yeah, we will be by the time we get back to the timing line, and we'll restart into the middle hour of the race.
I mean, the group of cars behind, I mean, you see, not Billy Bang in the 98 BMW, it's Nick Yellerly. I mean, they need to get onto the tail. Okay, they've got another full lap to complete, but they need to be on the tail of the car that they're going to feel they can go and challenge. When Nick Yellerly is looking in the back of the McLaren had, so Billy Bang had gotten ahead of Benjamin Goethe. So in the round of pit stops, Rover Racing doing quite such a... There's Valentino back in.
So Maxime Martin stands by, but I rather think that's going to be... Yeah, they're going to do this 10-second hold anyway, remember, because of causing a collision. But no, Maxime is going to jump in, so if they can keep the car in the race, they will.
I wonder how much time... They've certainly lost one lap. According to timing, scoring, the car is down in 51st position, so it's a pretty much thankless task facing Maxime Martin and Augusto Farfus, who will take over for the final stint.
You can hear the cheers for Valentino Rossi, but he didn't have his normal joie de vivre got out of the car, did he?
Safety car, lights off.
Lights off on the safety car then, so it'll be coming in this time. We go back to racing, and hopefully it's not going to be a safety cars breed safety car situation again, and we can get another good number of laps in to see how the race is going to pan out, rather than it being affected by these interruptions. So it is now Fabian Schiller versus Robert Schwarzman.
Yeah, and it's also Boguslawski versus Nick Yellerly. Boguslawski in third.
Green flag.
And Nick Yellerly in ninth in the BMW. So what's going to happen to Boguslawski, because he's under threat from Davide Rigo in the second of the two Ferraris. He's on fresh tyres, but so is everybody else around him.
So we go back to green then. Cars come over the line. Fabian Schiller trying to get the tyres warm and also break the toe. Robert Schwarzman goes after him. Boguslawski is third. Let's see how Timur keeps the car in contention in this stint. Further back, Eng to the outside of Schiergaard. Can't make the move, not Eng, I mean Yellerly, down towards turn one. Nikolai Schiergaard in the McLaren, fending him off for now. And there also, 87 Lorenzo Ferrari just going a little bit wide. Did he lose out to Laurin Heinrich in the Porsche? Let's see. Yes, he did. Porsche had gained the place. Laurin Heinrich in for Dennis Olsen now. On the tail of Ferrari comes Sven Müller in number 54, the Dynamic GT entry. And Yellerly still hasn't cleared that McLaren.
No, and he needs to make some progress, because if these group of cars are going to be battling amongst themselves, it's not going to give him an awful lot of opportunity or scope to make that progress. As the Porsche Sven Müller kicks the tail out. Up the inside. Has he got the position? Yes, he has. And that was a good move from Heinrich to do so. Nearly overran in the middle of turn 7 and 8, having to go very defensive against the Mercedes, making its way back up the hill.
Out of turn 9, this is the run to the hairpin, the bottom of the back straight, and Fabian Schiller is answering Robert Schwartzman's question because he's getting away.
He is, and I don't know whether Robert Schwartzman would have expected that. He might be thinking, well,
yeah, exactly. So that's the answer. Is he any good? Asked Robert Schwartzman. Well, you'll find out over the next hour, Robert, because if you can't catch him, you've got the answer. Here he is, up towards the end of the lap. 71 in 4th place, David Rigon, and 5th on his tail now is Laurin Heinrich, and 51 Robert Schwartzman's speed in the pit lane is under investigation. So is it for a couple of others, but significantly Schwartzman might be in trouble for pit lane speeding here.
Well, there was a bit of a struggle for the second of the Ferraris to get out, or the first of the Ferraris to get out, and we saw that side-by-side action between the Porsche at the point when the Ferrari was released. This is the battle for battle 8th and 9th, so Garage 59 and Rover Racing.
So that's Philippe Eng, his work for the moment done. Gilles Magnus, by the way, has jumped Mathieu Drudi on that previous lap. Sven Muller got past Lorenzo Ferrari as well. Now Timo Bogoslawski hanging on to 3rd place, but behind him you can see Rigon and Heinrich, and they're getting a little bit closer, and there the two Audis rub. On the inside line, number 40 Mathieu Drudi, and 11 is Gilles Magnus, so Drudi has gone back through, and look who is with them as well, Sheldon van der Linde. In the battered BMW, gets up the inside as well, clears the Audi, goes through ahead of Gilles Magnus, so 1 up, 2 back.
Yep, well worked out pass, and now they're trying to get back up the hill into turn 9, but not in a position to make it work.
The incident from the first lap between treble 7, now Fabian Schiller, and 63 Jordan Pepper is going to be looked at after the race. Where is number 63 Lamborghini now? As you see there, the battle on between 71 Rigon, 96 Laurin Heinrich, they're together. That's the battle for 4th and 5th places. That Porsche coming alive. The answer to the Jordan Pepper question is with Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel, the Lamborghini is back down in 25th place. Looking back from Timo Bogoslawski's Mercedes at what is going on behind. He's maintaining this gap, credit to him.
Doing a good job pulling away from Davide Rigon. Again, he knows that he's got to deliver for the team. He's in the middle stint. It's sort of the consolidation part of the race, and then Jules Goulon will get behind the wheel and try and drive that car to a championship victory. But Bogoslawski doing good right now. But Ferrari marginally quicker through turns 1 and 2. Begins to stretch again as they exit out of turn 3.
Here they come up towards turn 4, where Fabian Schiller 1.3 seconds ahead of Robert Schwartzman, Bogoslawski 1.7 seconds back, and although Tibor is not lapping as quickly as the top 2, he is lapping quicker than some of those behind. So the one that might be able to make progress were he to wriggle through is Sven Muller, and that you can see further back is number 32 of Sheldon van der Linde, now onto the tail of the traffic ahead. He's on the back of Mathieu Drudi and almost up the inside. Nick Yellerly is ahead, while his BMW just does not have the pace. It's fallen away from Nikolai Schergaard, hasn't it?
Yeah, and those two cars were involved in a battle towards the end of the first hour. And I mean, Sheldon van der Linde is looking everywhere to find a way past Matteo Drudi in the Audi. In some parts of the track, the BMW looks the better of the two. Other parts of the Audi seems to keep it in control. Down the hill into turn 10. Nick Yellerly in the 98 directly ahead of Drudi, and behind that Sheldon van der Linde. The long way around the outside, up on top of turn 12, not the best place to try and make a move, but just keep harrying Matteo Drudi and see if you can force him into making an error down the hill. Yet again, so an opportunity is there for van der Linde, not here, but at the end of this long kilometre straight.
Now, Nick Yellerly closing with all of that grunt in a straight line onto the back of the McLaren. Here comes van der Linde to try to make a move against Mathieu Drudi down towards turn 1. BMWs both on the attack. Nothing comes for Yellerly, nothing comes for van der Linde either, so they are both still staring at the back of the car ahead, namely McLaren and Audi.
But of the two drivers in the BMWs, it looks like Sheldon van der Linde is the one that's got the potential to make more progress. Nick Yellerly seemingly hasn't got what he needs to make progress on the McLaren of Nicolas Schergaard for that battle for 8th position. So
there you've got the cars coming out of turn 5 down the hill. Two Porsches running together. Laurin Heinrich ahead of Sven Muller. So they are in 5th and 6th places, and the Rutronic Porsche getting a bit more racy. It is on the back of the traffic ahead. There's Yellowly through. 10th is Mathieu Drudy. Then behind Sheldon van der Linde. And up front, Fabian Schiller, 1.3 seconds to the good. He's not scampered away from Robert Schwarzman, who is pegging back that gap, but look at the gaggle behind Boguslawski now. It is growing lap by lap, isn't it, as more and more cars kind of add themselves to the queue. Looking at turn 10, this is on board 71, Davide Rigon now.
So that's the view he's got to the rear of the 88 Mercedes. And it's not a view he had anticipated having, but whatever went in the pit stops. The Kudos ASP team managed to turn that car around more effectively than the 71AF Porsche Ferrari. So Ferrari looked to be the dominant make in that first hour, but now that there's been this jumble and track position has been lost, it's a much more difficult task to get those Ferraris back to the 1 and 2 in the lead.
Look back from Boguslawski's car, they can see the Ferrari, and so now Davide Rigon looks much quicker coming out of turn 2. There's a gap on the inside, but Boguslawski is able to turn in, keep the place, but you get the feeling it is when, not if, Rigon goes through.
Yeah, the Ferrari clearly much quicker through turns 1 and 2 and had to bail out of it a little bit. The Mercedes washed out the front of the car, and it almost opened up a move down the inside for Davide Rigon, but he wasn't, when he was thinking about it in turn 5, forcing Boguslawski to maybe go deeper into the corner than he would naturally wish to do, but gets it all, picks it all up and continues on his way. So while he's being harried, he's dealing with that pressure.
Is indeed down to turn 7. So Boguslawski losing touch with the top 2 by having to go more defensive, and Davide Rigon in turn, although he's on the attack here, behind him is a whole wave of cars also, so he's got to defend from Laurin Heinrich, make sure he doesn't leave the door open to the Porsche factory driver, DTM star. Sven Muller is next up, 6th, then it's Lorenzo Ferrari, then Schiergaard, then Yellowly 9th, and Drudy 10th.
So that's the view in that little box at the bottom of the screen. That's the view if Tim Boguslawski he cares to look at his mirror to see where the second, or the Ferrari, the 71 of Davide Rigon is up at the top of the circuit into turn 13. And then the drop downhill. So just line it up and now launch it and stay off the curb on the exit, which he does. So a good clean exit from Boguslawski, and Davide Rigon didn't make any ground whatsoever in those final 2 corners on the Mercedes.
So the gap over the line, just under half a second, shows under the BOP how difficult it is for that Ferrari to make a move. He's good under braking, Davide Rigon. This is where he thought about a move a lap ago. So much effort being put into hustling that Ferrari along again. Boguslawski takes a wider line into the corner, but he is able to cut across, and that means that Rigon has to sort of back out of it a little bit. Boguslawski is wide, but he's ahead by 3-4 lengths again.
Yeah, he took quite a different line to the Ferrari. He needs to be careful on the exit, kicks up a bit of dust in the face of the Ferrari to ensure that he can control this 3rd position.
Valentino Rossi has had a bad day. He's with Antonia. Let's hope it gets better now.
Vale, a disappointing end to the weekend for you, but still some positives to draw. The car really did look like it had pace this endurance season.
Yes, it's a great shame because the first stint was quite chaotic with a lot of confusion and safety cars. But we were in a good position because I was close to the other 2 BMW, and the pace was not so bad. We still battling, but unfortunately I did a mistake on the turn 7 after the second restart. I exit from the turn 7 a little bit too wide, and I take the banana a little bit too aggressive, and I lose the car. So it's a great shame. I think that we can make a good result.
Yeah, disappointing, however. Still one more race. Best of luck in Sandport. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you.
That's the incident in replay. Valentino Rossi admitting it's all down to him. He just tapped that yellow banana curving a bit aggressively, and off he went. So that car lost a lap down in 51st place. There are the leaders. Gaps come down. Fabian Schiller was 1.3 seconds to the good. He's only 0.8 to the good now. But then in turn, 3.7 seconds clear of Boguslawski, who's got Rigon, Heinrich, Muller tucked up behind him.
Yeah, Boguslawski is doing a good job. He's holding back these 3 following challengers, the Ferrari and the 2 Porsche. So when he takes a slightly different line through turn 3, particularly on the exit, he's able to do sufficient to stop the Ferrari getting up to an overtaking opportunity, and looks again into turn 4. But nowhere near close enough. Turn 5 again, too far behind. And the next opportunity will really only become an option into turn 10. But Boguslawski is good off the corner, and that's where he's able to gain the advantage. Rigon's having to, sorry, yes, Davide Rigon's having to wait for the Mercedes to go at these trickier parts of the racetrack.
So Davide Rigon, very, very accomplished GT racer, of course, whether it's been in SRO championships or in WEC or LMS. Keeps winning his class, winning races, winning championships. He did in single-seaters prior to that, but he hasn't yet been able to prize away past Timo Boguslawski as we look down from the drone, chasing the cars up into turn 11 and then 12, loop round. So this is the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th train that we're with. Timo Boguslawski through 13. Saw those cones on the inside of the corner there to stop people using the inside. It's the outside as well where people are running wide. This is 14 and Boguslawski absolutely on the edge of the curve there, just almost up against the gravel. He comes across the line, and as he does so, he's 4 seconds back from the car ahead, and still Davide Rigon unable to find a way through. And Boguslawski, and we've seen this before, able to soak up pressure.
Yes, he's doing, I mean, he's under pressure at every one of the 14 corners around this racetrack, and again Davide Rigon looks in the first phase of turn 3 to be challenging. Then at the exit, Boguslawski seems to have enough in reserve to stretch that advantage back again to the braking zone into turn 4. Again, the Ferrari closes down, but you can see there's 3-4 car lengths between the cars, so there's not a lot of opportunity in the first sector of this lap to find a way around Boguslawski. The Porsche running in 5th place, Heinrich, almost slightly thinking, if I pressure the Ferrari, if Davide Rigon's forgotten about me because he's focused so much on trying to find a way around the Mercedes, maybe that'll give me an opportunity. And right now Heinrich looks like he might be the quickest of this bunch of 4, maybe 5 cars.
See where they are on the lap then, coming from turn 9 down that fairly long back straight that gives you the drop into the turn 10 hairpin, and then the road starts to climb once more. Rigon having to be mindful of where Laurin Heinrich is, and Timo Boguslawski at that part of the racetrack just escaping by a couple of lengths.
I think Heinrich has got a quicker car, but he's able to hold a much tighter line where the Ferrari isn't able to do so. Again, kicking up dust in the rear of the Mercedes into turn 13. So are these Porsches going to start trying to mug Davide Rigon, but he's focused very much on trying to get ahead of Timo Boguslawski.
Well, certainly they're looking a bit more racy now, aren't they? As Schiller goes through, and another 10th pulled back by Schwarzman behind him. Here's the wave for 3rd place. Boguslawski ahead of Rigon, ahead of Heinrich, ahead of Muller as they drop down towards turn 1. And again, Rigon so good on the brakes, but Timo Boguslawski able to put the car where it needs to be. And although he's defending from 71, the real story of his race is that he's 3rd, Boguslawski, and Yellowly is 9th, so it's still championship advantage to the Mercedes. And Philip Eng, who's already driven the BMW, is with Antonio Rankin in the pit lane.
Philip, a really good first stint, put you in good stead. How's it looking for the championship battle?
It was a very fun first stint. I really enjoyed myself. Some very hard battles, but very fair, especially with, I think Simon Gachet was on the 25 Audi. Super good fun racing him. Our position is not ideal, but we still have over 1 hour 40 to go. It's over when it's over, but at the moment it doesn't look too good, but in this championship everything can happen, so I'm staying optimistic.
Absolutely, anything can happen, still all to play for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Nick Yellowly is behind the wheel, but has dropped back a little bit from Nikolai Kiergaard. The gap between them is now 0.7 of a second, whereas this is 0.7 of a second as well, and this is coming down rather than going up. And so Robert Schwarzman now responding to Fabian Schiller. He dropped away at the start of the stint, but he certainly pulled back some time.
Definitely has, and in the last 2-3 laps, that gap clearly has been reducing. So Robert Schwarzman beginning to think that I need to get on with the program. You know, I'm a highly rated Ferrari young program driver, and who's Fabian Schiller? Is he quick? Is he quick?
Schwarzman on the lights, trying to distract him down towards turn 1. The gap is just over half a second now, so the Ferrari is edging closer. And there's the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, now 7th as well. Lorenzo Ferrari in the Mercedes is closing on the back of Sven Muller, who's stuck behind Laurin Heinrich, who's stuck behind Davide Rigon, who's stuck behind Timo Boguslawski.
lot of stucks there, David.
You didn't buzz for repetition, though. So here you've got the Mercedes. Timo Boguslawski in third spot. Regon again having another go, and he'll be mindful of where that Porsche is behind him and thinking, well, if I can get past this Mercedes, I might be able to escape, and then it's Heinrich's problem to get past Boguslawski.
Well, I mean, it's clearly if the Ferrari could find a way around the Mercedes, he would be able to scamper up the road, and then Heinrich would have the same problem dealing with Timo Boguslawski. But normally, if one car of a group of cars gets through, then you find in a very short space of time more than one gets past, so it would possibly be if we get Regon ahead of Boguslawski, Heinrich, Müller, and maybe 87 Lorenzo Ferrari might also try and slip through. And
Incident between car 911 and incident 911 and 91 under investigation.
Right, so 911 is Alex Malikin. Remember, we saw him get biffed and turned around and then hit again. And 91, I think I'm right in saying, is the Ralph Bowen.
Yeah, it is.
Now Alfred Renauer Porsche.
Yeah, the two Porsche. So here we go, as there's going to be a chance for Heinrich. This time it looks like he's marginally closer to the tail of the Ferrari, and I mean, Sven Müller is doing very much the same thing now. As they come across start-finish line, the gap is nowhere near close enough to give the Porsche a chance to make a move. And likewise, same as the third-place Mercedes has got. Look at what's going on here. Sheldon van der Linde gets up alongside. No, he doesn't. Matteo Drudi very late in the brakes, but van der Linde, because he was earlier on the brakes, might be better positioned now to make a move coming out through turn 3 and into the braking zone into turn 4.
So that lightweight BMW with the rear bodywork, the rear valance ripped from it earlier on, and that was the reason for our first full course yellow period. Still hanging on to 11th place on the tail of Matteo Drudi. So the car's currently on lap number 40, and the lead gap 7/10 of a second. Fabian Schiller hanging on to the lead but not getting away. There you've got number 11, which is Gilles Magnus, trying to come back at the BMW. Behind them is Christopher Mees. He took over from Gachet, but he's got shuffled back in the pack a little bit. Also, by the way, 20th, back in the lead of bronze, is 188. Miguel Ramos at the wheel of it. The McLaren that was turned around by Valentino Rossi, remember, earlier on in the race, but it has regrouped and back into the lead of the Bronze Cup. So that's a really good recovery for Garage 59 there. As their challenge from Laurin Heinrich to the outside of Davide Rigon is not going to work.
Sven Müller might be the winner if the two Porsches can have managed to avoid hitting one another. Well, that's the nearest we've seen the Porsche challenging the Ferrari to take away that 4th position. And oh dear me. Wow, oh, Lorenzo Ferrari nearly ended up in the gravel also, but gathered it back up. What a bit of car control that was.
Save of the day, that, wasn't it? So Lorenzo Ferrari, does that go into your Ride 'em Cowboy list?
Absolutely.
That was a big moment.
He didn't have any stirrups either.
No, indeed. He's got a big laundry bill, but it was a good save. So Ferrari then hanging on to 7th. He's got Schiergaard behind him. Nick Yellerly a little bit closer again to them as they drop down towards turn 1. Schiller has suddenly disappeared up the road from Schwarzman. 1 second clear now. Here's the replay. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean, you get a tank slapper like that, it's very unusual to gather it all back up and continue on. I mean, that's almost the same as Valentino Rossi had earlier in a lap when he got a tank slapper, but just the pendulum effect took over and the BM ended up in the gravel.
So Lorenzo Ferrari regrouping, getting away once again from Nicolas Schiergaard there. Behind the pair, you've got the Nick Yellerly BMW. So as I was saying, it's 1 second now, Schiller to Schwarzman, and Boguslawski 6 seconds back. But in turn, a second and a half on the road over Davide Rigon. Van der Linde still on the tail of Drudi.
Again, the Audi looks like it's just running wide up alongside up into turn 9. Yes, but will the Audi hang in around the outside and try and maintain a side-by-side run down into turn 10 and therefore be in the pound seat coming into turn 10, which is what Matteo Drudi has successfully done. Great driving by both drivers.
Nice work done. Drudi back ahead. Passes the BMW and getting a bit nearer to them as well. Look, is Gilles Magnus, who is in 12th spot behind. Dries van Voort thinks, don't look at me, I want to know where my car is, what's going on, because there Sheldon van der Linde briefly through, but Matteo Drudi stood his ground. The road came back to him on the inside line, and so the Audi is back ahead once more. 63 Lamborghini, Caldarelli at the wheel. Remember, it was off the road on lap 1. It's up to 18th place now.
Yeah, Jordan Pepper did an excellent job in his stint to do the recovery drive, and Andrea Caldarelli has carried that forward up to 18th and what is it, 2.8 seconds behind the 157 Audi Bourne. There is the Cape Hacks, number 6, running by Marco Papelli. That's in 15th place. Aurelian Panis directly behind, 16th.
Full course yellow speed of car 188 under investigation.
Well, 188 is Miguel Ramos now, having taken it over from Enrique Chavez and leading the Bronze Cup. So now there's more drama brewing potentially, because you don't have your speed investigated if it's good, it's only if it's bad. And so the Bronze Cup leader, there it is. It's been a great recovery, but it might be heading for a penalty if the data says that it's going too fast under the full course yellow regulations.
Well, these races are not just won by outright pace, they're won by mitigating errors, strong times. And there is the tail of the biscuit. It looks like it's losing more and more bodywork. Maybe it's just the angle.
We saw Dries van Thor looking on a moment ago. It's time we heard from Dries. Antonio Rankin has caught up with him in the garage.
Dries, we saw that the car got quite a bit of damage. What's the effect on performance looking like?
At the moment it looks quite okay. I think it's not really that effective, luckily, and it looks clean, so it's off, but it's not doing any harm. So we are lucky that it came off clean, let's say. And at the moment we don't really lose a lot of performance, hopefully. So let's keep our fingers crossed and we can get a bit more to the front.
Absolutely, fantastic. Best of luck. Thank you.
We saw it at the time, but number 51, Robert Schwarzman, is the car has been noted for the unsafe release from the pit stop. Remember, against the Porsche.
I certainly do, and I drew attention to it.
You did.
So what is that? 998 BMW. That's Dan Harper behind the wheel and dealing with Christopher Mies and the 25 Audi. So that's no easy task indeed for the BMW driver as they come out of turn 3 up into turn 4. Nothing's changing in the top 6. The gap between first and 6 is 10.2 seconds, but in that battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th, all pretty close.
It is indeed, as you look there at 998. Dan Harper behind the wheel. BMW factory driver, of course. He drives in the British GT Championship with Darren Lung and is in the hunt to try to secure a championship at Donington at the end of the month. And there is the charging Marco Papelli, 15th place. So the Gold Cup is currently being led by Aurelian Panis, 16th overall there in the Boutsen VDS Audi. And Aurelian Panis ahead of the Mercedes that is next in the queue, namely the car of Miklas Bourne. A Bourne under attack from Andrea Caldarelli.
Well, that's not going to be comfortable because Andrea, well, look at the mind of, he took a chunk of the inside of the corner coming through the exit of turn 10. So, and again, Mercedes running wide, much more so than Caldarelli and the Lamborghini. So I think it's not a matter of if but when Caldarelli's going to find a way through.
And that's your leading silver, Gerhard Verraza now at the wheel, the former Formula 3 racer. So he's been a Lamborghini specialist in GT or make events for many, many seasons. And it will be Sam Neary, the very quick Brit, part of the BLDC Rising Stars programme, who will bring that car through to the last stint. Races Mercedes in British GT and Lamborghinis here in Fanatec GT. So there is the Grasser Lamborghini, and 19th overall it is. Second in silver at the moment is number 56 Porsche, which has got Tanner Satrantierenkrul at the wheel of it. And then third of the silvers is Cedric, sorry, not Cedric Spiazzioli, is Marcus Gustafsson in the Mercedes. That's 38, which is the leading Pro-Am car. Isaac Tutumla Lopez has taken over from Samantha Tan, and it will be Lorcan Hannafin to bring it home in the last hour.
So pretty close, pretty much all 4 categories through the field, and a 54-car field is not that any longer. We've probably lost, in effect, I mean, if you count the 46 BMW, which is 8 laps time, we've lost 3 cars. They're all out of the race. Maxime Martin is bringing up the tail of the field, going through the motions. Well, you can say, is it an extended test session now for that 46 BMW?
How's Boguslavski getting on? He's still third, and in fairness, he has got them all stacked up behind him as he did when we last looked. He's not fallen back in the pack. Okay, he's dropping away from the top two, but his lap times are consistent, and he is doing exactly what has been required of him. Keep out of strife, and by staying ahead of the BMW, this is how the championship would resolve overall. It would be the title for 88 Mercedes. This is if the positions as they are now stay this way to the very end, which is a big if, but fundamentally, if this car is ahead of number 98 BMW, championship done for Boguslavski, Gounod and Barcelo.
Yeah, I mean, that's a significantly comfortable advantage, but, well, we're just coming up to 25 past 4, and this race is going to run on for another hour and 35 minutes. And another round of pit stops due in, well, we had an early round for the first round. They'll run to the maximum for the second and obviously to the end of the race.
They're hustling on is number 21, so that is the Audi at the moment driven by Nicolas Bart, 25th overall, and Nicolas Bart and Maxime Soulet would win the Gold Cup Endurance Championship.
Pit stop car 66 under investigation.
And that would be the Dylan Pereira, Christopher Zirkling, Andre Mukavos Audi that's being looked at. So yeah, Bart and Soulet heading for gold honours. Matt Hoffer drives with them, but not in every event this year. That's why he's on a different number of points. So the opposition is coming from the Schumacher-born Zug Mercedes, and that is a little bit further back in the queue. So 21, not leading on the road, but heading for championship honours in gold. Silver, as I say, Gerhard Ferraza is leading the race, but the silver championship situation would shuffle again after what we've had so far. Glenn Van Berlo, Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highty led coming into the race, and there Lamborghini is currently second in silver, and they're heading for the title there as well. Van Berlo, Schmidt, Highty will be on 116 against the 98 of De Jonge, Hutchison and Hezemans in the Comptier Audi. And bronze at the moment is being led on the road by 188, which is there, but remember Miguel Ramos and so the other driver in stint 1, Enrique Chavez, they've shared the duties between them, and it's the full course yellow speed that is being looked at by race control. So they lead the Bronze Cup on the road. The leading Pro-Am, as we've been saying, is Isaac Tutumba Lopez, but he's just dropped a long way back down the order, in fact, in the Ferrari. So bronze at the moment would go the way, jointly, if you like, of Renard, Bone, Froggatt, Chiva, Thuy, all on points. Then you start to have to look at the number of wins.
Yeah, you could do the count back and see who's got the most wins, who's got the most seconds or thirds, and whichever. So you get the two teams equal on points, but you think you've done a good job, and then all of a sudden, because you had won fewer third places, you've lost the championship.
So there you've got the view from the BMW. Mick Galloway has been hustling on to try and get himself up the order, and the 93 McLaren presses on as well. There is Alfred Renard, second at the moment within bronze on the road, but as we've been saying, it's going to be very, very tight indeed on points. Alex Malikin was the winner at Monza, and Paul Ricard, the win, went the way of the Haupt Racing Team. Honours at Spa went to Tim Heinemann along with Janis Fitje. So that's a car that's not really relevant for here. And then the Nürburgring win was to Renard and Bone. So they would take it because they've had a win, whereas Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Thuy have done it by seconds and thirds.
So here is the ongoing battle for third position. Looks as if we're seeing a little bit of a surge from Davide Rigon at the top. Those four cars beginning to get closer again to the tail of Timo Boguslavski. You can see Rigon's taken a few thousandths of a second out on the previous 3 laps. It's sort of more or less status quo, but look how close he pulls in, but runs wide, and Heinrich doesn't need too many invitations like that to think, I've got another opportunity to put myself ahead of Davide Rigon.
And Rigon goes wide, look up towards 12, but Heinrich wasn't quite able to squirt up the inside there, so he's stuck behind him for a little bit longer. 28 more minutes, 28 and a half more minutes take you to the end of the next hour when you can anticipate the next pit stops to come. Marco Mappelli has just dropped back a couple of places. That's Jules Gounon in his cool suit. He's a great character, is Jules, and also Maxi Goetz there as well, both of them playing to the cameras. But joking aside, I mean, that's what the drivers need in order to try and keep a reasonable body temperature for the hour stint ahead.
You've got to keep your body, the core body temperature, as comfortable as possible, and of course it's very warm outside, even in a garage. There's a lot of hot air circulating through the garage, so just yet keep your body temperature as low as possible, because as soon as you get into the car, it's going to go off the radar.
So the race leader, Fabian Schiller, he's stretched the margin again over Robert Schwarzman, 1.7 seconds. I want to know whether Gemma or Antonio is going to be the braver and go and ask Robert Schwarzman at the end of his stint, do you think Fabian Schiller's any good then? Because Robert has been unable to stay with him. There's the gap, heading up the hill. 1.7 seconds is the margin, and the Mercedes has the advantage at the moment. Timo Boguslavski is a somewhat distant third at the moment, but he's staying ahead not only of that whole wave of cars, but crucially staying ahead of number 98 BMW, and that would be enough for the title, remember.
Absolutely. Well, Timo Boguslavski has shown in previous events this year that when he's in a position where he's actually ahead of the group of cars pursuing, he's capable of consolidating that, where he's maybe not quite as effective as if he was the fourth car on that line trying to challenge the three ahead of him. That's not maybe where his greatest strengths lie, but right now doing a very solid job indeed for the Acura ASP Mercedes AMG GT3 about a breath team.
Schiller through, Schwarzman through, 48 laps in the book, 1.4 seconds the margin. And looking at that wave of cars behind, Boguslavski, Rigon, Heinrich, Müller. I know he had his moment a few laps back, but Ferrari has not been able to stay with them. Kiergaard is next. And again, look, Nick Yellerly has fallen off the back of that train.
Yeah, but you know, the BMW could just about see Boguslavski as he was going into turn one. So having a visual of the car you know you're pursuing is a great incentive. And of course then ultimately it'll be the final round of pit stops. So if one of those two teams has a poor pit stop or gets done for a pit lane infringement, you know, speeding in the pit lane or something, you know, silly, that could just change the entirety of this outcome.
So there is the Dynamique Porsche, Sven Müller at the wheel, shadowing Laurin Heinrich, but effectively now 10.5 seconds off the race lead. So they need to make these pit stops work for them, don't they? Get out of the traffic now, because there's this real bottleneck behind Timo Boguslavski. Actually, in real terms, that's behind Davide Rigon, because Boguslavski is 6/10 up the road, and it's Rigon that now he's coming under attack from Heinrich, more than Boguslavski under attack from the Ferrari.
Yeah, the other area where we may see some change coming, and we've not really seen too much. We had a 54-car field, but now we're sort of just about midway through this race. Where are all the lapped cars? We're not seeing bunches of cars that are going to be lapped, and again that would be an issue for this group of 4 cars, because they'll not want to get bogged down trying to get past effectively slower cars and lose their own particular momentum or pace.
So the leaders go by. That's 49 laps completed, and Timo Boguslavski fending off Davide Rigon. Laurin Heinrich is right there behind, and then in 6th spot Sven Müller. Ferrari again good on the brakes, and Rigon, he's certainly not given up, has he, in terms of getting past Boguslavski? And were he to get through, I'm sure could make progress and pull away, but catches back up under braking. This has been where he's had an opportunity in the past, but again, just can't crack the Mercedes.
No, Boguslavski is his exit out of turn 3 gives him that advantage. He's not the quickest into turn 3. Rigon has been running up the back of the Mercedes, but at the exit, that's where Boguslavski has been able to consolidate. And he's doing pretty much the same thing all around the 14 turns. He's not trying to go into the corner, put the car on the nose and then turn.
Just wonder whether Rigon was a bit deep into turn 5 there, because it just looked like he'd fallen off the back again of the Mercedes, but he didn't really throw a lifeline to Laurin Heinrich. The Porsche is close, but not able to take advantage.
No cigar as yet.
Indeed, but look at the way the Mercedes has gone away now. So at that part of the racetrack, Boguslavski is really able to stretch the car's legs.
Again, it's on the exit of all these 14 turns. Kozlowski is using his ability and the car's pace. Ferrari maybe isn't quite as crisp and sharp as Davide Rigo would like. Can he slightly wider on the edge of some of these sort of third sector corners than the Porsche's following or the Mercedes is pursuing?
So when they came over the line, the gap was half a second between Boguslavski and Rigo, but it certainly stretched coming out of turn 9. And they are now down into the start of another lap. That's 50 in the book. And we've gone just past half distance as they come in towards turn 1. The gap doesn't come down until now into the braking area, and Rigon closing up onto the tail of the Mercedes. That's where he makes the big difference. And here also, look, Van der Linde again looking for a way past Matteo Drudi. Can't do it.
No easy task to find a way around Matteo Drudi. Drives very, very well and knows how to be defensive, knows how to place his car to frustrate the pursuer. And that's been the story of this race for Sheldon Van der Linde. He probably feels on out pace. I'm quicker than the Audi, but I don't have enough of that out pace to find a way around.
So this is the battle for 10th spot. Matteo Drudi versus Sheldon Van der Linde. Up the curve goes the Audi, but not enough to really delay it. Although Van der Linde does line up for an attack on the inside, but wasn't able to get alongside the Audi, and then he has to sort of follow my leader up through 7 and 8. But if the car makes a mistake...
Well, again, we saw a similar situation about 5-6 laps ago when Van der Linde got up alongside the Audi, but Matteo Drudi just faced him down and ran outside of turn 9. Now it's a reverse situation that we saw those 5-6 laps ago. Van der Linde will be looking to make the move up the inside. Can he get the position? But Drudi's going to go with him and holds on, forces the BMW wide on to the dirtier part of the racetrack. And now the high ground has gone back to Drudi. Well done, Sheldon Van der Linde. You've managed to finally get away through, and having now done so, you've taken that place away, and Drudi will not have any reply to the move you've just made.
Fierce fighting then. Van der Linde up into the top 10 at the expense of Matteo Drudi. All that effort, and it's the 10th place, but there's still an hour and 21 minutes to go, so the BMW could move further forward. Next target, though, is going to be Nick Yellevy's similar car. This will be interesting.
Well, let's look at this again. It all began here on the exit. Drudi got a little wide, bumped over the curbs more aggressively. Watch the back of the Audi as it'll sort of react to the way that has been pulled around. There it is. Sheldon Van der Linde was on that. He saw it immediately. He goes to the left of the Audi, carrying more speed up the hill, side by side, and eventually the whole outcome was decided. There we are, coming through turn 11, round the outside in turn 12. A bit of a love kiss between the pair of them as they go through. But Van der Linde had more speed on the exit of turn 12. And Dries van Thor, come on, Dries, come on. Let's have another reaction, emotion. Oh, well, what does it take to excite you, Guy?
Well, in 20 minutes, he will be behind the wheel. That might get it going. As you see other battles further down the order there. Porsche to the inside of the Ferrari, heading down towards turn 5. Those two almost leaning on each other as well. But on the inside line there goes 55. That puts the Dynamique Porsche one further spot up the order. That's the car of Ben Barker, Marius Narken and Philip Zaga. So Marius Narken through, getting himself ahead of Andrea Bertolini. Change of place, therefore, between them. Bertolini drops back, and that's the change for third in class in the Bronze Cup.
So a lot of battles, we're not seeing all these battles. There are too many battles throughout the field. Just by the same time, we haven't seen much of Andrea Caldarelli for a while. He's made further progress up into 14th position. So that car that was damaged, or hit, I should say, not damaged, on the opening lap, fell to the tail of the field just by grinding it out. Jordan Pepper and Andrea Caldarelli doing a great job into 14th position.
In the traffic, Robert Schwarzman there just moving through, but he's still in second place as he puts a lap on the number 2 Get Speed Adam Osica Mercedes. One of those places that Andrea Caldarelli has gained, by the way, he did by being off track at turn 2. Car 63 gaining a position off track T2. Noted, it says on timing and scoring.
It'll be looked at, and a decision ultimately will be made whether that's got to be a position handed back. So there are our lead 2 cars, the third car in that picture is the number 2 Get Speed, or number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. There is our 3rd place Mercedes, and the 2 Porsches getting impatient side by side. Sven Muller wants to take that position away, backs out of it. Not a good way to go around the outside, because you're going to be compromised in the switch back through turn 11 and then into turn 12.
But look at the way that Rigon has faded away from Boguslavski. We've now got 18 minutes of the hour to go, so tyres now will be starting to suffer, won't they, given the degradation that drivers have been talking about, and it therefore means that different type of cars, different way they work the tyres, the Ferrari looks like its advantage is disappearing as far as Rigon is concerned.
Certainly the pace has given up. He's now a second behind 3rd place Timo Boguslavski, and his focus is now going to be defence rather than attack.
So that is Laurin Heinrich, who powers on, and Sven Muller will think about another opportunity to have a go at him. Further back, just a quick look at the classes. It remains Miguel Ramos leading in bronze, it remains Gerhard Travasa leading in silver, it remains Aurelien Panis in gold, and Pro-Am is at Tutumlu right now. There is then 54 Sven Muller. He's 6th and actually has fallen back on this lap.
Yeah, difficult to know the reasons why. Maybe just he's been pushing so much. He just wants to maybe bring brake temperatures, certainly the oil, water temperatures. If you're running close behind a competitive car for a long time, your temperatures might begin to creep up. So maybe just give yourself a couple of laps to get those back into the presets that you wanted to be at. And again, we're looking at Heinrich thinking about challenging Davide Rigon for that 4th position.
Quite a number of them there flirting with the edge of the curb, aren't they, up towards the gravel as they come out of turn 9. There is Laurin Heinrich. So for the moment, he's shaken off the sister car, or the similar car as Sven Muller, and was having a go at Rigon there, who'd run wide at 10.
Yeah, so Heinrich now looks to be the man on the charge of this group of the lead cars. And it doesn't appear that Davide Rigon's got an awful lot left in the tank to respond. Certainly trying to consolidate as best he can. Over a second now behind 3rd place Boguslavski. But manages to, again, coming off turn 14, keep that gap between the 2 cars. It's just under 0.6 of a second.
So through they go, and an Audi battle brewing up a little bit further back there between Christopher Mies, and he's moved himself past Matthew Drudy. So change for 11th place. Drudy, in a bit of a short space of time, has dropped a few places, hasn't he?
He has, yes.
So Sheldon van der Linde is only 1 second behind Yellowby, but Drudy dropping back into 12th out of the points.
And I don't think there's going to be any inter-team love between...
Penalty to car 91. 10-second hold at the next pit stop for causing a collision with 911.
So that's Alfred Renard, who was heading for the bronze championship, remember? And a 10-second hold will drop him from 2nd place, potentially.
Yes, one of those little incidents that occurred. So the Alex Malikan, or the 911 Porsche, as a consequence, was retired. And the penalty, 10-second penalty, is not a particularly severe penalty for an incident where one car is the significant loser and the other one is able to continue it and even be in contention for its own category victory.
So Fabian Schiller all of a sudden has disappeared from Robert Schwarzman. 3.3 seconds is now the margin. So it's been a good stint this by Schiller. He has kept the car in the lead. He's maintained and stretched the gap. Boguslavski in turn is 8 seconds back. But he's ahead still of Rigon. And then the Porsches, you can see together, Laurin Heinrich just ahead of Sven Muller, the drone looking on from over the top of the circuit over at...
It's up into turn 11, yeah. 12, and then they're turning into 13.
Plunging down the hill. The top speed at turn 13, Timo Boguslavski tied with Fabian Schiller. So the Mercedes on 178 kilometers an hour. Up towards the line they come. Lead gap 3.8 seconds this time. And 14 minutes to the end of the hour. So it won't be that long now before we can think about the next wave of pit stops.
No, so everybody will be thinking, please let those 14 minutes go as quickly as possible, because some will be hanging on a great deal more than others. And you just wonder what Davide Rigon is thinking, because he automatically would have assumed he could have cleared Boguslavski for 3rd place early, but it didn't transpire. As we look through the field, there is Andrea Caldarelli on Gilles Magnus. That's a battle for 13th position. Matteo Drudi will be the next car ahead, and he's dropped back. He's been passed by Van der Linde and Christopher Mies, so he's probably used his tyres earlier in the session. And look, Sheldon Van der Linde, how much he's clawed back, and that's not a matter of if, but when we're going to see the 32 overtake the 98.
So there is then 32, Sheldon Van der Linde, and he's made short work of the gap, as you say, so he's right there on the tail. And that long, long line of cars is growing again, isn't it? Because Ferrari and Sheargard are catching the Porsches, and then Yellerly and Van der Linde aren't that far behind the Gulf McLaren, but Nick Yellerly's BMW just does not seem to have the get up and go that the WRT car does, even with its damage.
But you know, sometimes damage like that, it isn't detrimental. Sometimes it can actually be an assistance. You might find the car actually handles really well without the rear bodywork on it. I wonder what that is. Let's get back in the wind tunnel.
Up towards the line they come then, so the margin between these two, 0.6 of a second last time around, is down to just half a second on that lap, and the rather battered Mercedes, Lorenzo Ferrari's Mercedes, gets through the traffic. And at WRT, Vincent Voss, without the flat cap, it must be hot, talks to Yves Weerts, and studying the data. Not a lot to cheer for though at the moment.
No, but I think what they're also looking at is when is the earliest opportunity we can bring our car in and put Dries van Thor in, because that might be the easier way of making progress, and then giving Dries the maximum time behind the wheel for that final hour.
Especially as there's a back-marking Mercedes up the road ahead of both BMWs that they're going to have to clear. So right now, cars are on lap 57 out of turn 5 and drop down the hill. Behind Sheldon Van der Linde is Christopher Mies, but even though he's cleared Mathieu Drudi, he's still got a bit of ground to make up. Behind Drudi is Caldarelli, up into 13th then. So rebuilding the day, 25 seconds off the lead, but another interruption, don't rule it out, bring them back into the hunt.
Certainly, he had another full course yellow.
5-second hold at the next pit stop for speeding under full course yellow.
188, I think that was, so the bronze leader being given a penalty.
I mean, 5 seconds again, it seems interminable, but look at this battle. So Van der Linde is all over the back, and likewise the 25, Christopher Mies. He doesn't need a second invitation to put the nose of the Audi up alongside one of these two BMW. Miguel Ramos in the leading bronze McLaren up the hill, and that's going to have to serve a 5-second penalty. So the car will come in, it will remain stationary for 5 seconds, and then the team can dive in and pit stop procedure can get underway. Oh, kicked up a lot of dust in there. Who's directly ahead of that car?
Gerhard Verraza, the Lamborghini.
Yes, might have been. In fact, he's just 3.2 seconds behind the Lamborghini, so that was the residue. But here we go again. Sheldon Van der Linde. I don't think there's any instructions from the team to stay behind the 98 BMW. Would you imagine there would be an inter-team?
Not at the moment, because there's no real hope, is there, in the current state of 98 being able to get up to challenge the Mercedes, never mind get ahead of it and put 5 cars between. So I'm afraid to say that this, from BMW's point of view, is salvaging the best race result they can.
The only reason I ask is because we don't know what might happen to the 88 Mercedes. They may have an issue in the final hour and not finish, so therefore you would need to get your 98 BMW as far up as you possibly can and not have to deal with a challenge from another team running the same brand. So it's that kind of thinking teams have got to, these little models they have, they create all these potential war games to see what if and or whenever.
Yeah, I think BMW would probably let them go, and if that situation developed, then they'd make the call rather than keep track position with over an hour still to go. But see what the Brains Trust does in the pit boxes. The gap's opened up though again, hasn't it? All of a sudden Yellerly seems to be able to pull away from Van der Linde, so the margin's stretched a bit through the last sector of the lap. Christopher Mies is right there in 11th spot as they drop down towards turn 1, a car off the racetrack there. It's got a Mercedes shape.
Yes, it is. And this is 36.
It's the Baptista car, isn't it?
Baptista.
Rodrigo Baptista at the wheel.
The only other thing with the 32 that I wonder Well, I don't think the bodywork damage to the rear of the car. Oh, there we go. That's the replay of Ricardo Baptista getting it all wrong in turn 5. But with the 32 BMW, while it may not affect its overall handling abilities, it may actually cause it to lose.
66, 10-second hold at the next pit stop for pit stop infringement.
So that's the Tracer attempt to Audi. To go back to what I was saying, it may affect its the car's ultimate top speed. It might take a couple of kilometers per hour off it because there's a lot more drag as a consequence, not having that very nice swoopy carbon fiber bodywork around the rear of the car.
Christopher Mies you're looking at, and he is in 11th place. The BMWs have got themselves back together again, heading up the hill, and the Audi is on the tail too. Christopher Mies, who's driven for WRT in the past, in his early Audi days, now a Santalok Audi driver, but all of this coming to an end, of course, as the Audi Small Customer Racing Programme ends at the end of the season. Lots of drivers on the job markets and the entry lists next year, with some faces perhaps missing and others in unfamiliar brands, will be interesting.
It's a major shake-up, really, because you're taking a brand like Audi, who's been such an important element in the whole history of SRO endurance and sprint events. They're, as a factory, not going to be supporting these satellite teams. I mean, I hope there will be Audis around, but I don't know what the situation will be in terms of any evolution or development of the brand, of the product.
Well, Contiu, which is an Audi team at the moment, both in terms of having GT3 and also TCR cars, has announced it will go to Aston Martin for next year. So, a team frustrated, I think, with Audi's decision. We're getting ready for pit stops. Marco Wittmann to jump on board 98. There's Jules Gounon ready to get on board 88, and we are just under 7 minutes away from the hour mark.
Just got a little note earlier in the day, I didn't have time to bring it in, but just Jean-Michel Bert of Come To You Racing apparently did consider running Corvettes or Mustangs next year before they settled on Aston Martin.
Okay, that's much.
So 71 being told to prepare for a pit stop, but they've actually caught back up to Timo Boguslavski, haven't they? That gap had grown, and Rigon has spent the hour stuck behind him with Heinrich and Muller in tow, and now the gaps have all come down again.
And you can probably hear the groan from Timo Boguslavski,
who stays out, and
absolutely.
The other 3 bail.
Yeah, well, that's the only way they're going to find a way around the 88. So Boguslavski has been released, and he can go on and do what he was doing so successfully. But I would imagine the Acuda ASP Mercedes AMG GT, catch my breath, GT3 team is going to have to respond at the end of this lap that the car is on.
And we've got through pretty much this middle stint without, of course, an interruption. It was all happening earlier on. So down the pit lane they come, BMWs, Audi, so you've got also in Nick Yellerly, Sheldon van der Linde and Christopher Mies. Stick tyres, new tyres being prepared for the cars. And there is Davide Rigon getting out. That's Jules Gounon ready to get in.
So, just confirmation of what we anticipated happening at Mercedes team. Once that group decided to come in, it was inevitable that the remainder of that lead group will have to do the same thing the lap later.
And others from further down, Miguel Ramos in, Glenn Van Berlo in as well, and their Winward Racing Mercedes. So there's the race leader still, Fabian Schiller, coming up to traffic, so that prompts them perhaps at Almanar Racing to bring him in rather than lose time behind the Barwell Lamborghini of Rob Collard at the wheel now.
That would make sense, because why lose time when you can make a pit stop? And again, just one lap after the group of lead cars, and look at this charge down the pit lane, and where are we? The Ferrari comes out ahead of the Porsche that we had Henrik behind the wheel. So an opportunity to find a way around a car if the driver's not dialed in as quickly as others around.
So it's Antonio Fuoco now, and Thomas Preining in the Porsche behind, and then Einstein Guven has taken over the green Dynamique car. In has come Boguslavski, in has come Schwarzman, in has come Schiller. So the top 3 are in, and give it a couple of laps for all these stops to cycle through, and then we'll have the new order running to the end of the race. 64 minutes to go now. Attach the cooling system. I think we're in the Sky Tempesta McLaren, aren't we, at the moment, as Timo Boguslawski arrives, almost overshoots.
Yeah, but he brings the car to a halt, and now it's up to the team. As Jules Gounod puts his seat insert in, rather than having an adjustable seat, the seats are now fixed, which is a much safer way of going about motor racing. And then you just, tear-off comes off the windscreen as well. And then you just have a seat insert to take you further forward or further back. In the case of Jules Gounod, he's taller than Timo Boguslawski, so his seat insert will be probably a little on the thinner side than that of Timo's.
So Jules straps himself in, gets ready to go. There being released, Lukas Stolz in treble 7, and that should keep the car in the lead. See the Aston Martin behind that Jacob Riegel has taken over. Away goes Gounod. The Ferraris have got themselves back together again. And Jules dropping back in the pack a little bit, look, because the Porsche has jumped him. So that means that track position has been won over now by Thomas Priming in the Rutronic car.
Yeah, and that was always going to be the fear, that in these pit stops, look at the Porsche and Ashton Guven trying to find a way around as well. His tyres are up to race temperature and not able to get on terms with Jules Gounod. Not take Gounod very long to dial himself in. He knows this car. He was absolutely a rocket ship this morning when he did his qualifying stint. Back to the drone. And the drone, look at the way the drone is like a motorcycle that leans into the corners.
Yes. It's not being piloted by Valentino Rossi, is it? Right, looking back now from Jules Gounod's car, and tucked up behind him is Ashton Guven. Very much a Porsche specialist and an esports specialist as well. So Guven, Porsche Super Cup champion as well, as being a good GT driver, right on the back of Jules Gounod, the Mercedes, not escaping.
So is there a move possible? No, covered by Gounod. Is there lots of rubber just on the entry into turn 10? I don't know whether that's a tire that's been shredded. I hope it's not bodywork.
So in comes 87, driver change there, as Lorenzo Ferrari gives way, and it means that on the rotation it will be Maxi Goetz to bring that car home. So the Ferrari's through there, away goes Goetz. Isaac Tutumula Lopez has handed over to Lorcan Hannafin, and he's had a moment off the road and back on again, we understand. As there, look, 87's going to fall behind 88 and 54 Porsche, slots back into the queue. And so now Goetz in Akonis ASP 87. Mercedes can attack the dynamic Porsche, take the pressure off Gounod.
And Gounod, look, the Porsche, you just see the Porsche, just little movements mid-corner. So Gounod probably now has got enough temperature into the tyres, and he's got the feel of the car. The circuit is an entirely different feel to how it would have been earlier this morning when they went through qualifying. So you've got to adapt, adjust really, really quickly. In particular, when you've got a challenge like this behind in the 54 Porsche, you don't really sort of sit back and think about it. You've got to get on with the program.
Good battle going on here, because the Sky Tempesta McLaren absolutely being hustled along. He's just gone around the outside of the traffic, heading up through turn 10 to jump up the order. Into the pit lane there comes number 66. So the Attempto Audi in. Eddie Cheever it was, by the way, in the McLaren that we were looking at, hustling on. So that car led bronze early on, but has fallen quite a long way back. Now needs to try to rebuild in this last stint. It was Gilles Magnus that led across the line in the pits last time from Marco Mappelli, but as they're serving pit stops, those two cars will drop down the order again.
So Lukas Stolz, in effect, will be the race leader, Nicholas Nielsen, and then we got the 87 Max Goetz, and then further through we got, well, that's falling back. Nielsen is in 4th place, effectively 2nd. Fauco effectively in 3rd. Thomas Preining in 4th, and Jules Gounod in 5th. Good enough to finish ahead of the 98, which has now got Marcus Wittmann all the way down to 14th.
There down the pit road goes the Contiu number 11 Audi. And number 6, Marco Mappelli has brought it in.
It's going into the pits, it's on the dollies.
Yeah, it's got a problem.
Well, they've got a dolly under it. Whether the air jacks aren't working or they're taking the car, it's going back into the garage. So there's something more technical that the team need to attend to in the garage rather than trying to attempt to repair it in the pit lane.
So Sandy Mitchell would have taken the car over, but clearly a problem that may only have really come to light in that pit stop. Now, Jules Gounod here is keeping at bay Ian Schoengoven, who in turn is being caught, as you've been seeing, by Maxi Goetz. And Marvin Kirchhofer is not that far behind either in number 159 McLaren there, and he's on a mission.
Absolutely, and Marvin Kirchhofer, according to the team, he had a couple of impediments in his qualifying, and they reckon that car had the pace to qualify in the top 6 this morning, but it unfortunately didn't occur. But Kirchhofer is plenty quick enough.
We had a brief yellow flag in sector 1, but it's gone in, so the car in question moving again, as here is Gounod just now starting to edge clear again of Ian Schoengoven in the Porsche, and then behind you can see is Maxi Goetz, Mercedes, clear of Marvin Kirchhofer, the very, very rapid McLaren driver, and Kirchhofer has just done the fastest lap of the race. How about that? So straight away, that Garage 59 McLaren absolutely flying.
That is, if you wanted confirmation, that is confirmation that the McLaren is a quick car around this Barcelona circuit, and they were right in saying what they said to me after qualifying. The car had the pace, and it's just been illustrated by Kirchhofer doing a 1 minute 41.2 second lap. And that's in traffic.
Yeah, absolutely so. Catching up to the queue of cars. So as the drone goes a-chasing once more, Stoltz to Nielsen is the leading situation, 6 seconds the margin. Absolute best sector 1 time now, Dries Van Thorp. So different cars, differing paces now with the really gun drivers behind the wheel. Lukas Stoltz, though, with a good advantage, and that's looking very solid indeed. The Almanar Racing Mercedes 6 seconds clear with now 57 minutes just under. Still to go.
Dries Van Thorp, in the meantime, in his charge from 10th position, fastest first sector, and Kirchhofer again showing a very, very quick pace in that final sector, or last, I should say, his final lap, 1:41. That's the lap he said, fastest race lap on
the Race Vision powered by AWS graphic. You see that the fastest lap is indeed what we've been talking about, Marvin Kirchhofer, Maxime Martin the second best. Third quickest lap of the race, Lukas Stoltz. Whoops, is there oil down there? Because all of a sudden 2 cars have had a spin. Or was that just a coincidence? Well, you've got 11 in the gravel. That's Christopher Haase, who's only just taken over the car. There was another one in strife. Now, nobody else has been off.
No, there were 2 cars went off. One, they come to you, Audi, as well and truly bedded into the gravel, and it ain't going to drag himself out unassisted, so we've got to probably see another full course yellow. Let's look at this, Dries Van Thorp all over the back of the Audi, but not able to get it done. So Patrick Niederhauser just manages to keep Dries Van Thorp at bay, but Dries is very, very racy. Look at the way, trying to find a way around one side, then kicks up a dust as he clipped the curb on the inside of turn 3.
Ricardo Feller in Audi number 40 back into the pit lane. He's got a problem. 24 Porsche was slow up the hill, and we're going to go full course yellow. 10-second count been given.
Full course yellow now.
And we've gone full course yellow for the 4th time. But the fact that those 2 cars both went off in quick succession made me think some liquid had been put down, but nobody else has dropped off the road.
No, I mean, I think a reasonable guess that there was something on the circuit that caused 2 cars, particularly the 11, to go off. In that matter, Christopher Haase behind the wheel, and the other, I think it was another Audi. I couldn't quite see which of the Audis it might have been, but certainly coming down, and they're looking at the racetrack, trying to see. There's a yellow flag, that's to indicate we're under full course yellow. Is there a trail? Is that, look in the middle of it, there's a lighter colour.
Like liquid, doesn't it?
It's just like there's a liquid trail going in, or maybe that's just the way the sun's shining on the circuit, but it could well be that somebody's dumped a load of lubricant of some description onto the racetrack, and those that were immediately following were caught out.
Well, number 40 Audi, Ricardo Feller, has come back into the pit lane. That's a 3rd stop, so 40 has a problem. Could that car be connected to what's gone on the road?
I thought it was an Audi that had started the whole issue, and that might be the 40 with Ricardo Feller behind the wheel. So
let's listen to Maxi Goetz.
Copy. Be careful, there is oil in engine. Slow down there.
I was right. Oil at turn 10. I was right.
Well, I actually spotted it.
Well, I said that has liquid gone down.
You anticipated it. I spotted it.
I'll share it with you, John. So the liquid on the road, we are right. There was something down there.
That was a good call, a good team call, David.
Between us we got there, yeah. So there is Fabian Schiller. He's quite good, you know.
Is he quick?
He's good.
Is Fabian Schiller quick?
He's quite good. Christopher Hauser's car being pulled out of the gravel. There you see the tribute from ComTU to Audi. Thanks for all the seasons, and they've made the Audi 4 rings into a 007 James Bond-style gun because they're off to Aston Martin's next. It seems rather ungallant to tell them that in the Fleming novels, Bond originally drove a Bentley, but never mind. You see what they've done there. Full course yellow conditions for the 4th time then during the course of the race, and Lukas Stolz leading on the road from Nicholas Nielsen. This might be a long one. It's not only a case maybe of getting a car out of the gravel, but also potentially treating that liquid that's on the racetrack.
Oh, and look at the gravel being thrown out of the back of the Audi, so it'll go straight into the pit lane. And outside assistance dragging that car out.
Well, 46 BMW carried on, didn't it? Briefly. But
yes, 8 laps behind the 8 ball, yeah.
Although they did park it in the end, but I think it will be allowed to carry on. It's lost a lap at least while it's been tugged out of the gravel bed. When we do go racing again, of course, there's the potential of back markers between the lead cars here. So we'll see if there's a wave by that might be employed. Hauser is into the pits, by the way.
So Riccardo Fella, the car we think might have been the responsible party for depositing oil on the entry into turn 10, and that's what then caught out Christopher Hauser. He just was the next car behind and had no chance, no option, hit it and spun off like Topsy.
Lukas Stolz going through, but the more exciting thing at the moment is watching the drone that's just gone diving under the bridge, avoiding everything possible. Getting quite dramatic, this.
I think someday, maybe at some race somewhere where we've got nothing on track that's really, you know, holding our attention, can we get the drone to do a few of aerobatics? Do drones fly upside down?
Probably. Now there the officials having a look at the liquid on the road and assessing what it's all about. There's the Audi back in the pits.
Yeah.
Now can the drone go at a quicker pace than a full course yellow pace, and therefore can we have a lap of the drone?
Definitely.
Right.
It can get a lap back right now.
Yes, exactly. So down at turn 10.
You can see that light it goes from right of racetrack as a swathe, just the car going just across it now. Now, I can assure you that modern lubricants are unbelievably slippery if you're on a racetrack.
Now, Fabian Schiller did a great stint, and he's answered Robert Schwartzman's question about his ability. Fabian Schiller with Antonio in the pits.
So Fabian, we saw you having a pretty good battle with Robert Schwartzman out there. I was asking if you're any good. Any comments?
Of course, I probably think now he knows we're good. We had a strong car. The Ferrari is very strong as well, I think, especially over the distance, but they also showed good one-lap pace. So it will be hard now. Let's see if there's a safety car coming. It will for sure stay interesting. But yeah, so far it's all good, and we're happy with what we achieved so far.
Fantastic. Well, question answered then. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Stoltz's advantage is going to disappear when they all bunch up behind. The next target is going to be Robert Schwartzman to say, so what do you think of Fabian Schiller then? Having been schooled. Yeah, Antonio is heading in that direction, I expect. So Stolz, Nielsen, Fuoco, Preining, Gunon, Guven, Gert, Kirchhoff and Niederhauser. Vanthor is your top 10, admittedly at the moment with a few back markers betwixt.
Yeah, and that's going to take a few laps for those cars. Either they might step aside and let the leaders go through, or if they want to be belligerent about it, they can find their own way through.
Yes, it's true enough.
There's this group here with the 4th place Thomas Preining. That's the nub of the battle for the top 6 positions. So Lukas Stolz has got one car between himself and Nicholas Nielsen.
There's a lot of oil in C12. Yeah, it could be. I think it will last like 15 minutes to clean everything. But after there will be safety car for sure, and it's good because it will pack up everyone.
So drivers being told about the oil, and the drivers also, because they're out there and they can see the track workers, they can get an idea. I think you heard Jules Gunon saying about 15 minutes maybe to treat it all and maybe sweep the gravel away. So this could be quite a lengthy period behind the safety car now.
You see, there's a lot of lubricant down there. I mean, in the good old days, there it goes,
Speedy dry.
Speedy dry. Look at the amount of rubber and gravel on the track at the same time. As Timo Boguslawski gets a slug of liquid, and good job by Boguslawski. Did an excellent job in his stint and didn't lose a position. He was under threat for the entirety. He should be happy with what he's done, and his team will be happy with what he's done.
Yeah, he set them up nicely for the championship, and ironically, the fastest man, Jules Gounon, is going to have the arguably least amount of work, because it could be quite a short stint in the end, if we're going to lose quarter of an hour of it now for the clear-up. That's his guesstimate, I hasten to add. It's not a definitive time. That's what he feels from inside the car.
Of course, the oil that we've been looking at has been oil that's been deposited on the entry to turn 1. It may well, until the oil in the oil tank, a dry sump engine, until that was exhausted, it could be around turn 11 and into turn 12. I'm looking at, again from the commentary booth, I can see marshals up at the entry into turn 11 and 12, and they're looking at the track surface to see if there is a residue of the oil as far as that.
Well, we think it was Ricardo Feller's Attempto Audi, because that pitted at the end of that lap and has, if you like, stayed pitted. And there, so many marshals and so many buckets of speedy dry, and a wheelie bin full of it now just to be tipped out. They need an awful lot of this to soak up that part of the circuit.
One time, many years ago, when I was walking from the commentary booth across the racetrack to do an evacuation to get home, I stepped on a bit of track where oil had been deposited, and you think ice is slippy, nothing compared to these modern lubricants.
Really?
Oh, unbelievable. Wow. You could barely stand on it.
So you can understand why Christopher Hauser, who was the first one to encounter it, with no warning whatsoever, was suddenly off the road. Christopher Hauser does not often put a car in the gravel, it must be said, so that's another reason we thought something had gone onto the race track. And the car out of the gravel, but sadly out of the race. The car's then being waved away from that line of liquid. Talking of which, Rover, the German oil company, is going to be the official lubricant provider and partner of the championship next year. We talk about the Rover Racing BMWs. Well, we've got Rover as a partner and the lubricant supplier of the championship next year. In silver, Sam Neary is 15th overall and the class leader from his teammates Benji Highties, and then it is Daniele Diamato in the dynamic Porsche now in 3rd in silver. That's the top 3 in the race, not championship. We'll worry about championship in due course. So that's the silver class. The other categories, of course, still shaking out. Gold being led by Alberto Di Folco at the moment, ahead of Marius Zug, and then Philip Ellis in the second of the Winwood Mercedes behind the sister car of Marius Zug. Yeah, Ricardo Feller, of course, brought the car round to the pit lane, so most of the oil fell out on the run into turn 10, but there is the chance that there's more all the way through turn 13 and into the pits.
Well, the oil pump doesn't know there's a hole or there's a leak until there's no more oil to go into the oil pump. At that point, then the engine, in effect, virtually will seize.
That's how you are in bronze. Louis Pret from Robert Renard and Fred Makovici. Right, Robert Schwarzman was wondering whether Fabian Schiller was any good. Does he now have an opinion? Good luck, Antonia.
Robert, we saw some lovely tete-a-tete there. What do you reckon? Is Schiller any good?
Well, yeah, it was a tough stint, I must say. Unfortunately, I got blocked in the pit exit. There was a very close situation there, but luckily everything was okay. Unfortunately, I had to lose one position. Yeah, maybe they told me that it was on the radio. I was asking about Fabian. Yeah, very consistent, very good driver, so it was actually very interesting to follow him. And yeah, then during the stint, I was just trying to stay close and, you know, put some pressure. He did a good job by not doing any mistakes. And yeah, here on this track, it's very difficult to overtake because there is a lot of high-speed corners. And whenever you're very close, there is literally no front, so you're sliding all the time. So I tried my best to stay as close as possible, maybe to do some overtaking, but yeah, unfortunately couldn't manage it. And then yeah, with the lapped cars, with the blue flags, it's very difficult. Unfortunately, they don't let by. I don't know why. They were actually fighting me, so there was also some close moments there. So I lost a little bit of time, and yeah, but overall I'm very happy. The pace was there. The car feels very good, and yeah, now it's Nick driving, so hopefully we're gonna finish on the podium.
Do you think there's anything Nick can do to get that place back?
I mean, now it's basically safety car, so everybody's gonna be packed. Let's see. If the car in front will not do any mistake, it's gonna be difficult, obviously, to overtake, but we never know. I just hope that we have a bit more pace on this stint compared to the car in front, and we can fight for the win.
Well, they may be pretty good, but so are you guys, so best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, Mirko Bortolotti is at the wheel of 63, and the car has been given a 3-second penalty for Andrea Caldarelli overtaking off track. This was the being blocked in the pit lane that Robert Schwarzman was talking about, although the team did say, let the Porsche go. A slight difference of opinion, maybe. We're still under full course yellow conditions, whilst the track workers are sorting out the oil.
The only good news with cars trundling around at sort of 80 kilometers per hour or whatever they're doing in full course yellow circumstances is that they're not burning up rubber, so the tyre is being preserved. So when this race finally goes back to green, everybody's still going to have relatively fresh tyres, and that will benefit some more than others. And you know, maybe Robert Schwarzman's desire to think, can we get the 51 Ferrari up ahead of the 777 Mercedes-Benz? Well, they're going to be close together once the safety car has been returned to the pit lane, and there's still a chance. So who will be best positioned, in other words, tyre life-wise, between the two lead cars, or you might say the top 6 cars, will be an interesting conclusion to the race.
BMW drivers watch on, and the BMW is represented in terms of the best placed car by Dries Vanthoor, Marco Wittmann in 11th, but yeah, the Rover Racing team has certainly had a tough day, and that car has struggled to make progress in the race.
Yeah, I mean, again, it wasn't helped by the fact that they qualified a little bit further behind. There were 2 rows, I think, behind the 88 Mercedes. So it's this story on a difficult circuit to overtake. If you haven't got the overall qualifying pace to give you that benefit to be near or at the front, then making progress when you've got a lot of extremely close and competitive cars around you, you've just got to make your chances in reality.
So the full course yellow situation continues, and Marshalls are now on track up at turn 12. So it's a long line that was dropped by the Audi. Teams also trying to say to the race control team, we're going to need, given the length of the full course yellow period, we're going to need a good 2 or 3 laps really to get the tyres back up to temperature. So in the past it was 1 to get things back underway, but can we have a bit more please this time around?
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the track temperature is still pretty high, 37.8 degrees ambient, 28.5. So, I mean, it's all relevant to what they would have under normal race conditions. As far as the oil around the rest of the circuit, I think that if, let's say, it was the 40 Attempto Audi that dumped the oil, that happened coming into turn 10. But once the message got through, then immediately that car would have pulled off the line and hopefully would have continued around offline until it got into the pit lane entry.
So for the moment, Luca Stoltz has an easy time of it. There is your Pro-Am leader, Lorcan Hannafin, who came out of, like many of the young British GT drivers, Ginetta Junior Racing, then went into Carrera Cup GB, in which he was a race winner. He's been very good in Carrera Cup Germany and in DTM races as well of late, and now coming to Fanatec GT, going well, and first time out in the championship, could go away with a Pro-Am class win.
Well, I think everything has been done and dusted. Sorry for using the word dusted.
See what you did there?
See what I did? So all the safety workers, their vehicles are now returning to the stations. So I think probably we're not a million miles away, but again, looking, there's still marshals on the track over at turn 12, 13. So turn 10 has been, but we've still got a lot of work on 11, 12, 13.
So there's the Ferrari of Lorcan Hannafin turning through. Second in Pro-Am, incidentally, is the Barwell Lamborghini that dropped to the bottom of the pack right early on. Adam Ballan was driving it in the first stint. Rob Collard did the middle, and Dennis Lind, who's always exciting to watch, and we ought to have more of Dennis Lind. He is now second in Pro-Am. He's hauled the car back into the mix. Dennis is somebody else. We've talked about a number of drivers that don't get the credit they deserve. He's definitely one, and really would be an asset to any of the big manufacturers or big teams in the Pro Cup.
Well, depending how much cooperation Dennis Lind gets, he's not a million miles away from trying to take the Pro-Am a class victory here, because the lead car, Lorcan Hannafin, is 38th overall. Dennis Lind is 42nd, but when that restart occurs, everybody's going to be bunched together. So it's an opportunity for Dennis Lind to strike. And of all those cars, I would say Dennis Lind is the most likely to make progress early once we get the green flag.
And we're going to be a while from that. There are 3 course vehicles I can see up at turn 12. Again, trying to treat the oil, and marshals are there waving the cars offline. Some of the teams are saying, can we go safety car now and get the tyres up to temperature? But when you've got 3 circuit vehicles on track and marshals still working away up at turn 12 and across up to the top of 13, the answer is a clear no, because of the speed of the cars.
Well, I mean, I can sit and look where I'm sitting, and there's probably about a dozen or more people working on the racetrack to try and get the oil that went down, get it dried up, cleared away. They put the speedy dry down, and they brush it, and then in the process that takes the residue that's on the racetrack, clears it with the speedy dry. So it's a lot of work, a lot of physical work for the marshals to deal with. And there are course vehicles still going between turns 11, 12, coming into 13, and I think we're going to see this is going to continue probably for another 5 or maybe 10 minutes.
I mean, Jules Gournol said 15, didn't he? And he won't be far off. This is the area where the work is still going on. Just have a look there. 1, 2, there's a third one around the corner of the circuit vehicles, and more marshals with the speedy dry. So there's your answer. No, you can't have a safety car because of the amount of work that's still got to go on.
I mean, you can see that on the line into turn 12, there was just a swathe of oil had gone down, so that is on the racing line. When the car then got to turn 13, it would probably lost as much driver. Riccardo, a biscuit.
Biscotti for Riccardo Patrese.
Biscotti.
Lorenzo Patrese, his son there. Riccardo is his chauffeur, because although Lorenzo is one of the star drivers within the Silver Cup, he's not old enough to have a road licence and hire a car at the airport. So Dad has to drive him to and from the circuit.
Yeah, but Dad wants to be here anyway.
Yeah, true. Great enthusiast, Riccardo.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that long ago that we saw him in the Honda NSX in the Spa 24 Hours one year, but now with these tuck biscuits, he's monitoring and mentoring his son.
And a very nice family they are. Horses are a big part of the Patrese life as well. Now look at that. Oh, you can see how much oil has gone down there up at turn 13. That's a lot of oil.
Yeah. So if ever you want to know how much oil an Audi R8 carries, it's the third sector at Barcelona, basically. And there's the gravel there as well. Marshall's saying to the drivers, keep to that side, because we're trying to work to get the circuit safe for you to go racing.
I haven't seen an oil spill at a race anywhere in the world, just maybe as severe as this one. And you're having to take corner marshals and whatever to get the brooms out and do it. There must be a better method if you've got such a large oil spill of being able to clear it more quickly.
I do not know. They are still cleaning.
Looking at the Lamborghini.
No, I mean the race.
But Clement Schmidt has driven 85 earlier on, and he's with Antonio.
Clements, 35 minutes until it looks like you're going to take that silver. How are you feeling?
At the moment, quite nervous. I mean, we are happy for the full course yellow at the moment because there's no risk that anything can go wrong. But yeah, it's a horrible feeling to wait outside and have the other go to the finish line.
I can imagine. Do you think there could be any obstacles lying in the next few minutes?
I don't hope so. I have all the trust and confidence in the marshals that the oil is clean soon, and then we have proper racing again.
Absolutely. Everyone would love to see it finish under a green flag. Thank you for your time. Congratulations.
Yeah, it looks as though Clement Schmidt is heading for that silver championship. Gold in silver, if you see what I mean, the silver champion. So yeah, we're still under the full course yellow. Reduced pace of the cars. Only when they're behind the safety car can they go faster. Just looking out of our window into the distance, dust is rising, and that's because now cars are driving over that speedy dry, and it's therefore being kicked into the air, but it's still being applied from the exit of turn 12 up towards turn 13. So the operation is being concluded, but there's so much track to cover. understandably takes a long time. The Bronze Championship has gone back the way of Sky Tempesta Racing now, ahead of Haupt Racing Team. And then the Herbert Porsche crew, Robert Renard and Ralph Byrne, have dropped back into third. They were on target to be the category winners earlier on, but then copped a penalty. So Sky Tempesta are back in the pound seats as far as bronze is concerned. There is the Sky Tempesta McLaren, and it's on the road behind the car that it is ahead of in the championship, 79 Mercedes. The class being led on the road in the race, though, by 188. So Louis Pret took over from Miguel Ramos, and he leads. Second is Robert Renard. Third, Fred Makovici. Fourth, Arjun Maini. Fifth, Eddie Cheever. And Ben Barker is sixth. And in bronze, there's the battle building up nicely between Arjun Maini, the Indian driver, and Eddie Cheever. Eddie Cheever the third, I think we've worked him out to be nowadays. Eddie Cheever the next. And there for Hubert Haupt's team that effectively came out of the ashes of Black Falcon. Sean Breslin went with Hubert Haupt to run the team, and Hubert bought the infrastructure, rebranded it, and they've had a very successful time in GT and DTM racing of late. And after a miserable season of Mercedes, it's been a good McLaren year for Sky Tempesta, and Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui and Eddie Cheever look like they're going to be bronze champions, which will be a great result. So, we've got 32 minutes of the race to go. There is Hubert Haupt, that I was talking about a moment ago, watching on, wide-eyed, as he sees his car in 29th overall, 4th in class, Arjun Maini at the wheel.
Yeah, very deep concentration from Hubert Haupt, looking at the timing and scoring, hoping that maybe that can in itself make a difference. So, still work going on up at the top of the circuit.
Now, Chris Froggatt must be getting pretty pleased about this, with the Bronze Championship heading his way at the moment. Chris Froggatt with Antonio, let's hear from him.
Chris came into this weekend leading the Bronze Championship, now just got it back. How's it looking out there?
Yeah, I mean, this race has been really up and down. I think I had quite a reasonable first stint. We came in first, we lost some time in the pit stop, and then John just had a really, really difficult time kind of being pushed around a bit on track, and I think we came in 7th, now we're 5th. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? There's still like 30 minutes left, so yeah, fingers crossed. But it looks good for now, but you know, 30 minutes is a lot of time for things to happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen, but optimism as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Chris Froggatt then has done his driving duties for the day, but would like to be on that podium. Because of course, the race and championship podiums come the end. So there is the view down towards turn 10. Drivers turning their way. Big bite of curb now to keep away from the liquid up the hill.
Up at the top of the circuit, turn 11 into 12. All the marshals look to me like they're retreating now to behind the barriers.
Okay, good.
And looking a further turn. So I think we're not going to be bit by bit, we're getting there, but it's taken a long time. There's a huge amount of oil went down.
Still a course vehicle on track over there. Just see the cars having made their way past it. So yeah, you're right, we are coming to the end of the operation. Marshall scampers across the road with his bucket, and Gemma Scott down in the pit lane has found Hubert Haupt, who we've been looking at, second in bronze in the championship, and his thoughts are worth hearing too.
Hubert, nothing's over still. This is literally going to go down to the final few moments of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, we were second after my first stint, and then we were really unlucky with the pit stop. We lost 20 seconds. Now we are back fourth, but I think we need to be second. I need to restart now, because otherwise the time is running away, but we're still on a hope to win the Endurance Championship.
What was the problem in the pit stop?
Yeah, too many cars in front and back. We could not go to the fuel rig, so we lost 20 seconds there.
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's a tight pit lane, isn't it, here?
Yeah, I mean, too many cars, too tight. Everyone wanted to pit during the safety car. It was bad luck.
Yep, bad luck, but unfortunately that is racing. Hopefully we'll get
Safety
racing
car
soon, get some
procedure.
heat back in the tyres, and push on for that second place. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've gone safety car, and so now the temperature comes back into the tyres, the pace quickens, and that means we are getting closer to the restart, our fourth full course yellow to safety car period of the race.
Yes, and we've just got 29 minutes of the race to run. So it's a reset, and it's going to be a mad charge, because everybody's going to be looking on Robert. That's done basically half of this stint at sort of full Courchevel pace.
Lots of the teams saying we really want 3 laps at least to get the temperature up, get the pressures up. So the race control team have certainly got the message.
Yes, but I think 3 laps, in my view, is probably at least 1 too many. I can understand why teams would say, look, we're concerned about how the track is. We're going to have to run across the bits of track that had oil on it. But I don't think you need 3 laps to get temperature back into the tyres in this level of ambient and track temperature. But what would I know? I used to have to race in concrete and clay.
Well, yes. Confirmation from Attempto, engine failure. That's the reason for the retirement of number 40 and the reason that the circuit became like a skating rink. So it was an engine failure.
Actually, it's interesting Attempto say engine failure. In the past, lots of teams would say we retired because we have an oil leak.
Yes.
Don't blame the brand, don't blame the manufacturer. Oh, we have an oil leak.
How times change. So, what have we got left in the race? Less than 28 minutes. It really is going to be a dash to the end, isn't it, once we go racing? So, safety car procedure, the pace quickening. There's Dennis Lind, who is always well worth watching. And he's got to get through the traffic, as John was saying earlier.
Yeah, he's got to be on his toes. You can see just from Dennis Lind, as we got a brief glimpse of him, he is ready to go at the earliest opportunity. So pace is being picked up.
But he's effectively a lap down on the class leader because Dennis Lind is trapped behind the race leader, whereas at the back of the queue, almost a lap up on him, is Lorcan Hannafin. So it's going to be a big, almost impossibility unless Hannafin has a problem.
Yeah.
As Dennis Lind coming towards the camera now in the Barwell Lamborghini. So he has now just gone on to his 74th lap, whereas coming through to end his 74th is Lorcan Hannafin, who's further back in the crocodile. So just positioning of your car against the leader, but it can have big effect on the class. The safety car picks up the overall race leader, but that is where the problems come for people lower down the order who are out of position and a lap down on the lead car.
It's just unfortunate the way, just watching cars, again from our commentary position, see them coming down into turn 10 on the racing line, and they're kicking up a lot of the residue of that speedy drive.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
So if some of the teams were expecting more for pressures and tyre temperatures, there is the safety car in at the end of the lap. Now, here is the opening lap of the race. Treble 7, which was Mauro Engel in the white Mercedes, under investigation for contact with Jordan Pepper. And there it was. You just saw the Lamborghini spit to the side of the road. So even though it's leading on the track, there's still an investigation. Lights out on the safety car. So we're going to go back racing this time. This is the external shot. Have a look at the Mercedes, tags the Lamborghini. So that's being looked at by race control.
I mean, it's difficult to say on the opening lap. You might say, if you're generous, that might have been a racing incident because
green flag.
Lamborghini was slightly out to the left and the Mercedes was on the inside. So here we go. 777 leads across the line. And watch the battle behind. There's 5 cars all bunched up.
So we go back racing, down towards turn 1. Lukas Stolt gets away. Dennis Lind tries to get through the traffic, which he does, and also Nicholas Nielsen tries to get through. Thomas Preining gets roughed up on the curb. Looking trying to get past Romain Larue with the Aston Martin. And we understand that Mauro Engel and the team manager of Treble 7 have got to go to the stewards immediately after the race. So what happens on track may not be the end of the story.
No, David, what happens on the podium? That's going to be the story.
There you've got Thomas Preining through the traffic, but he's lost ground against Antonio Fuoco. So Lukas Stolt pulling away up front. The car, of course, that was involved with Treble 7 early on is down in 22nd position.
Drive-through penalty to car 89 for exceeding the stint time.
Yeah, the Batista family.
Right, they've been in the gravel anyway, so that's the Mercedes exceeding the stint time. 87, Maxi Goetz on the back there of Guven, who's on the back of Gunnar as they climb up the hill. The Aston Martin, remember, a lap down, sort of in the way, really.
Now, Dennis Lind is ahead of the 88, Jules Goulart. I wonder will Dennis Lind concede ground, or will he try to pull away? I suspect he's going to try and pull away. Oh, look at the McLaren getting very wide coming down the hill, so that would have been rather careful for. And again, just the traffic looking for clean bits of the racetrack to not. I mean, it's nuts at the minute.
And that's the position. Look, Goetz trying to get past Guven, but he couldn't do it on the outside. Jules Gunnar being a bit stuck, isn't he, at the moment, behind the Aston. Needs to bail, so he looks for the inside. He's going to try and get through the traffic. He's going to defend from Guven. He's still on to win the championship because 98 BMW is only in 11th place. So Gunnar comes through. Stoltz leading by 1.9 seconds from Nicholas Nielsen. Timo Bogusławski looking nervous. Gunnar on the lines, Guven on the inside. Guven has a cheeky look, but nothing's going to come of it into the corner.
Well, Jules Gunnar's going to have to find a way around the Aston Martin sooner than later, because if he doesn't, he's going to have pressure from the Porsche all the way around for the remaining, 22 minutes of this race.
To the inside line goes Gunnar. Gets through the traffic, takes Guven with him. Goetz gets delayed a little bit. Right with him as well is Kirchhoff and then Patrick Niederhauser in 9th place. 22.5 minutes are on the clock as the Mercedes hangs on to 5th place. Now, Thomas Preining is away up the road, but in turn has dropped back from Antonio Fuoco.
I suppose the only issue that you might Gunnar in 5th place, but he's still sufficiently ahead of the 98 BMW, which is in 11th. So if he doesn't find a way through, it's not the end of the world.
Battle on for 5th then. Gunnar, Guven, Goetz behind. Coming down through the turn 10 left-hander. There you've got the BMW battle. Marco Wittmann has now got himself past Dries van Voor. So 1 place gained for the Rover Racing car. Chipping away, getting up the order. So Marco Wittmann has gone by, moves himself up past Dries van Voor, who in turn comes under attack now from the delayed Lamborghini behind.
I wonder, was that a pass made in the pit lane in the garage, or was that a pass made on merit on the racetrack?
It's a good question, isn't it? Because it's still not going to help them necessarily take a championship, but it doesn't hurt.
But it's better to give that 98 the best shot. If you're a sister BMW team, in the interest of the overall scheme of things. I know it's a bitter pill to swallow sometimes, but sometimes, you know, you do things for bigger and better purposes.
Indeed so. So Jules Gunnar heading to the overall championship then for Acodis ASP. Lukas Stoltz might be heading for the race win, but now there's this Damocletian investigation into lap 1, then it's not necessarily the way, is it? So the team, Maro Engel, have said they were on their way to see the stewards. We'll wait and see if anything comes from it. It will just be deemed a racing incident, but the fact that they want a word suggests otherwise. There's Dennis Lind just ahead of Thomas Preining. Dennis Lind in second in Pro-Am, but a long way back from the category leader, like over 40 seconds or so, down towards turn 10. Drivers now with the speedy dry working, being able to use a bit more of the racetrack once again.
Yeah, track is coming back. Oh, what happened there? Well, that was the Sky Tempesta and
Alex Audi going through. So that's a battle for 29th overall, different classes, but again, it's knowing about when to pick your battles, isn't it? Fight the car in your class, not the car that's not. So out of turn 4 they go, drop down the hill, the drone chases after them.
So the racetrack now looks back to where it was prior to the oil spillage. That's coming out of turn 5, but in fact the oil didn't go down until turn 10, turn 9, turn 10.
It's where we had Valentino Rossi off the road earlier on, and right now Lukas Stoltz, the on-the-road leader. It would be a shame, wouldn't it, if we get to the end of 3 hours and then discover there's a penalty coming to this car, rather than knowing about it during the race. And equally for the team, they could address it during the race, but it's been looked at. Stewards have been busy, you've got to say. There in second place, Nicholas Nielsen. The gap is coming down. It was 1.9, it's down to a second and a half. And then Antonio Fuoco in third. But this car jumped ahead on the first round of pit stops and has preserved the lead thereafter. Yeah, so Lucas Stoltz, all he can do is what he's doing behind the wheel. What happens away in the steward's room is a separate issue. He wasn't the driver involved on that opening stint. And again, from what we have seen, it was very difficult to say if it was a racing incident or something that might need a bigger penalty to be applied to the 777 Almano Racing Mercedes. So there is in super slow-mo the lead car being launched over the curb at turn 7. That fires it out a little bit wide for 8, where it catches the curb again and bounces its way, but just avoids tipping into the gravel bed. Lucas Stoltz at the wheel. Yeah. Oh, a Porsche. Which one is that? Is that? Looks like 56, isn't it? Okay. Daniele Di Amato out of silver was third in the class. And with 18 minutes to go, I would rather fear that we're going to have yet another interruption. So, looking to see where around the racetrack that the Porsche is, it's difficult to tell that one camera shot. It's in the first sector. There it is, coming out of turn 3. Just never makes the corner. We're going full course yellow again. Full course yellow in 20 seconds. So yet again, the race is being interrupted. And the drivers will get the message on the in-car marshalling display. Full course yellow in 10 seconds has been announced on the screens as well. And the car's slow.
Full course yellow now.
Go full course yellow. Yeah, the Porsche's in a position, there's an access about just a few meters from where the car came to a standstill. So all they need to do is to get one of the recovery vehicles, to put the tow strap onto it and drag it. There she is. So are they going to try and get the car back by using brute force? I think it needs a recovery vehicle, because normally when you're in the gravel like that, you're sufficiently buried that the car's own drive is not sufficient. All you do is just dig deeper. Yeah. But it's a strange off, that, wasn't it? The car just never really seemed to turn. Well, he probably got onto the outside of the corner where there's a lot of rubber and maybe other bits and pieces. So if you get onto that, your tyres just lose all the grip they have, and he just was a passenger as the car went wider, wider, wider. Then once on the gravel, the momentum just carried it into the tyre bale or into the Tech Pro barrier on the outside of turn 3. So once more, you're looking at Jules Gounon, who's had a very calm stint. Let's listen in.
I could go quicker, Nico, but I'm not taking any risk. I don't want to go on mid-terms, and I'm just controlling, managing the gap in front. Even is quite aggressive on brakes. Copy. Maybe try to have less gap than before, please. Try to have less gap than before. Still in left corners. The front right is too much under steer, but it's okay.
So Jules Gounon heading for overall honours in gold. Number 21 Audi only needs to finish and they will win the championship. Silver, the 85 Grasser Lamborghini cruising to the title in second, and in bronze, number 91 is running second, and it's got to win the class in order to win the championship, and with now a reduction in the number of racing laps, because clearly we're behind full course yellow conditions, and then no doubt a safety car, there'll be very little time left once we go back racing, which is a huge frustration for many. But again, with a car in a dangerous place, what can you do? All you could do is get that car removed as quickly as possible, because there is an access point just where the Porsche has gone off, so it should be a relatively rapid recovery and get the car in a safe place, and then that this race continued. There'll be a momentary full safety car, I'm sure, deployment. Let everybody catch back up again, and after a second lap, on we go. Jules Gounon getting very frustrated with something or somebody. Oh. We understand that, we didn't hear the radio, but we understand that Jules is complaining that he's being given a nudge from behind, being pushed along by Anton Guven, and that's what he's getting cross about, and the Porsche's tickling the back of the Mercedes for no real reason. So see if we can get the radio traffic again, but Jules Gounon getting frustrated with that car behind. Well, certainly not appreciating a bit of physical contact in a full course yellow situation.
And that definitely is up to see the headmaster. And well, in the good old days, you know what the punishment was.
Not quite sure what Guven is trying to achieve by doing that, if it's deliberate. Might just have misjudged something and tapped the back, but certainly Jules Gounon getting frustrated. Does that show the tension in the car?
Look, if something happens in this context which is not meant to happen, you're going to go, hey, what are you doing? Come on.
I can't believe that of you, for example. You would have been so placid in a race.
A bit like Rory McIlroy in the Ryder Cup yesterday with one of another competitor's caddy.
So Jules Gounon, a little cross, to say the least, we understand. Full course yellow conditions yet again, for the 5th time of asking here in Barcelona. 13 minutes remain, and we're not going to get many racing laps in one field.
Car 777, 5-second time penalty added to the final racing time for causing a collision with car 63.
So from lap 1 on lap 81, the decision comes that a 5-second penalty is handed to the race leader, and more than ever now, that car needs racing laps to try and pull out 5 seconds worth of a gap.
Yeah, and the gap, I mean, well, when they came across the line or whatever, I mean, it's, I think that's a harsh decision, but it's the decision the stewards are there to adjudicate, and they've made their judgment. They've seen a lot more than we would have available to see on screen, so they've made that judgment, 5 seconds added to the time. So all of a sudden, Lucas Stolz has got to drive like he's never driven in his life before, if he wants to take victory.
Well, indeed. The trouble is...
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
This is the incident. Let's just address that first of all. There, Engel on the inside. He does tag the Lamborghini, yes. But 80 laps later, the decision appointed to treble 7 that it's a 5-second penalty. Now, the safety car is deployed. That means they're going to bunch up, so add 5 seconds to the Mercedes time and it will drop down the order, and Stolz is going to have to do basically a qualifying run to the end, isn't he now?
Yes, I mean, it's going to be a tough call for Lucas Stolz. And the only thing that he has in his favour, he's going to be the first car across the line when the track is green racing, so he can use that to his own benefit. But nevertheless, I mean, with what, 11 minutes,
in this lap,
just under 12 minutes remaining, how can he find an additional, well, whatever the gap is between first and second, you can see on the road, it's negligible. So he's going to have to find the best part of 5 seconds in the next 11.5 minutes, or it'll be 11 minutes when they come across the line.
If that, I would have said closer to the wrong side of 10. Maybe what he can do is try and buy a little bit by when he controls the restart. If he can pull away on the run to the line, then that's going to help. If he can, you know, really outfox Nicholas Nielsen. But getting 5 seconds in probably 9 minutes, don't see that happening. Timo Bogostowski looking particularly nervous, but really there's no need, I don't think, as long as Jules Gounon brings it home, and he should do. They're well clear of the opposition, but it's been an interesting race. Admittedly, it has been a bitty one because of the interruptions, but there's always been battles and always been plenty to talk about over the course of the 2 hours and 50 minutes that we've had. So the cars come now behind the safety car. There's still another wave trying to play catch-up, but the race director wants to get things underway. The 56 Porsche that's caused this 5th and hopefully final interruption has come into the pit lane. And we'll go racing at the end of the lap. The safety car is, heading down towards turn 10 in a moment. Here it comes.
Have you got a guarantee we're not going to have any further incidents before the flag falls?
Not guaranteed, but I'm running out of ink to write them all down. Does that help?
Safety car, lights off.
You know, we've got 10 minutes to go.
Yeah,
and anything is possible. Another car goes off because...
Now look.
Backing him up.
Exactly. This is where Stolz can try and jump Nielsen, try to build that gap. And look, Nicholas Nielsen almost overlapping there. Lucas Stolz has gone. He accelerates away coming out of 12, blasts clear and dives into 13. Push, push, push. Now, Lucas Stolz has got to drive a qualifying session to try to eke out 5 seconds. And he's got less than 10 minutes to do it if he wants to hang on to the race win. The two Ferraris run together, second and third. They need to work together and not fight. If they fight, they delay each other, and it's 0.6 of a second going on to lap 83, down towards turn 1. Stolz has got to push like never before, and actually there, look, Fuoco had a tentative look to the inside of Nielsen, so maybe there could be a fight between those cars. Dennis Linders let Gounon go.
Gounon just going through the process. he doesn't really do any more than he has done in his stint. It's a very fractured stint that the entire field's had to cope with.
So there are the Ferraris, and you can see Fuoco looking for a way to get past Nicholas Nielsen. Go on, thinks Lucas Stoltz. Fight, fight, fight. That gives me a lifeline. Gounon pressing on. He's got a back marker to worry about as well. So it's a lap 1 incident that's come through the system. You could argue that had it been taken, of course, at an earlier pit stop, with the number of stoppages, they'd have bunched back up and it would have been negated. But because it's been awarded late in the race, now Stoltz really does have to push. And the Ferraris need to keep out of trouble because they could inherit the win here.
Well, they're more than likely to have one car take victory and the other car could maybe sneak in and get second place because...
Oh, another one off. So with 8.5 minutes on the clock, off the road has gone... Was that Ezequiel Perez compact, possibly? That looked like it was at turn 5. It's gone straight on. And it is number 90, Ezequiel Perez compact, yellow in sector 2. And this is the last thing now that Lucas Stoltz needs, because if we're going to go full course yellow again and a safety car with 8 minutes to go, so Alain Adon, the race director, has to make a call. Do I let them go for 8 more minutes and try and cover that under a yellow? But if anybody else goes off and that car's in a vulnerable position, then there's a case to answer. What do I do? Well, we'll find out, because the leader comes over the line and it's only 9/10 of a second, so it's not going to be 5, is it, in another 8 minutes for Lucas Stoltz? He's only pulled out 0.3 of a second on that lap. Nielsen, Fuoco, then Preining. There's Gounon on the inside of the traffic. He's 5th and heading for the overall championship in endurance.
So I think we're going to see this race run under green flag where the 90 Mercedes is. I think it's sufficiently off the
car
trajectory
21
line.
and car 83. Drive-through penalty converted in 30 seconds added to the final racing time for exceeding the stint time.
One of those is 21, Maxime Soulet, who is heading for the gold championship, and the other one is number 83.
The Iron Dames.
The Iron Dames, absolutely. In the pink Lamborghini that we've not really seen very much of. But
Haven't seen it at all?
Yeah, Michel Gassing, Jules Gounon's partner, is behind the wheel. Battle is on there, look, as 6th and 7th are together. Heinz Guven and Maxi Goetz. Guven is sideways, but he hangs on to it.
Yeah, Max Goetz looking up a hill into turn 9 and doesn't quite lean on the Porsche as they go through the right-hand corner, but has intent. So Guven's going to have to be very defensive, stays on the left of the circuit coming down into turn 10. And what Goetz is going to do, Goetz does need to be careful because he's under child Kirchhofer likewise, trying to get him alongside the Mercedes. Can he get alongside or no? He can't.
So that's Kirchhofer on the back of 87. So we've got Lucas Stoltz leading. Now Mauro Engel was behind the wheel when the incident happened. What does he think about it, Antonia?
Mauro, you've been handed a penalty. How are you feeling about it? Harsh?
Well, it was obviously an unfortunate situation. Yeah, it's a shame, obviously, that that one car ended up in the gravel, and we've just been given a penalty now, which obviously is a bit difficult because we've had safety cars and so on, and obviously a lot of time in the race has gone by. But in the end, Luca needs to do whatever he can to try and build a bigger gap. Hope that there's not another safety car, and yeah.
Did you see when the 63 came back on track?
No, obviously we came together in turn 4, and like I said, there's definitely no bad intention, but I saw him go around, and obviously that's not what you want to see. So yeah, apologies on that side, and looks like unfortunately it's going to cost us a win today.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, especially with the safety car. Thank you very much.
So Lucas Stoltz leading, but if anything now Nicholas Nielsen is upping his pace and looking a bit nearer. Look how that gap's come down.
Yeah, I mean the two Ferraris are gone together and just literally on the tail of the 777 Mercedes, and Mauro Engel taking it very philosophically, the fact the penalty, and there was no intent meant when that collision occurred, but maybe because the Lamborghini ended up in the gravel and ended up at the tail of the field, that was felt to be sufficient reason to give up a 5-second penalty. Is a relatively modest penalty, but in the context of this race, especially this final hour, it's absolutely the end of the race for the 777, and it might not initially finish on the well, in fact, it may not even get onto the podium.
No, exactly. I mean, there, Stoltz, look, he is pushing as best he can, and I think Mauro Engel touched on it. You know, had that come earlier in the race, they could have served it, they could have pushed on, and a safety car would have negated it. But by coming in these last few minutes, they've got very little chance, irrespective of safety cars, because of the available time left to overcome it. But it is what it is. They've got to cope with it. There is Jules Gounon, who is back racing, and he's shaken off Ian Guven, who was getting into the back of the Mercedes under full course yellow conditions earlier on.
Jules Gounon, his last lap was 142.1. Compare that with Nielsen's a 42.0 and a 42.1 for Fuoco. So he's running at a race pace, a leading pace, but just his position is such, he's in 5th position, enough to take the championship, but in a way that I know Gounon would like to have won this race to win the championship, because that makes it even all the more sweet.
But as he said on the grid, there's one car we're concentrating on, and they've been ahead of it all race. So it's been mission accomplished, and really it's been a big 3-hour frustration session for Rover Racing. They've tried hard, but that car has never really come alive sufficiently to make the progress. Yeah, Philippe Eng was saying in the first stint he enjoyed it, there were some big battles, but you know, the progress was limited.
Yeah, so the only positive you can take out of it all is that the Rover Racing BMW is the lead BMW, albeit that you've got the 32 directly behind, and then the 998, the sister car to Marcus Wittmann, is in 12th position. And then you've got to go all the way down to the early 30s to find the next BMWs. Nicholas Kreut is 22nd, so there's not been BMW's circuit in terms of out-and-out pace.
And the Mercedes that dominated Nürburgring and one of Paul Ricard ain't going to win here. This will be a different winner, and potentially a Ferrari looking at this, because still Stolz is only 9/10 of a second ahead. He would be 4th if you apply the penalty. And actually, if Jules Gounon upped his pace, he would jump ahead as well, potentially, because he's only 3/10 away on corrected times. But Boguslavski, Gounon and Marcello are heading for the championship. Yellerly, Eng and Wittmann are heading for 2nd overall now. And there is a car looking like it's got a problem.
Yes, Evard.
Now that's Soule. Now that is Maxime Soule, who is on target to win in gold, but he's slowed right down. He's going to get a drive-through at the end of the race, converted to 30 seconds for exceeding the stint time. Nicolas Barth and Maxime Soule looking good for the championship, but he's just dropped a whole load of places, and off the road now has gone Lucas Auer in number 3 with 2 minutes to go. And where is that? It's up at turn 12. You can see it out of the window.
Yeah,
it's up at turn 12. He's a long way off the racetrack. Less than 2 minutes to go. Let's see what happens.
The Vargy trying to make the best of it and trying to squeeze up the inside and running behind the Ferrari, and all of a sudden, bang!
And it's number 12, Audi, that gets into him. So yellow flags are out. Who was at the wheel of 12 when all of that happened? Quickly trying to find it. Sam de Jonge in the Conti car. Right, that's very much the final hour, isn't it? Lucas Auer is out, and we've got a minute and a half of the race to go. They might just get away with covering that under a yellow flag, but we've got a yellow in sector 2, a yellow in sector 3, and about to start the last lap is Lucas Stolz. Less than a lap time left in the race now.
So this is going to be the final lap, and there is the champion-elect, or one of 3 of them, coming across the start-finish line.
So it is going to be a Ferrari win, isn't it? Nicholas Nielsen's car, which was good early on, heading for honours. Nicholas Nielsen then in number 51 that he shares with Robert Schwartzman and Alessio Rovera. That's going to inherit the win. And Jules Gounon, Raffaele Marcello, Timo Boguslavski heading for the championship. Well, it's been a quirky race, hasn't it? And even the car that crosses the line first, we know, isn't going to win it.
Obviously, the final stint has been a messy stint because of oil spillage, and then the effect of that afterwards, and a lot of pressure and a lot of teams in the closing moments to try and make up ground. So, disappointing final stint, but this is what you get in motor racing, and what a great job over the course of the season from the 88 Dakotas ASP Mercedes-Benz GT3, or AMG GT3, and they've taken the championship from the Rover Racing BMW. Could have been a bit closer, possibly, but listen, take it.
Yeah, exactly. The incident between de Jonge and Lucas Auer is under investigation. Here are the Ferraris that are going to come through for the 1-2. So they're just staying within the 5 seconds of Lucas Stolz, who's done his best to stretch it, but I don't think by enough, as the cars then now drop down into turn 13. So it's going to be a Mercedes win on the road. Then the question comes as to where Stolz will drop. The checkered flag is in the ready. Lukas Stolz takes the flag on the road, but the win will go the way of AF Corsa. The Ferraris come through. Nicholas Nielsen comes across the line ahead of Antonio Fuoco. We'll wait for the penalty to be applied, and there are 2/3 of the championship winning team, and there's the final piece of the jigsaw. Jules Gounod, Raffaele Marcello, Timo Boguslavski win Endurance Cup overall. Jules Gounod celebrates as he brings the car across the line, and the rest of the field chases through. Raffaele Marcello, very happy man. Timo Boguslavski likewise. They'll head to the podium for the championship winning podium, or winners podium. And Alberto Di Folco comes home to win gold. Sam Neary wins silver. Pro-Am, Morgan Hannafin. And Louis Pret hangs on in 188 to win bronze. And that's a good effort, given that the car had that spin early on. Stolz, 4th on corrected times. Got a feel for him a bit, haven't you? And there to win bronze is Eddie Cheever.
Yeah, good drive, and that Sky Tempesta team should be delighted. I mean, a big change in direction in terms of going with McLaren, and they've made it work for them. So they'll be delighted to get back into a winning frame of mind.
So, a race of drama, and here, possibly with a problem, because it's gone so slowly over the last couple of laps. 21 Maxime Soulet. Now, he's got this penalty to add on, but that does not sound a healthy car, does it?
It's not running at full power, you can tell. But no.
His last lap was 2 minutes 20. So this is a nurse at home for Maxime Soulet to try to win gold in the championship. I think it still wins the championship for them, but it's a bit tense. And Maxime Soulet,
there he goes,
limps home. Yeah,
but that's quicker than limp home mode.
Like it's stuck in gear or something.
It is. It sounds like you could be stuck in second or third gear.
It's enough to give them the championship, Maxime Soulet and Nicolas Bart, but pretty tense moments for the ComTU team watching that car struggle round.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, they've got the job done, and they've got a clear racetrack so they can trundle back into the pit lane, proud of their success.
Absolutely right. So the car, and there's the celebration from Jules Gounod. Very happy with that. A great season they've had. And that was just a perfect drive to secure a championship. I mean, yes, it's always good to win the race and win from the front, but the pace wasn't there in qualifying. They reset and realised what their race was, and it was against one car, number 98 BMW, and they stayed ahead all the time.
But you say that they didn't have the pace. They did. That car did have the pace, because when Gounod did his qualifying lap this morning, he did a sensational qualifying lap, but in the course of the 3 hours, he didn't have sufficient pace to get himself up to the front of the field. Look at the donuts. Come on, Jules. That's it. You've ruined the gearbox, you've ruined the transmission.
Ruined the tyres.
Everything.
Bravo, Jules. Fantastic job by the team, by Acodis ASP, Jérôme Policon's team. Of course, Jérôme drove for Vincent Voss, didn't he, with Valentino Rossi in the Road to Le Mans race, the Michelin Cup race earlier on in the year at Le Mans. That was a great surprise to Jérôme when he got a phone call from Vincent saying, "Do you want to drive for me?" Rival team owner, but respectful. Of course, both ex-racers. And Jérôme Policon himself, a very good driver that got to Formula 3000 level. So the car's being waved into Parc Fermé, and then the champions will go, and the top 3 in the classes will go underneath the race control building, and there is the overall championship winning car heading down the pit lane. By overall, I'm talking about the so-called pro class. Don't confuse overall with combined, where you put endurance and silver together, and we'll have that after Zandvoort in 2 weeks' time. Sprint conclusion in 2 weeks. Endurance has done. Raffaele, Timur, and now Jules Gounod can all celebrate a championship. Let's get on the car. So Jules, they're going to climb up there for the photos. And Jules Gounod, Raffaele Marcello, and then Timo Boguslavski stand atop the Mercedes. Up goes Timur.
Oh, careful. The roof is pretty thin material, so anyway.
3 of them stand there.
Absolutely.
But a big cheer, and Stefan Rattel to the left, one of the first to applaud.
Absolutely too. I mean, a great season for the team, and all 3 drivers done their job, and Timo Boguslavski, the one that has always been considered to be the most vulnerable in terms of out-and-out pace, has done an excellent job here today. He consolidated his position, and never let a competitive car overtake him all the way through.
Yeah, it was a really good stint that by Bogusławski. Make no doubt about it. There's Robert Schwarzman and the AF Corsa team very, very happy with the win. Now, whether they deserved that win, you can discuss, but the penalty coming so late for 777, dropping it down to 4th place in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the point you've made is having the penalty levied at a very late stage. Maybe the team could have done more if that had come maybe at the end of the first pit stop.
Yeah.
They could have compensated better, but they were left powerless once it was announced 5 minutes before the end.
Let's hear from our champions then. They are with Gemma.
Boys, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic. Another championship under your belt. That was quite some interesting driving going towards the end there, Jules. What was going on?
No, it was good. At the restart, I was a bit slippery, but I also had to defend with Guven. That looked like he wanted to finish P5 for him. It was like a win, it looks like, but for us it was a good drive. The car was good. Timo did very good in the second seat, Lelo as usual, and the team did fantastic. To win 2 years in a row, the hardest championship in the world, is simply amazing. Thanks to AMG, to Akodis, to my teammate, and today's a nice Sunday.
Absolutely. I think celebrations will be in place tonight, won't they, Timo?
Yeah, so no words, only emotions. I mean, honestly, I'm really, really happy. So we take it finally after 5 years when I came to this series. Yeah, I mean, many thanks to my team and my teammates. They give me a lot of experience. They did a lot of job. I mean, yeah, in my stint I needed to be super focused. What I did, I think, was good.
It's been a fantastic year, and we've seen you working so hard on your fitness as well, and everything. The whole package is there. Lelo, you can relax now.
I didn't still sprint, so like no, but for sure was. I mean, it's amazing to win endurance again, and overall, and I mean, it's always an amazing feeling. Like as Jules said, the field is incredible. We did an amazing season. Every endurance race, like almost on the podium or win, except Monza and here. So I have to say, I'm really happy that we show again that we are the best.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
3 good drivers and great teamwork. You know, last year there was the odd mechanical drama late in the season. Remember Hockenheim, for example, that went against Akodis ASP, but okay, maybe at Spa they didn't have the quickest car, but they banked points where they could, and it was a great job done. Now, what about the race winners? We need to hear from them, don't we? That was a real turn-up in the last few minutes. Alessio Rivera, Robert Schwarzman and Nicholas Nielsen.
Guys, race winners here today. That must feel so sweet.
Yeah, it feels amazing, to be honest. Yeah, as I said before, we lost 1 position in a pit lane. To recover it was very hard, but yeah, at the beginning of the race, as we all saw, there was a contact by the other car. So yeah, at the end they got a penalty. We just did our job. We were consistent, fast. All of us didn't do any mistakes, so it was very good. I'm very happy the team did.
Absolutely, it was a really controlled race today. Did having the safety cars and yellow flags help with that, especially with tyre degradation?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, you're fine. Was it easier to control the race given how many yellow flags and safety cars there were?
I think honestly for us it was a bit worse because after every safety car restart we had a lot of pickups on the tires and it was very difficult to clean them. So I think in our case it was better if the race was green, but you know, on the other hand we also got packed up due to the safety car, which also helped us in the end. So I don't think we can complain too much.
Well, absolutely. Great stuff from all of you guys, getting a Ferrari win for the end of the season. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Well, it was a surprise to many, given the way that 777 had gone, but again, rules are rules, and the Ferrari stayed within those 5 seconds in the last few minutes, and so Nicholas Nielsen brought it home ahead of Antonio Fuoco. And a Ferrari 1-2 isn't something we have all that often in endurance rounds.
No, and I mean, it was a 1-2 covered by a tenth or two of a second, okay? All the safety cars and full course yellows, whichever, brought those 2 cars together in the end. Nevertheless, for AF Corsa, they must be delighted to have that kind of success. Okay, you can say, was it a result on merit, but they did what they had to do. And if incidents occur on racetrack and you win some and you lose some.
So here's the result, provisionally, of the race with Alessio Rivera, Robert Schwartzman and Nicholas Nielsen taking the win from Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra and Davide Rigon. A 1-2 then for AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors. Third, the Porsche of Thomas Preining, Lauren Heinrich and Dennis Olsen that was there all thereabouts all race. And fourth, with that late race penalty being applied from lap 1, Maro Engel, Lukas Stolz and Fabian Schiller. Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon and Timo Boguslawski fifth, and the champions ahead of Ayanchen Guben, Sven Muller and Christian Engelhardt in sixth. In gold, it was a win for Alberto Di Folco, Aurelian Panis and Adam Ateki. Silver went the way of Gerhard Veralza, Sam Neary and Fabrizio Crestani. And bronze to Louis Pret, Miguel Ramos and Enrique Chavez. Pro-Am, you've got to go a little bit further down the order. And 32nd place, where Lorcan Hannafin came out on top with Isaac Tutumla Lopez and Samantha Tan, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, doing a very good job taking the class win. So the podium awaits, and as the drivers make their way up there, we can hear from the silver champions right now with Antonia.
Congratulations, guys, Silver Cup winners.
Yeah, amazing job by all the team, for my teammates, everything. We just needed to finish the race. 1-2 for the team, so really happy, amazing. All the job we've done finally pays off.
Absolutely. Was it a difficult race for you guys today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really happy in the end to finish 1-2 for the team. A good amount of points, but we just didn't want to take any risks, so we managed it from the beginning on. My teammates did an amazing job. So yeah, I'm out of words. I'm really happy that we got the championship today. So big thanks to Grosser, to my teammates and to Lamborghini.
Absolutely, especially coming in close points. So congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Glenn Van Berlo, along with Clement Schmidt and Benji Heites, Colombian driver, taking the silver championship, and the Grasser Racing team, Lamborghini, on top. The bronze champions, Eddie Cheever, Jonathan Hui and Chris Froggatt, are with Gemma.
Champions, how does that feel for you? That was a tough stint at the end there.
Yeah, it was tough, but I was thinking about last year, how bad of a season we had, and to becoming champions in such a difficult year like this, with so many cars so many good drivers in our category, it's just amazing. It's a dream come true, and to do it with them too, it's just, I couldn't ask for more.
Jonathan, you really struggled this weekend. You've got an injury, you've got a torn muscle, I believe, but amazing to keep that stint going.
Yeah, I mean, this is the nature of the championship. I knew it would go down to the wire, and this is what battling is about, with such a high-quality grid, fierce competitors, and I'm glad that we managed to hold on to the end. And I'm just absolutely delighted. 5 seasons together, and winning this championship just means the world to me.
Absolutely. Chris, I mean, all the right decisions were made this year, right? From changing car, the team set up, everything's just been a dream.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have hoped for a better year. This was a really particularly tough race. I mean, we've seen how many safety cars and incidents there were, and I'm just really proud of these guys for keeping it together and walking away with this championship. It really means the world to me.
3 different manufacturers in 3 years. Are we going to see a 4th next year?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a good decision, hasn't it, to go the McLaren route, and so a job well done by Sky Tempesta Racing this year. So the champions of the Bronze Cup in Endurance, Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, and Sky Tempesta Racing come out on top. So we've got the winning drivers from the race, the winning drivers from the championships as well, making their way up towards the podium, and they'll be there in due course, ready for the celebrations. There's the now calm circuit after 3 very busy hours of action, and a race won by the Ferrari team, but inevitably with so many cars, it was a very busy racetrack. Honours overall then to Timo Boguslawski, Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello, from Nick Yellerly, Philip Eng and Marco Wittmann, and third in the championship, Maro Engel, ahead then of Fabian Schiller. Again, mixing and matching drivers at Almanar Racing means a different number of points over the course of the year. Next, Lukas Stolz, then Dennis Marshall, Mattia Drudi and Riccardo Feller, who of course were somewhat significant in all of that with the oil spillage.
Yeah, the oil spillage, while it didn't really change anything in terms of the outcome of the championships, it certainly added a lot of spice, and certainly for Christopher Hauser, caught him utterly and totally unawares. He was the next car down and skated off and just no way of controlling it. That took a long time to clear up the mess.
Let's just look back at the highlights of that race, and it was a very busy race, that is for sure, which began with the Ferraris making their way down towards turn 1, nose to tail, and so it was from pole position Alessio Rivera that was able to take the advantage. He turned into the corner ahead and accelerated out of turns 1, 2, 3. That's Snake, as 54 cars battled on behind. And contrary to expectation, they all got through the first half hour or 40 minutes or so without many dramas, but then it did kick off. There was this on the first lap, Jordan Pepper being turned around. He went into the gravel, was able to rejoin, and 80 laps later the penalty came for Maro Engels, number 777 Mercedes, that was deemed to be the aggressor. Raffaele Marciello made a move against the Dennis Olsen Porsche, went through, gained the place. Valentino Rossi had a drama and put the BMW in the gravel, and that heralded one of the full course yellow into safety car periods. Drama in the pit lane as the joining Robert Schwarzman was slightly delayed by an incoming Porsche. That sorted itself out, and they were able to get themselves back into the race. But that gave the race lead to treble 7 Mercedes as Sheldon van der Linde put himself in a big battle with the Attempto Audi. But then when the Audi had an engine failure and put oil down, Christopher Hasso was the first to come across it. He skated off the road, and that heralded a very lengthy full course yellow period. The restart headed by Luca Stolz, but then came the news that he would be given a penalty for the incident from co-driver Engel in the start of the race. Further drama right at the very end. Sam de Jonge getting involved in Lucas Auer, and up towards the flag came Stolz to take a Pyrrhic victory. The win gave the way of Nicholas Nielsen, along with his co-drivers Robert Schwarzman and Alessio Rivera. There are the champions, Jules Gounon, Timo Bogoslawski and Raffaele Marciello, and they are understandably delighted as the podium is getting underway then. Drivers being brought forward with already for third place overall, Thomas Preining, Laurin Heinrich and Dennis Olsen standing proud. For second place, up come Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon and Antonio Fuoco. And then the race winners, Nicholas Nielsen, Robert Schwarzman and Alessio Rivera. A 1-2 for Amato Ferrari's AF Corsa team. A winning margin of 0.4 of a second, but again with the late race safety car and the cars running in tandem, it doesn't really tell you the whole story of what was a dramatic end of the season in the Endurance Cup. So congratulations to the AF Corsa team. Trophies brought forward from Delma Nelarevich, the Chief Marketing Officer at Fanatec. Dennis Olsen, the bespectacled Norwegian driver, far end of the podium, along with Thomas Preining and Laurin Heinrich getting third-placed trophies. Second spot for Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon and Antonio Fuoco. And then the team's trophy, of course, will go to Amato Ferrari's squad that's become so synonymous with Ferraris. Ignore the surname in as much as he's not related, but he has done such an outstanding job. Amato Ferrari's team, and the team's trophy presented, and then the trophy will go to the race winners. So for Nicholas Nielsen, for Robert Schwarzman, for Alessio Rivera, the gold trophies go, and two of them, and then the third at the end of 88 laps of racing. Is that an appropriate number given the number of the car that won the championship? Alessio Rivera, Robert Schwarzman, Nicholas Nielsen, winners in Barcelona. The champagne sprayed, the celebrations are underway, and a 1-2 for AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors and the Rutronic Racing Porsche, as I think I said, was there or thereabouts all the way through the race. Never quite had the ultimate pace, never quite had the opportunity to get up front, but there it is, a podium finisher at the end of the day. So Ferrari coming out on top within the overall class, as it were. The drivers then next will head from the podium, and that will be made ready for the next category. In the Gold Championship, Nicolas Bart, Maxime Soulet, the winners, ahead of Max Hofer. And then David Schumacher, Marius Zug and Nicholas Bourne coming home next. Aurélien Panis, Adam Ateki and Alberto Di Folco fourth, from Callum Williams, Nicholas Cruton and Jean-Baptiste Simonard, Charlie Fagg, Sam DeHaan, Dean McDonald sixth, and a really bad race for them, sadly, with that tyre drama affecting them early on. And it was also some gearbox damage, which did for that car, in addition to the puncture. We saw the car limping in, but it was more than just a puncture, more than just that time being lost early on in the race. Big, big shame. So there are cars heading onto the circuit with the Curbstone GT1 Sports Club field having a second track session of the day, which in a way is a very nice sound background for the podium celebrations. Glorious engine notes they all make. The next podium is gold from the race, and it means that Philip Ellis, Indy Dodger and Russell Ward are on the podium for third place. It means that for second place, stepping forward, are also from Winwood Racing, Nicholas Bourne, David Schumacher, Marius Zug, and then the gold race winners, Adam Ateki, Aurélien Panis and Alberto Di Folco. The Boots and VDS team comes out on top, and the drivers head to the podium. Victorious they are, and a great result for Alberto Di Folco, who initially really made his name in Lamborghinis, and he, along with Aurélien Panis and Adam Ateki, come out on top in the Gold Cup 3-hour bash here in Barcelona, and the Belgian team can celebrate. So very good result for the Boots and VDS team. The trophy is ready to be presented, and it will be Jesus Pozzo, the founder of Escuderia Targo Iberia, the man that's the event promoter here. Huge enthusiast in motorsport. He promoted a historic event here for many, many seasons, and then decided to switch the format of the event to incorporate GT World Challenge, and he's been rewarded with not only a good race, but also a really big crowd over the course of the weekend. It's more than just racing, puts an awful lot of effort into the off-track element, and is, as I say, rewarded with a really good event and a good crowd. So Jesus Pozzo hands over the trophies. There, Boots and VDS gets the team's award. And the trophies now go to the winning drivers as well. So, to Alberto Di Folco, to Adam Ateki, to Aurélien Panis, the trophies go. And celebrations for the Boots and VDS team. The gold winners in the final race of the year are Alberto Di Folco, Aurélien Panis and Adam Ateki. The champagne is readied. Cars on track, which include Pagani, Di Tommaso, the Picasso as well, howl by, and even the most hardened motor racing observer can't help but turn their eyes straight to the track and have a look at what is out there. That's the sight coming past the pits. So the GT1 Sports Club continuing its track session. Cars that you hardly ever see, but it's all part of an SRO event and all part of this Festival of Speed at Barcelona. In the Silver Championship, it's the title for Glenn Van Berlo, Clement Schmidt and Benjamin Highties, ahead of Lawrence Hazemans, Finlay Hutchison and Sam de Jonge, with Lorenzo Petresi taking third, along with Pietro De Laguanti and Alex Arca. They are the top three, and a 16-point cushion coming end of the year for the Lamborghini drivers. And again, the Silver Cup has been a really, really good way of looking at the next wave of GT talent, and good racing of big grids, a feature of the season. So the Silver Podium is underway, and Manuel Franco, Lilou Wadu and Cedric Sprezioli took third in the Ferrari, second to the Grasser Lamborghini team that win the championship, Glenn Van Berlo, Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highties, and then the winning team for the sister car, number 58, Gerhard Tveraza, Sam Neary and Fabrizio Crestani. So the winning team's anthem plays. The trophies brought forward by Pirelli. And as the Paganis, Pragas, there's an Apollo that often comes to GT1 Sports Club events as well, all howl past the pits. The new De Tomaso, there's a P70, a P72 as well that you'll find as they go through. The winning drivers stand on the podium with the trophies being presented. For the Grasser Racing team, which, if you go back a few years, was very much the Lamborghini squad, and then it was sort of tipped to that mantle by what was called at the time the Orange One FFF Racing team. Other Lamborghini squads have come on since, like K-Pax, but the Gottfried Grasser run team has proved that it's still capable of taking championships, taking classes, and although maybe Lamborghini doesn't use it for outright honours anymore, it's still a very good training ground for drivers on the Lamborghini Junior programme. And proof there with a 1-2 in the race and a championship. Really, really good day for the Grasser Racing team. Because you're a season-long entrant, there is more generosity from Pirelli with the checks to those that do both sprint and endurance. The champions are eager to get on with the job of spraying the champagne, which means the photographers have to sort of bail out of the way, and the champagne will indeed spray. Meanwhile on track, the GT1 Sports Club, that continue. Of course, some of the owners being more cautious than others, understandably, given the value of some of these cars, but it's the perfect circuit on which to use them with long, fast sections, and of course, as a modern-day Formula One circuit, there's runoff should you need it. Now, what about bronze in the championship? Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, winning by just 3 points from Hubert Haupt, Arjun Maini and Sebastian Bode, and then Robert Renauer and Ralph Bowen coming through for third. Again, it's been very, very tight and very competitive all year, and Renauer and Bowen missing out by just 1 point. There's the De Tomaso, which is the most remarkable shape. It kind of echoes the past, and yet there's a modern twist to it. And the P70, the P72 that De Tomaso, Argentine-founded company, dating all the way back to the 1960s, has been able to create. Very impressive indeed. These cars, of course, that don't really fit any race regulation, but completely unlimited and unsilenced, and the Pagani got the Raya with something like 850 horsepower, and they're all very limited run of cars. If you think about some that we've had through Sports Club this year, like the Pagani, only 30 of those were built. There's the Praga Bohemia, 89 of those, and the Apollo IE that we've seen, 10 of those were made. Meanwhile, back to the podium, we're into bronze and we're into third place, where for the CLRT Copenhagen Racing Team, Fred Makovici steps forward with Stephen Pallet and Clément Mathieu. They're coming for second place are Ralph Bowen, Robert Renard and his brother Alfred Renard, and the bronze winners for 188, the Garage 59 team, Enrique Chavez, Louis Pret and Miguel Ramos. They win bronze in the race. So it has been a very dramatic season, whether it's been for outright race honours or in the classes. And as you see the bronze podium getting underway, it will be, of course, celebration time for the champions very shortly. But for the endurance season, thanks for your company. There'll be more drama, more action, new drivers, new teams and new venues in 2024. Podium in bronze coming to a close, where the winners are Enrique Chavez, Miguel Ramos and Louis Pret. Garage 59 taking the honours. They'll be the team's trophy as Jesus Pozzo once more steps forward. The founder of Escuderia Targa Iberia, whether it's race events, whether it's regularity style rallies, Jesus Pozzo has put on a great portfolio of motorsport events in Spain, and this event has been a big, big success once more. Receives the trophies from the SRO staff, hands them over to the second place drivers, Ralph Bowen, Robert and Alfred Renard, Porsche specialists. The Renards are perhaps people that don't necessarily get the credit they deserve because they do so much pro-am racing. You never really see them fighting for outright honours, but they've won many a long distance race in the 24-hour series, for example, Dubai 24-hour winners and other long distance events. And it's not very often that you see Robert Renard putting a car in the wall, for example. So the perfect partnership to join an AM like Ralph Bowen and help him into bronze success here. But the class winners are Louis Pret, Enrique Chavez and Miguel Ramos. They take the trophies. They're the winners in Barcelona, and the Pro-Am winners are there as well. There's not a standalone podium, but Samantha Tan, Lorcan Hannafin and Manu Franca take Pro-Am. That's why it's a very, very busy podium. So, champagne sprayed, and there have the celebrations for a delighted Miguel Ramos. He wasn't able to win a championship necessarily, but he's taken a win on not quite home soil, but Iberian soil. It's sort of the next best option for him, I guess. And Enrique Chavez, that we saw years ago in Formula Renault, looking very happy as well. So the Pagani comes through. So eavesdrop as it comes over the line and it howls past. Down towards turn one, hit the brakes, see the driver jolt forward with all that force and the aggression within the car. So we've done the race podiums, and then the championship podiums will be getting underway in a few moments' time as well. The Pagani, all 850 horsepower of it, howls through once again. 1,050 kilos and fantastic looking and sounding cars, perhaps the ultimate supercar, but more and more manufacturers like Lamborghini. I don't think we have the Essenza SCV12 here, but we have had on previous visits at GT1 Sports Club, and that's another mighty bit of kit there with Decimasso through. The P72 was built in 2019, and a homage, if you like, to cars of the 1960s. Into the pit lane it comes. P72 for the pits, and they're the Endurance Cup champions now being brought forward. Pagani pressing on. Of course, been hearing from drivers of the GT3 cars over the course of the weekend how demanding, how physically tiring a circuit it can be. And these, of course, are racing cars in all but name, if you like, so they're still quite a handful. Don't expect drivers to be out for too many laps. But we have our Endurance Cup champions heading to the podium. They are Timo Boguslavski, Raffaele Marciello and Jules Gounon, and the team principal, Jérôme Poliquin, joins them. The car sits beneath the podium. The drivers are up there, and the whole team, I think mechanics, engineers, the whole brains trust that's guided them through to 2 victories this year and to the title. Endurance Cup champions overall for 2023, Jules Gounon, Raffaele Marciello and Timo Boguslavski. All smiles on the podium, understandably so. A great season, a great result, and it's a tough championship to win. Endurance racing particularly, and the makeup of the championship with 3, 6, 24-hour races means there's an awful lot for the teams to have to factor in. So as the overall champions celebrate, the season comes to an end in endurance terms, but we've still got one more sprint race to come. In 2 weeks' time, we will be at Zandvoort, and that's going to be the final round of the Sprint Cup. More drama expected there. We look forward to your company for 2 one-hour races, a very different type of event, if you like, from this, but great action nonetheless. Akkodis ASP celebrates winning the Endurance Cup, and we'll look forward to another drama-filled season in 2024 and more sprint action in 2 weeks' time. For now, though, from all of us at Barcelona, it's goodbye. GT1 Sports Club track session continuing here, put together by Curbstone with the great mix of cars. Pagani's, you see more here than ever you would, and the cars being driven properly, as in quickly, and making a great noise as well, as down towards turn 1 they come. Got the Praga also within the list of cars here, the Praga Bohema, and there the Pagani Huayra R with just over 1,000 kilos in terms of weight, 1,050, 850 horsepower, and a serious piece of kit as it sings its way onto the pit straight. There's the Decimasso, which is the P72, designed by Joan Wang. This rear to mid-engined and rear-wheel drive car, 5-litre supercharged Ford Coyote V8 engine, 6-speed manual box, and the interior with its diamond stitch leather, opulent instrumentation, and a car that, as I've been saying, takes this sort of throwback to previous years. 72 units of the P72 are produced, and they're coming down towards turn 1 is a car that first went on display at Goodwood and has remained loyal to the design ever since. Now the Pagani Huayra R is the car that you're looking at next, heading towards the line. The most extreme Pagani hypercar, and it's purely for track use, so it's not a road car. It's got the V12R 850 horsepower engine, a red line of 9,000 RPM, and I won't tell you the price because you're probably just a euro short and it will only make you feel frustrated, but it explores the limits of the road. Not the cheapest car in the range, that is for sure, but as I say, a racing car pretty much for the track in all but name. It's got this fantastic sound that it makes, of course, and a lot of work has gone into the exhaust system to make it sound good, with extensive research of materials and the geometries and the sound design. We've got this new exhaust system for this car specifically, and it, and I quote, guarantees rapid and effective evacuation of exhaust gases to allow all that power to come. Well, it certainly makes a great sound in addition to all of that, doesn't it? So Pagani, if you like, created the ultimate car and then kept going, making more and more spectacular machines year after year. But De Tomaso is still howling around as well, and another of the Huayra R's. It was good in the green, isn't it? See how much rubber has been put down on the racetrack over the course of the day, and the really brave going offline, but in danger of a little bit of pickup there. So let's just listen in as the Paganis accelerate around nearly a 5-kilometre long lap here in Barcelona. So I think one or two of the owners heading for the pit road, just for a break. Others pressing on, continuing their laps on track. The GT1 Sports Club having this very impressive paddock area where all the cars live in different shelters, and it's been one of the most popular parts of the paddock all weekend, with people drooling over them. A sound that's been echoing all around the Barcelona circuit. There's absolutely no doubt when these cars are on track. They had one session earlier on in the day that brought everybody up towards the fences. Very few people have strayed far, I think, from the fence for this second session for the Sports Club cars as well. So they're looking very spectacular in the green colours of the bright shiny wheels, bright silver wheels, giving it a real sense of poise. Available in blue as well if you prefer your Pagani. It almost echoes early days of FIA GT machinery, that, but getting themselves together on track now. I think I said you never see quite so many Paganis in one place. Well, it's true, every time you look up there's another one. So the Pagani R, Huayra, running together. The company that's been going for 30 years now, Pagani. The cars are built from Italia, such as Carbo Titanium, Carbo Triax, and the monocoque, which is designed obviously for an incident, is built out of the very latest, very safest, but lightest of compounds. and yet still tipping the scales at just 1,050 kilos. The car had a target set of between 46 and 54% of downforce through the entire speed envelope, apparently, and that was achieved by the design team. Brembo brakes, Pirelli tyres, as you would anticipate, from the Italian company, and traction control, ABS map selection. There is radio communication, and quick release steering wheel, height, length adjustable steering wheel as well. That can be pulled out for easy access to the cockpit. You've got the lights, the engine maps, suspension maps, brake balance selector, all within easy reach. So although it is a complex bit of kit in many ways, it's been made to be as user-friendly as is possible. 19-inch wheels. Brembo brakes, 6-piston calipers. And so cars through once more, heading into turn 1. Drivers also at the moment having to cope with the setting sun, but maximising their available track time nonetheless. So I think 1 or 2 backing off, possibly heading for the pit lane. Others staying out. But with the exception of the Ditamasso, I think there has been a Picasso that we've seen, and that's been in the paddock, but not actually gone out onto the circuit. But it's been a very much a Pagani-dominated entry for GT1 Sports Club. Curbstone, that runs these ultimate track days, having put together this element of the weekend and bringing some incredible machinery to the circuit. While all this has been going on, incidentally, more and more champions from Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, have been going onto the podium and celebrating, and all of them being slightly distracted by watching cars purple past the pits as well. Big flash of the lights as more of the Paganis come by. But Curbstone running these sessions at a number of Endurance Cup events, giving owners an opportunity to drive the cars at Grand Prix venues. That's always been a feature of the Endurance Cup within SRO, that you go to circuits where Formula 1 events take place, so the drivers have, if you like, the plum circuits, and that works well for the car's owners as well. So back on the power, up the hill heads the number 5, Haraya. It does look absolutely stunning, doesn't it? It doesn't matter what colour scheme it runs in, it just exudes purposefulness. Planted to the ground, it looks great, it sounds great, and although you won't see the cars racing, this is your next best option. When there are so many of them running together, it does create quite an atmosphere around the circuit. So through goes then the last couple of laps, I think, that the owners can get out of the cars within this session. They're looking almost sinister in the carbon fibre colours. Again, a look in the back of the car, the exhaust dead centre, kicking out the glorious sound from the V12 engine. Even at the top of the grandstand, even behind many a pane of glass, it is still very noisy indeed. So trackside, it's reminiscent of early Formula 1 days with V12 engines howling past. But only another minute or so for the Curbstone GT1 Sports Club to entertain. And as I say, everybody has been pretty much wowed by sight and sound over the 2 sessions that they've had. And even when the cars were at rest in the paddock, they have looked mighty as well and attracted an enormous crowd throughout the weekend. When a GT3 car is almost ignored, you know these have got to be good. So the last couple of laps being ticked off. Does green look better than blue carbon? Discuss. Take your pick. So they all look pretty good in fairness. Black looks sinister, carbon fibre looks sinister, but they all look good, that's for sure. And when you add other brands onto the circuit as well, you get an idea of how this supercar market is growing. Checkered flag being shown. So as it's being run not by race officials but by circuit staff out of race control, it's not a physical checkered flag, it's on the lighting gantry. So that concludes the GT1 Sports Club activity. And the cars then will make their way to the pit lane at the end of our second GT1 Sports Club session here at the Circuit de Catalunya.